If the sun don't rise at 7 a.m. and the night gets longer, oh, it don't end, I will build my faith in who you are. God in the storm, God of the calm. Oh, if the sun don't rise at 7 a.m. and the night gets longer and it don't end, I will build my faith in who you are. God in the storm, God of the calm. See your way out. I could be blinded by the things I see. I may not know my way back. I've been running. I hope that you come through. But if you don't, I trust you. At the end of the day, my faith will still remain the same. I'm not broken. If the sun don't rise at 7 a.m. and the night gets longer, oh, it don't end, I will build my faith in who you are. God in the storm, God of the calm. It's been a decade, but I am still miles away. Getting weary at every step of the way. This in a tunnel feels more like a well-dug grave. It's dark, it's cold, it's taking my breath away. I hope that you come through. But if you don't, I trust you. At the end of the day, my faith will still remain the same. I'm not broken. If the sun don't rise at 7 a.m. and the night gets longer, oh, it don't end, I will build my faith in who you are. God in the storm, God of the calm. Oh, if the sun don't rise at 7 a.m. and the night gets longer and it don't end, I will build my faith in who you are. God in the storm, God of the calm. but he says, I'll be the one you call on when you're in need. I will show up every time you seek me. I won't count your sins, won't hold it in. All you ask of me, you will receive. That's his promises to me. His promises to me. Broken in a million pieces, shattered to dust, drowning in the tears I'm weeping. Wish this could stop now. Worried that I'm not gonna make it, running out of time. I pray the Lord come save me, 'cause I'm crashing now. I'll be the one you call on when you're in need. I will show up every time you seek me. I won't count your sins, won't know they did. All you ask of me, you will receive. That's his promises to me. Oh no, I'll be the one you call on. Still have the power. I can count on you. Lord, you were here, holding my hands, guiding me every day. By your words I stand. Woke up to a cloudy morning, no peace inside. The night wasn't better for me, wish it could pass too. There's so much hidden in my heart, words won't suffice. I'm drawing in the town, there's no strength to fight, but he says, I'll be the one you call on when you're in need. I will show up every time you seek me. I won't count your sins, won't hold it in. All you ask of me, you will receive. That's his promises to me. His promises to me. Broken in a million pieces, shattered to dust, drowning in the tears I'm weeping. Wish this could stop now. Worried that I'm not gonna make it, running out of time. I pray the Lord come save me, 'cause I'm crashing now. I'll be the one you call on when you're in need. I will show up every time you seek me. I won't count your sins, won't know they did. by your words I stand. your spirit over me. Father, me I no fit do this alone. My desire's taking all the spaces you want. Papa, now leave me out here on my own. I'm losing you as I go. Don't let me go. Away from your presence, Lord, open the door. Won't let go, won't let go, won't let you go. Away from me, no, no. Send your power over me, Lord. Pour your spirit over me, Lord. Send your power over me, over me. Pour your spirit over me, not by power, not by might, but by your spirit. Pour it in, God. Pour it in, God. Pour it in.
Cause I like you too. I don't like cause I like you. Not that serious, like I can't close. We are happy and lose us on one group. To the people I like cause I like you too. I don't like cause I like you. Not that serious, like I can't close. We are happy and lose us on one group. To the people I like cause I like you too. I don't like cause I like you. No like problem, we are happy people, happy and lose us on one group.
What's going on here? Why are you constituting a nuisance? Making noise! Please.
ask me, say, what did they make me shine? What did they make me joy like this? When I jump and shout, people they wonder why I still they smile in this crazy, crazy times. Nothing to touch my side.
in iSPEAK conference. Please, if your microphone is unmuted, please mute your microphones.
Without using data for subtitles.
Hi, Abdurrahman Abdulwaid. Can you please mute your microphone? Can you please mute your microphone? Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining in. All right, thank you so much. Merit, can you please mute your microphone? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining in. We're indeed delighted to have you. It's such a pleasure to welcome you to iSPEAK Conference 2025. Yes, good morning, Titi Lokpe. Good morning. Thank you very much. Mr. Ra, good morning. Good morning. Peculiar, good morning. Thank you very much. We can make use of the chat box. So I think I do not need to remind us that this is a virtual event. So the chat box would be a major means of communication. So please, you can use the chat box to express yourself, to ask questions. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining. And very quickly, I would like to once again welcome us and tell us our ground rules before I officially welcome us to iSPEAK Conference 2025. So please, first, one of our ground rules for today is to please mute our microphones. Please mute your microphone. It's a very important ground rule. Please mute your microphones. Mute your microphones. At some point during the event today, we would have to turn on our cameras, take pictures. So please, if you're not in a very conducive environment, you can as well turn off your camera so that you do not distract other participants. So please mute your microphones. We don't like to distract our speakers and panelists. Thank you, Naomi. Good morning. It's such a pleasure to see you here. Thank you so much for coming to iSPEAK Conference 2025. Thank you very much for joining in. MC Aderonke, your microphone is unmuted. Can you please mute your microphones? Merit, can you also mute your microphone? Please mute your microphone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. So at this point, I think my microphone is the only microphone that is unmuted. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's that time for iSPEAK Conference 2025. It's been, a long time coming. Good morning, Eru. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining in. So first, before I officially introduce the event to us, I want you to know that iSPEAK Conference 2025, being a virtual event this year, does not take away the excitement and the energy in the room. And that is why we have the chat box. Anytime you're excited or you're so happy to see a speaker or certain panelists, please use the chat box to express yourself. Use the fire comments, the dance comments. There are lots of emoji options that you can use. This chat box would be the determinant of the energy in the room today. So I want to ensure that everybody feels included. You can look down. Yes, good morning. I'm Damilola Dasta. Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to have you. I'm also very happy to see you, Titilope. Thank you very much for coming to iSPEAK Conference 2025. All right, we have 23 participants now, and by my time, it's 10:08. And by 10 minutes past 10, we're going to start iSPEAK Conference 2025 officially. But I need to see your excitement in the chat box first before I introduce myself. So I need to see, if you know you're excited, I'd like you to please use your favorite emoji in the chat box. Your favorite emoji, anything it is. So we need to know that we're truly prepared for what is to come at iSPEAK Conference 2025. Oyidamola, welcome. Titilope, you're welcome. Mistura, Peculiar, thank you very much for joining in. Thank you so much for joining in at iSPEAK Conference 2025. Motorayo, thank you so much. Eru, I'm so happy to see you. Damila said happiness won't win me. Yes, so because at iSPEAK 2025, our speakers were carefully handpicked for you all. This is my second time and I'm so happy. Mr. Wright, so glad to have you for the second time at iSPEAK 2025. Badrat, thank you so much for joining in. We're so excited to have you. Joanne, thank you so much for joining in. Thank you. Thank you for joining. I love the energy in the room. Thank you so much. Lauren Shaw, thank you so much for joining in. Thank you. We're really excited to have you this morning. Oyinda Olafamakin says, first time here and I'm so glad. I'm also very glad to see you. Thank you very much for joining in. And I'm very sure that you're going to have a great time today at iSPEAK Conference 2025. We have 1 minute more. 1 minute, 1 minute. I like the energy in the room already. We need to ignore the fact that this is a virtual event. All the energy we're going to bring to the physical iSPEAK conference, that is what we need in that room today. MC Aderonke, hello, hi, nice to see you. Thank you very much for coming and joining in at iSPEAK Conference 2025. All right, so at this point, we'd have to start officially because we're sticking strictly to time at iSpeak Conference 2025. And I want to promise you that this short time we're going to be spending together at iSpeak Conference would be a worthwhile one. Thank you very much for joining in. All right. Good morning, distinguished guests, industry experts, our speakers, panelists, and every I Speak champion who was dared to show up at I Speak Conference 2025. It is my pleasure to officially welcome you to I Speak Conference 2025. I Speak is that room where every silence is broken, where stories find courage, and where voices discover power. Today, we're not just learning about speaking, we're learning about owning our truth, commanding presence, and learning how to be heard in rooms that truly, truly matter. And as I speak, I need to remind us that we don't just teach confidence, we activate it. We don't just teach you how to share your ideas, we're shaping your voice. Today, our speakers are going to be teaching us how our voice can get bolder, how confidence can get bolder, and how speaking can become impact to us. It's been years of iSpeak conference physical gathering. This year, it's a virtual gathering. And I want to tell you that this gathering is designed to refine voices, to shape influence, and to raise communicators who can lead with clarity and conviction. We all live in a world where ideas can compete for attention and where the ability to speak is no longer optional because in every sector you find yourself, you need to learn to articulate your ideas properly. So that is what I speak has decided to do for young communicators, young people in PR, in media, young compares, young public speakers. I Speak is that conference that equips you not just to speak, but to speak with substance and authority. At this juncture, I'd like to do a formal introduction of myself. My name is Ogunkola Ifeoluwa Esther. We can call me Adasa the Compare without comparison. And I'm truly, truly excited to have you at iSpeak Conference 2025. And today I'll be your compare, your anchor, your host, and the energy giver in the room. And I'm truly, truly excited to be here. Last year I was at iSpeak as a panel moderator. And this year I'm back at iSpeak 2025 as the compare. And I'm truly honored to see us, to have us. Thank you very much for joining in. If you're just joining in, you're live at iSpeak Conference 2025. And one of our ground rules that we've set is to mute your microphone. Please mute your microphone. It's very, very important. Mute your microphone and make sure to use the chat box. It's very, very important. The chat box is a venue to communicate ideas, to ask questions from our speakers, to communicate with each other, to network with other people. That chat box is the right place for you to be. So I know normally if it was a physical event, we would want to clap our hands. So I would like to see the applause emoji in the chat box. Thank you, Ms. Tura. Thank you very much. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you very much, Joanne. Thank you. Thank you, Peculiar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Damilola. Thank you, Yindamola. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Haru. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for joining. Moving on very quickly. At Speak Conference 2025, this year, our speakers are prepared, ready to ignite our passion, ready to make impact with their words, ready to provide clarity to every public speaker in this room who has one question or the other, who needs clarity on something or on how to navigate their way in the media and communications industry. Our speakers are the right people. They've had years of experience. They're indeed industry experts and industry leaders. So I want to just prepare your mind and be ready for what is about to hit you at iSpeak Conference 2025. All right, it was earlier posted that there is a get ready with me challenge for ISP Conference 2025, where three winners get to walk away with 50,000 naira. So if you've not posted your get ready with me video, this is that right time to do it. The entry closes by 12 p.m. So please, if you've not posted your get ready with me video, please do well to post your entry and tag I Speak Nigeria on IG or any platform. So this is just a subtle reminder for you to post your videos. Don't forget to post your videos. You could be the lucky winner of 50,000 naira. So now we have 22 participants in the room, and I can see that some of our speakers have joined in. At the right time, we're definitely going to introduce them and acknowledge their presence. But every of our speakers and panelists in the room, thank you very much for accepting to be at ISP Conference 2025. Thank you very much for joining. We're truly honored. And thank you for honoring our invitation. We're truly delighted to have you. And we do not take your presence and acceptance for granted. All right. It's a virtual event. But every value that comes in a physical event is what we'll be experiencing at High Speed Conference 2025. And it's about time to introduce our first speaker of the day. But we're not going to be doing it in a very gentle way. We're going to be introducing her in a special way. We're going to welcome her with all the energy in the room. So first, I want you to open your chat box. Before I introduce, I need some excitement in the chat box. I need your favorite emoji in the chat box. I'm going to be reading her bio, and I want you to listen carefully because she's a woman of substance. She's a woman of impact. She's a right woman to have started the conversation at iSpeak Conference 2025. She's indeed a right woman to lead this conversation because trust me when I say that she's the best there is. Thank you, Titi Lokpa. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Adeni Rogun. Thank you, Peculiar. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I need this is the energy. Thank you. I need all the energy in that chat box just before I introduce our first speaker for today. One of the things that iSpeak Conference looked at for when we're selecting our speakers was to ensure that these speakers are truly people who have walked the path. These are people who understand how the industry works. These are people who have invested in the industry. These are people who have gone through whatever you're going through at the moment as a young public speaker, a young compare, or a young person in the media and communications industry. They would share relatable stories, stories that you could relate to, not aspire to perspire. These are people who are walking the path at the moment. Yes, we can't wait. I also cannot wait to see the value that our first speaker will introduce. All right, esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor as the compare to introduce the first keynote speaker for today. This woman I'm about to introduce, she's not just our keynote speaker today, she's somebody that I value so much. She's just everything you need as a young person in media and communication. She's inspiring, she's beautiful, she's intelligent, she's eloquent, she's professional. She has years of experience in the industry. And trust me when I say that she is the right woman for this conversation. I am telling you no lies. Because trust me, this woman, she's just the best person to have delivered the first keynote speeches iSpeak Conference 2025. But I still need more energy in that chat box because we need to introduce her better. We need to introduce her in an honoring way, not considering that it's a virtual event. I need all the energy in that chat box, all the energy, all the energy. Yes, use your favorite emoji. We need to let her know that she's indeed welcome at iSpeak Conference 2025. She's an amazing woman. And trust me when I say that a keynote speech would be that thing that you probably need to kickstart your career, or that speech that you need to get clarity on how to evolve or navigate the media and communications industry. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Damilola. Thank you, everybody. So, first, before I introduce our first keynote speaker of the day, I want to please implore us to please mute our microphones while she delivers our keynote speech. We need to ensure that there are no distractions in the background. We also need to ensure that the atmosphere is as coordinated and as composed as possible. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this woman I'm about to introduce is our first keynote speaker at iSPEAK Conference 2025. Before I mention her name, this woman, she is an award-winning TV presenter and event host. She's a lawyer. She's a multi-award-winning media personality with over a decade of experience in the hosting and broadcast industry, covering traditional digital and social media platforms. She's also a two-time winner of the prestigious Eloy Award for TV Presenter of the Year 2016 and 2022. She's also the Future Awards Africa Prize for TV Presenter of the Year 2018, among several awards that she has won. Ladies and gentlemen, this same woman was also listed amongst Nigeria's 100 most inspiring women by Leading Ladies Africa in that same year. Presently, she currently hosts Breakfast Central, a daily TV show on News Central TV that discusses the news and topical conversations around the African continent. And when she's not on TV, she's a compare who continues to deliver exceptional service in corporate lifestyle and entertainment events. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman is also the host of the newly launched Heartwarming series and talk show at his right hand, which is centered on celebrating inspiring journeys, stories, and growth. I speak conference community. With all the energy in the room, I would like us to warmly welcome our keynote speaker for today, Olive Muddy. Please put your hands
Recording in
together for
progress.
her. Please put your hands together for her in the chat box. We need to welcome her with all the energy in the room.
You're
It's
too
very, very
kind.
important. Hi, Olive. You look
Hi,
so
Hadassah.
beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. You look gorgeous as well. You've done a
Thank
great job.
you. Thank
Thank you
you
so
very
much
much.
for bringing a lot of energy to a virtual event, almost as if we're all gathered in the same room. Well done, and
Thank
I'm very proud of
you.
you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. And you have the
Okay.
floor now as our first keynote speaker for today.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I've seen the warm welcome in the chats. I can see the chats. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And I consider it an honor to be with you today. First of all, I want to thank Moyo for inviting me to I Speak Nigeria. Thank you so much for choosing to do this and being consistent with it. I think that Moyo Sarioluwa, it's a very I think it's very heartwarming first to see that you've decided to do this for all the younger MCs or even people who have been in the industry for as long, but they're looking to evolve. So well done on consistently doing this for 7 editions. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to my virtual audience, well done. Well done on thinking that it's important for you to show up for yourself. Being here signifies to me that you're showing up for yourself and you think you count yourself as important enough to show up for situations and events like this that will empower you. Thank you very much for being here. I just need an idea of the audience that I have. Are there more? So if you're interested in TV, I want you to indicate in the chat, I'm interested in TV. If you're interested in MCing, being a master of ceremonies, I want you to indicate it, master of ceremonies here. So I want to have an idea of the audience that I'm dealing with. If we have more MCs or more TV presenters, or if you are a greenhorn, you haven't entered into the space, but you're just, you're checking us out and thinking, is this a space I would like to? Okay, I see MC Adiron Care. Great. It's great to have you here, MC Adiron Care. So let me know what industry or what area. Master of Ceremonies. Okay, Damlola, TV and MC Mistura King. Great. TV and MC Titi Lokwe. Great. MC Adenike Oyedele. Okay, I see that we're having a mix of both TV and MC. But what I'll do is keep the answers coming. Thank you very much. TV and MC. Brilliant. So let's start by, I think I would lead you first through my journey and how I got into what I'm doing before I get into some of the things that that have been highlighted today. So how did I get into this? As some of you know, my background is in law, just like Muya Sorolua. I studied law. I was called to bar over 10 years ago. I'm trying to remember what year now. It's been a while. And while in university, I used to host events for free. I didn't think that I was going to be doing what I'm doing today. I was doing it for fun. They would call me to host events, and I just found that I had the gift of the gab. I could talk, I could engage with audiences. They would wake me up, and I would get a mic and deliver excellently. And so I used to do it for fun. I hosted SUG events, I hosted Lawson events. All I asked in return was for them to buy me food. See how cheap I was. I would say to the SUG president, "Oh, just once you get me food, I'm okay." And I did that for 5 years, never collecting a dime. And the fifth year of my, yeah, I like food, see my life outside. In the fifth year of my studying, my final year, I had a reality TV show. There was a reality TV show that I went for, Delta Talent Quest, and I got there was an acting reality TV show, and I won the reality TV show. And what that did for me is it gave me the confidence to think that I really did have a career in the entertainment industry. However, I thought it was going to be Nollywood and not public speaking, right? And then when I went, um, I almost did not go to law school. I shared a video recently. I don't know how many of you saw it. A video where I was acknowledging RMD because he was the one who was the executive producer. He was the commissioner of arts and culture at the time that I won the reality TV show. Yes, okay, great. And he talked sense into my head, he and my mom, and they said, go to law school. When you come out of law school, if you decide that this is a career path you would like to explore, then you go ahead and explore it. And so that was what I did. I went to law school. And while I was in law school was rigorous. If you see anybody who has gone to law school and come out, please praise them. It's not easy to go through law school and to pass, right? So right after law school, I got an opportunity. It was um, an opportunity to interview for a TV station. They wanted a lawyer that could act, and it only made sense that I went. So I didn't want to go. People pushed me. And I must mention that for all of these opportunities, I doubted and second guessed myself. I didn't think I was qualified to go for them. I didn't think I was qualified to go for DTQ. In fact, let me give you an idea. The day I auditioned, I was number 300 and something. That's how many people were there. They auditioned in Asaba, they auditioned in Sapele, they auditioned in Warri, in different parts of Delta State. And in that competition, I just went there because my sister forced me. I didn't think I had what it took to win that competition. After 28 days in the house, won a 1 million naira and a brand new car. But you think that that would boost my confidence and make me think I can achieve anything. Of course, the doubt was still there. And so when this opportunity came, I wasn't quite sure that I wanted to do it or that I could do it, but then I did it. And it's been a journey ever since. Today I've been able to spend over a decade in media by the grace of God, and my story is just continuing. But I wanted to highlight the first point to let you know that I've been hosting events for over 10 years and I've been doing TV for over 10 years, and I still get nervous before every event. I still get nervous before every time I have to get on stage. 98% of the time, I'm nervous. I was nervous before I came on here. And I remember that the first time I had this conversation with a friend, I said, I hate this feeling. I hate how nervous I get before every event. And the friend said to me, you're nervous because you're particular about doing a good job. And I'm sharing this because there are a number of you that are younger MCs that maybe started 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years, or even just about to start. And you're wondering, when will I get to the point where I no longer feel nervous? I don't know if you will ever get to that point. You need to embrace the nerves, ride with the nerves. The moment you start getting too comfortable, it then makes you sometimes feel like you've gotten a hang of it. You're not hungry enough. So I take the nerves as indication that I want to do a good job, and it makes me want to study more. It makes me want to read more and research more about the event. So that's the first background to how I got into TV, because the job I got was a TV job. Then for hosting, at this point, a year after I won my reality TV show, they had the next year's edition. And then they asked me to come and host. And so I went and I hosted it. And I co-hosted alongside Scott. I've forgotten his full name now. He's an actor. And it was a great thing, but I didn't think at the time that this was going to be a career path for me. So I went back to doing my TV. And I remember while I was in TV, there were a few opportunities that had come, but I wanted to be able to pitch myself more. But I still did not think, because the truth is, at the time when I was doing this, I didn't see a lot of lawyers, a lot of female lawyers who had conquered media and had the legal background. All I heard were people telling me that the rules of professional conduct for legal practitioners does not allow me as a lawyer to do this, and I won't be able to explore this. Moyo will be able to relate with me. The legal profession. Oh, maybe I promise you, I wasn't even thinking when I wore white and black. The legal profession is a very, very conservative profession, very, very private. They don't like a lot of noise, but things are starting to evolve. So I didn't have a lot of women then that I could look up to say, this person has conquered media and she's doing this as well, so I can't do it, right? But I'm glad that at that time when I said, okay, I want to explore this, I had a conversation with my friend Ayo. And I remember us praying about it. She had done a few events, and I said, you know what, I want to now explore a career in hosting. And I prayed about it. And after praying, I got my first, in 1 week, somebody reached out to me to host an event. I remember the very first event. The first few events I did in my career, they were free, or they paid me little or nothing. I mentioned this because at the start of your career, money should not be the primary focus for you. When you have value, money will come after you. And what I did with those events at the start of my career was to build value. Nobody knows, nobody needs to know you're doing it for free. Nobody needs to know how much you're getting paid. But what will be an utter shame is if you host this event and then you do not have content to show for it. In this day and age where social media, we're talking about global media impact. In this day and age where social media is a very key way for you to sell yourself, social media is your CV. When you do these free events, you must document it. I'm not asking you to pay for a huge content creator. Ask a friend to go with you, capture a few elements of you hosting. I've been hosting for over 10 years, yet some clients still come to me and say, can we see your video? Can you send us a video? So if they're asking me about that, it tells you that people still want to see content. They still want to see things by which they would judge your performance by. Now, I just wanted to give that as a background, to the conversation. And I must mention that for this session to be impactful, I want to be able to take your questions. I know that there are a number of you that have questions about media, about TV, about hosting. I would love to answer your questions. I want that to be the crux of today's session. So if you take nothing at all, it will be that whatever comments or questions or concerns that you had in your heart when you came here, that I was able to, within the best of my ability, address a number of them. So starting with the theme is reigniting passion, reinventing storytelling, and repositioning for global media impact. Reigniting passion would assume that there was a passion and that the passion was dead, right? And something has killed the passion and you're trying to reawaken it. You're trying to kickstart something that was there before. So let's talk about some of the things that I feel can kill your passion, judging from my own story. And some of the things I think that did kill my passion were, first, the monotonous nature of our work. I, for example, work on TV every day. I go on TV. I wake up every day at 4:30 a.m. to make sure that I make it to my studio. I go live on TV every day at 7 a.m. You're asking, why do you need to wake up at 4:30 a.m.? I live on the island. My studio is on the mainland. I have to prepare, get to the studio for hair and makeup, have some time to be able to go through the material for the day again before I go live. And I do this every day. And I've been doing this for years. And sometimes when your work becomes routine and monotonous and you're doing the same thing every day, it can get exhausting. So that can lead to burnout. That can lead to you sometimes questioning if you really want to do this. And if I'm being honest with you, there are times I've said to myself that I'm done. I'm done with TV. I'm done with all of this. I need a break. What else can kill your passion? Money. And while I tell you that money should not be the key focus of your work, and I still hold on to that, in the long run, there's a certain frustration that comes when you feel like you're not getting paid adequately. You're not getting the remuneration that you deserve for the job that you're putting or for the effort that you're putting into your work. There's also the concern about for MCs, for example, social media is a place where there's a lot of people doing what we're doing, and it feels like there's a huge influx of people into the industry. And there's more. I mean, you're very welcome. There are more events that are happening. So there's really a lot of space for everyone. But there's sometimes when, as creatives, there's a season where you're not getting as much work as you should get. And in those times, it can lead to you questioning if you're really in the right path. So there are tons of reasons. It can be just having worked so hard for a long time, which is why I'm glad and I'm proud of Moyo for going on a break. I find that in our industry, there's a tendency and an overemphasis on work as opposed to also emphasizing on rest. Rest is an important part of work. In fact, I dare say rest is more important than your work, and I'll explain. Our society, sorry, give me a second. I'm sorry, I needed to quickly sort something out in the background. So yes, I was saying that when you're not getting the money that you need from your work over time, there's a tendency to get distracted and there's a tendency to lose motivation. I'm hoping that we can address money as well along the line. So there are several reasons. Yes, rest is an important part of work. Take time out. We feel the need to always be booked and busy. Booked and busy is a phrase that is thrown around a lot in the entertainment industry, in the media space. But I sometimes rebel against the booked and busy culture because it places an overemphasis on work and it de-emphasizes rest. And rest is as much an important part of your work as your work itself. In fact, rest is a part of your work. So as we come to the end of the year, please map out time to rest. And as I'm talking to myself as well. Map out time to rest because it is only when you've rested that you can be creative. A rested mind is a creative mind. For those who are people of faith, there was a time in the Bible when Elijah thought he was depressed and frustrated, and life has come to an end for him, only to find out that he was just tired. So rest. Maybe you're not really burnt out. Maybe you're tired and you actually need to rest. Then reigniting passion sometimes comes from being able to reinvent yourself, do the same thing in different ways, right? So you've been hosting events for a long time. You can decide you want to branch into a different space, or you've been doing TV for a long time. Start a new project. Starting something new gives you a certain excitement. Hadassah introduced earlier that I started a new project at his right hand. Yes, please check out my YouTube channel, Olive MOD, and I have interesting conversations and inspiring conversations there. Starting that new project gave me an excitement. It stressed me so much, but if I could do it all over again, I will do it again. It gave me an excitement that I thought that I had lost. So there are a number of us that have ideas and we have things that we've been wanting to do for the longest time, but we just put it in a shelf or put it at the back burner for several reasons. One, you think this thing I want to do, many people are doing it. And so what? And so what if the thing you want to do, 100 people are doing it? Because the truth is, if you don't do it, someone else will do it. Haven't you seen situations where an idea comes to you and you think, oh, I'm going to do this within the next few months. And before you realize, somebody else has executed your idea in the same way that you thought about it. Has it happened to anybody here? Because it's happened to me several times. And I see this idea and I think I should have been the one doing this. But there is no new idea under the sun. The way the idea comes to you is the way the idea comes to everybody. And if you don't make hay while the sun shines, someone else will take that idea and run with it, and you'll be there biting your fingernails. So I hope that after today, you go and revisit your dream book, the book where you've written all the things that you want to do, all the ideas that you want to explore, and try it. And sometimes the reason why people don't explore these ideas is because you think, what if I fail? And so what if you fail? Even better if you fail, because you fail and you fail quick. Failure is a way to teach you what works and what doesn't work. Before I was able to deliver this project at his right hand, this is not my first personal project. I had done another project, a documentary that had excellent content. Great. But the documentary never saw the light of day because the audio was bad. It was poor. I was broken. I didn't know where to start from. But the good thing is, having experience that helped me to be better equipped for doing this because then I was particular about my content, particular about the team that I hired, told my team, you cannot mess up with the sound. I've been there before. I have content that never saw the light of day. So it's better for you to fail now and fail quickly so you can stand up. Failure is evidence that you've tried. Many people are so cared to fail. But the truth is, the most successful people that you see, they all fail on a daily basis. They're not just sharing with you their failures. And I think that it's important that we share our failures more. How that we start projects we're not able to finish, or we started it, had big dreams for the project, and just realized that the projects, things didn't pan out as we quite planned. Another reason why people experience burnout is the need for social media validation. There's a huge comparison that social media unfortunately forces you to do, where you see what you're doing and you see the other hundreds and thousands of people who are doing the same thing within your industry. And then there's a pressure to want to look at what you're doing via the lens of what someone else is doing. But you have to fight that demon of comparison. You have to fight it every day. Find what works for you. For me, it's faith. I find that my faith holds me as a steady anchor to let me know that there can be tons of us doing the same thing, and it's okay. God has many children, and all of them have to eat too. I'm not the only one that God has to bless, right? So you cannot judge the excellence of your work by the lens of another person. You can pick lessons. You can have honest introspection and say, okay, this person does this better than me. This is something I can learn from this person. You cannot wait for public validation and public applause before you do the work that you do. And I know that it's very easy to say, but hard to take this, because this is something tons of us struggle with. You put out content, you want people to engage with it, because the algorithm forces you to be in that rat chase where you're constantly chasing. When I put out content, I want people to see, I want people to like, I want people to comment. So it feels like we're in a constant rat race. Unfortunately, because for a number of us, social media is also business. It's how we feed. You, as an influencer, the clients come to you, and then when they give you work, they need to see your insights. The algorithm, sometimes you have to fight hard against the algorithm, but you must find your why. When you find your why is your center that stables you and holds you. It's your north. It keeps you centered so that you're not tossed here and there by the different fads and the different waves of social media pressure, right? As a media person, you know that the news is ever evolving, trends are ever evolving, and you cannot define the excellence of your work by something as fleeting as social media or the trends that will come and go. Because what was excellent 5 years ago, today, it's not as excellent. It might be good, but there are better standards. Look at the music videos that we grew up to. There are some songs that when you were young, you saw these videos and you thought, can anything be better than this video? But today, you see more videos coming out that really, really dust those older videos. They're good, but we now refer to them as old school. You go to parties and they're like, oh, let's play old school music. And the music some of us grew up to have now become old school artists. So you must find your why and ask yourself, why am I doing what I'm doing? Why do I want to do this? Why do I want to be an MC? Why do I want to be a TV host? What is your why? Maybe I should start by asking someone. Drop a comment and tell me, what is your why? Why are you doing what you're doing? Why do you want to have a voice that the world will hear? Because it is that why that keeps you centered. Maybe I want to take a few chats. So drop a chat in the chat box. Let me see. Why are you doing what you're doing? One person, let's see one person. Why? And if you've never asked yourself that question, now would be the time. And it's okay to be honest. There are people who are doing this for money because they think it's quick money. You talk 2 hours and you're done and they pay you. But you need to be honest with yourself. And for me, I would share with you what my why is, right? And there are no right or wrong answers, please. So don't feel under pressure to want to put an answer that feels like the answer is deep. No, there are no right or wrong answers. For me, as an MC, okay, great. Oyindamola Famakinde says it gives me a sense of fulfillment. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Oyindamola, for sharing your why. And that sense of fulfillment is what you will get after every event, even when maybe you think that you were not paid adequately or the remuneration was not commensurate to the effort that you put in. It's what will keep you steady. My why for me is because with I enjoy speaking. It makes me feel very connected. Olasukomi Oyedeji. All right. Thank you very much, Olasukomi, for sharing. I believe that when you ask me, I always say that I'm a storyteller and I'm curious. I'm curious about people's stories. I feel that there's a story on the inside of everyone, and it's my responsibility to unlock that story. I find that stories are a way in which you can change the world. In the lowest of moments in my personal life, I have gone online to look for certain stories. I want to hear other people's stories, people who have walked this path and how they've been able to surmount the challenges. And those hearing them share their stories have sort of inspired me. It's why when I decided that when I find that my niche, I'm able to fit better into human angle stories on television. I discuss politics every morning, but I enjoy human angle because I'm an empath. I can feel things strongly. I can connect to people's stories and their experiences. So I find that these are the things that keep me balanced and keep me steady. And even when the production is driving me crazy and I'm exhausted, then I get on the set and the person starts to talk and I remember my why and I'm brought back to my center. So you must ask yourself this, if for nothing else, if I wasn't making money from this, will I still do it? That's how you know if you really like this
ìyẹn
thing.
tó ti pa mí lánàá God will judge all of you.
Please, can you mute your mic? God will judge all of us. Amen. um, if you weren't getting paid, will you still do what you're doing? I think that that's an important thing to ask yourself. But money is a very important part. So let's talk money in a moment. But before then, I wrote a few things down, or one thing down. I think the one thing I want to highlight is authenticity. We have become a generation that is so keen on trends, on clout chasing, on being global, right? You want people do things, it's called rage baiting. They do things to trigger you. For example, like I make a video now and say, feminism is nonsense, and all feminists are mad. Saying that if they cut out this pitch now, this thing I just said, and put it on X, the way they will tear me apart. But for me, the way I will see it is, oh, after all, I'm getting engagement. All publicity is good publicity. That's not me. That's not my why. I'm not thriving in controversy. I'm not thriving in controversial statement. It works for some people. But I think that we need to come back to authenticity and telling real stories that have purpose, stories that have impacts, because authenticity will far outlive clout. The ones who have, garnered the clout and done the clout chase, and unfortunately, after a while, you realize they are flash and no substance. So you must always remind yourself that in a world where anybody can choose to say anything or do anything clout related, try to stick to authenticity. Own your story, be vulnerable with your story. Haven't you found that? I don't know if this is for everybody, that you connect more with people who are honest, who you feel like, I know this person and I know their story, as opposed to the ones who have like a packaged, sheltered life and it feels like they're project. And to be honest, even with people who are being honest and vulnerable, they're sharing what they have chosen to share. But you can tell. You can tell when there's authenticity in the story, and you must not lose your authenticity. I want to charge you today that in a world where you can choose to be anything, choose to be an authentic person. Authenticity will always shine through as an MC. Authenticity will always shine through as a TV host. And what does authenticity mean? It means being able to even start by telling yourself the truth. Now, one of my gifts as an MC is I find that I can host any kind of event, and I'm not even bragging. When I host a corporate event, you will think this girl is so serious, she doesn't know how to play. Then I host an informal event and I play so much, you think I have no serious bone. But then I've been able to find a middle ground between the both. I have also been honest enough to tell myself that I don't enjoy hosting weddings as much as I enjoy hosting other kinds of events. But if tomorrow now they start to say, oh, weddings are paying way more, I can then start to now delude myself to think, oh, wedding is my strongest suit. So start by being honest with yourself. Those of you on this life call that want to be MCs, there are some of you that know that your actual calling is with corporate events. There's some of you that know that your actual calling is as a hype person. You are born to be a hype man or a hype woman. Can you learn other skills within this space? Of course you can. But find where your strongest strength is and hit it, right? Some of you are blessed to be able to fit into any environment. You're fluid, and that's great. But if you are not, be honest with yourself, be authentic with yourself, and don't try to force yourself to be what you're not. Not every TV host will make a good MC. I know TV hosts who I have seen as MCs, and they haven't done quite the good job. But then you see them on TV and they're delivering excellently. So you must know what your strength is and be true to yourself. If being on TV, you find that it's a strength or it's something you want to work on, because the truth is, I don't think I mean, I would always pick someone who is willing to learn over someone who is born with a natural skill. So if you're born with this natural skill in this area, You can harness that. But if you think that there's another area that you have interest in, you can learn, but it starts by being honest with yourself. Being honest to say, I don't have the skill in this area, and I'll do whatever I need to do to get that skill. So please, I want to encourage us. If we're going to be reigniting our passion, if we're going to be reinventing storytelling, and you're going to be placing yourself on a global scale, be authentic, own your story, be factual, be truthful, but also in your authenticity, do not neglect the power of social media. And I'll share a story with you as I come to an end. I'll be happy to take questions. There was an event that I hosted this year, and the client said to me, Olive, we had, and it was a big event, and they said they had the deliberation in their office while they were trying to pick MCs. And a number of names came up, and they Googled a lot of them. They went on their LinkedIn. And that in going on their LinkedIn, they saw content from the other people, but they didn't see enough content on my LinkedIn. And in doing that, they said the head of this thing, I'm trying not to call their name, she said that she was tempted to not go with me, that she told them, oh, I don't see a lot of content here. And that young people in the office were like, no, it's a lie. It's the olive that we want. Go on her Instagram. But do you know that in some offices, corporate offices, there's like a firewall that prevents them connecting to entertainment. And in that category, Instagram falls into entertainment. So they go by whatever they see on your LinkedIn. And they hadn't seen enough on my LinkedIn to make a judgment. But then somehow, they then got to one video and saw another video, and then they reached a conclusion. I didn't know. I was in my house. I was busy posting on Instagram and neglecting LinkedIn. Have I still been able to fully win LinkedIn? In all honesty, no. But I'm sharing this mistake because I know that I have missed many opportunities because I haven't maximized LinkedIn. There are people that may never come to my Instagram, but they will never see my genius because I chose not to maximize LinkedIn. I want to appeal to you. Don't make these mistakes that I have made. As much as you're a talented and incredibly talented person, many people will not see your talent if you don't show them. It's why brands like Coca-Cola, no matter how big and influential Coca-Cola is, they have some of the biggest budgets for adverts. Every year, at the end of the year, they're doing Christmas adverts. They are getting Santa Claus. They're doing Share a Coke. They are writing your name on Coke bottles for you to buy. You think they're not smart and they don't understand the power of being able to showcase your work and putting your work and your brand in the faces of people. Is why the likes of Funke Akindele, even though she's one of the biggest box office actors in the country, she still sets aside a budget to advertise and show her work because she understands that for you to be on a global scale, there's a certain level of investment that you need to put in yourself. Invest in showing up on social media. If you don't know how to do it, ask the experts, go for classes. There's material online, learn, but don't deprive yourself of the opportunity to connect with the world. I know people in Nigeria here that have gotten international opportunities just because somebody saw their content on social media. So you must always treat your content like someone in America or in London or in Amsterdam, somewhere is seeing your content because they just might. So be authentic, own your story, tell your story, blow your trumpets. Don't be humble about it. Show your work. Carry your market on your head and hawk it in traffic if you have to. Right. I hope that with these few words of mine, I've been able to convince and not confuse you that it's very important for you to take up space, to not allow yourself be distracted by the clouds that social media brings, and to resist the urge to want to compare yourself with other people. I do want to take some practical questions that a number of you have had to face in your careers. If you feel comfortable turning on your camera, please, by all means, it'll be great to see your face. But if you don't, it's okay to just turn on your mic. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to ask. You don't need to ask for a friend. It can be a particular scenario you're dealing with, or a challenge you're dealing with, or something that you're curious about in the industry, and I'll be glad to answer. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I
Thank
mean, when
you.
I introduced, I already told you all that expect something very great to eat you. And trust me, this is one of the most relatable and authentic keynote speeches I've heard in a while. Thank you very much for delivering such a profound keynote speech. Can we please applaud our keynote speaker in the chat box? Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your story. That was very relatable. Like I said before she spoke, that we're not here to do aspire to perspire. We're really here to listen to the stories of our leaders and learn from their mistakes. And trust me, this is my pen. I wrote down a lot of things because I kept on listening and listening. I just wanted to concentrate on everything that she was saying. And she said a couple of things that I really found profound. Would like to take questions, but before then, I'd like to do a recap of the speech. First, she said something that stuck with me, and that is don't seek validation. In as much as social media engagement means a lot to us, because myself, I've had the experience. Earlier this year, I was supposed to work for one of my dream brands. They liked my work. They saw that I was professional, I was competent. But one thing that didn't make me get the job was because they wanted someone who had 10K followers upwards. I didn't get the job because I didn't have the required number of followers. So that's one reason why people would want to seek validation, because they know that if I jump on trends, jump on challenges, I do things for social media validations, I'd have lots of followers. And of course, my dream brands will want to work with me. But it's beyond that. For the good of yourself, don't seek validation. Also, she said something very profound again. Find your why. Why am I doing this? Why am I here? What am I doing here? So you need to find your why in capital, because that is the exact thing that keeps you going when everything seems to not work in your own favor. Find your why. She also said something very important. Know your strength and be true to yourself. Don't host weddings because somebody is hosting it and they're acing it. Don't try to be a corporate host when you know that your energy and charisma doesn't match the room of high-level individuals. So know your strengths and be true to yourself. And if you're able to find a balance between all types of events, good for you. It just means that you're versatile. It could also be a strength on its own. So know your strength and be true to yourself. If you're very good at corporate events, stick to it. Do it very well. Show up for your job like it's a multi-million naira gig. Just something that is very pertinent as far as young people are concerned. That is, be authentic. These days, it's the era of role model mentors. You want everybody to mentor us. Everybody wants to be your mentee. And in the long run, you try to copy that person that you look up to. She also said something that's very important. It's normal to like somebody. It's normal to like what somebody does. But you can instead mirror after them than copying exactly what they do. So be authentic, be yourself, have your own uniqueness. When people hear your voice, even if they've not seen your face, they would know that you're definitely the one speaking. Own your style. Don't try to be like somebody. Don't try to sound like somebody. And lastly, she said a lot of things. What are the things I was just able to write down? Post and document your work. Don't be shy about what you do. Post that video. I know that some of us want to be great to start, but it's better to start to be great. You want to wait till your videos are perfect. You want to wait till when the moments are picture perfect, to when everything is looking all glammed up before you post your work. The Oliver Muddy, Sean Benedict, Tolu Thompson, Babajide Goraro, all the people on the lineup of speakers and panelists, they started somewhere. They started posting when it didn't look like kids. They started showing up for their craft when it didn't even seem like kids. So please post and document your work. Post it like that. Document it, and I believe that with time, it will definitely get better. A very big thank you to our keynote speaker. And I'm very sure she'd like to take questions. So if you have questions, I'd like you to please raise your hands or signify in the chat box, indicate in the chat box. And if you could turn on your camera, that would really be great and interesting to see your face. So I'd like to take questions. Please, the Oliver Muddy is access to her is not free. So please, this is your moment. This is your time. This is your time to ask all the questions that you've been meaning to ask her, because she's truly here for us today. So we'd like to take your questions before we move on to the next thing on the agenda. Thank you. The session was really insightful. Thank you very much. So relatable. Thank you. So we'd like to take questions. I want to believe that we have questions, because trust me when I say that opportunities like this, they are one in a million. You don't find this kind of opportunities to speak to or ask her questions all the time. So this is the time that we have to truly. And Naomi, you have questions. Do you want to turn on your camera and unmute your microphone, or you'd like to indicate in the chat box? You're raising your
Also,
hands.
yeah, just not to put them under pressure. I think that if anyone is not in a place where they can turn on their camera, it's okay for them
I think somebody
to
has
just
to
turn on
grant
their
them
audio.
access.
Okay.
You can also type your questions.
I think if it's possible, can they? Because it would be great to hear them speak.
Yeah.
If you can turn on your mic, your video is great. But if you can't, it's fine. Hello, Titi Lokwe. All right. Who's behind the scene? Our team. If you can please turn
Okay, so we
that
have
up.
three people who have raised their hands.
Okay.
There's Titi Lokpe, Olasukomi Oyedeji, and Naomi Oba. So Titi Lokpe, you can go first. Please unmute your microphone and turn on your video if you can.
Hi, good morning.
Good
Hi. Good
So good to
morning.
morning.
be here. Thank you so much, Olive. It's so nice to
Thank
meet you
you. Lovely
in
to meet you
face
as
to
well.
face aside Instagram. And thank you so much, Dr. Mo, for this conference. Thank you, Adasa. You've been fantastic. So I have two questions. I think the first one is, so I know you talked about LinkedIn, but I work 9 to 5 as
Okay.
a compliance analyst. And I started hosting event this year because I started doing it from church. A lot of people told me to try it because I've been doing it very well in church. So I started out. So I want to ask, because my LinkedIn is mostly my compliance work and all of that. So how do I combine the two with event hosting? I'm thinking, will people be confused about what I'm doing? Because I have a 9 to 5 and I'm saying I'm hosting. Will that not send a signal of, can she make up her mind? What is she trying to do? Like,
Mm.
I'm doing two different things. So
Do
that's my
you?
first question. Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. There was the second one.
Okay, the second one, so I stay outside Lagos, and sometimes I feel like it's like almost all the events are in Lagos. And
Where do you
staying
stay?
outside of Lagos feels like you are missing out on a lot of things, a lot of opportunities. I'm trying to also be able to come into Lagos and, of course, do events in Lagos. But sometimes, they say if you want to go very far, it's good to go with people. And
Mm.
sometimes, recently, when I joined the industry, I'm beginning to feel like it seems like a bubble. How do I get to meet with people, connect, and all of that? I've been trying to do my best, but it sometimes feels like a bubble. How do I penetrate that bubble? How do I get to connect with people that can also, um, help me through? So I just don't even walk this journey alone.
Just to confirm, where do you
Generally,
stay?
I stay in Ibadan.
Ibadan is not far now.
Yeah,
And
exactly. It's not far, of course. I don't have a
there are
problem.
events in Ibadan now. Okay, first
There
of all,
are
thank
actually.
you. First of all, for asking that question, Titi Lokwe. So let's start with you work as a 9 to 5. You have a 9 to 5 as a compliance analyst. Just to quickly mention, do you go by a stage name or do you go by your real name for your MCing gigs? Titi Lokwe, are you there?
Okay, yes, I go by my name, Titi
Your
Lopelanian. I
name.
use my name, yes.
Okay. To be honest, I don't think that people will feel like you are confused, right? Because off the top of my head, I can think of several people that have 9 to 5s, but are also MCs. I know of bankers that have a 9 to 5 job that are also MCs. I know of lawyers that have a 9 to 5 job. So you specific, unless it will be a problem to your employer, but you can specifically say that on your bio that you have a full-time employment as so and so and so, but you also are a professional MC, and you do this way. You also do this side by side because there are a number of people that do both together. Building a fresh social media from scratch can be hard. I think that you can juggle both. I think that you can juggle both, especially if you've already built an audience there. I don't think people can be people will be confused. How much of your, even with the compliance work, how much of your compliance work do you post on social media?
Not so much. I try to do a bit of it.
Which of the brands are
Not
you
so
looking
much.
to push forward?
I'm actually looking to push my event hosting forward.
You see, I do many things as well. This year, last month, I got offered to come and act in a movie. In fact, my breakthrough into entertainment was acting. I don't post a lot of in fact, I'm not proud to say this, but majority of the events I've hosted this year haven't made it to social media.
Hmm.
So, but I need to do better. So you can then decide, okay, if I don't want to push my compliance side and I want to push my MSTing side, then you start to post more of your MSTing. With regards meeting people in Lagos, yes, I will mention that there are a lot of opportunities in Lagos, but don't look beyond the opportunities in Ibadan. I've been called to come and host events in Ibadan. I gave someone an event because I know I can't travel to Ibadan. It's happening this month, I think in a week. I said, I can't travel. I have work on TV. And then I recommended someone else for them. I said this to say that start with your network in Ibadan. In church, where you host events, how many people have you gone to tell, oh, I do this professionally? I would like to host your events. You will pitch yourself. At the beginning of your career, you will pitch yourself, right? When I started to host events, I remember then I used my leverage on TV when clients will come on the show to talk about their events. Once I've done an excellent job steering the conversation and selling their market on TV, at the end I'll say to them, "It was such a pleasure speaking with you. Just to confirm, do you have an MC for your event? Because that's a service I also render professionally. There's no shame in the game. Sell your market, right? I don't do much of that anymore now, but I think that it's very important to pitch yourself. There are certain people who will never see you in a certain light. They all see you as, I don't know if you're a choir chorister or you're in the ushering. Ah, so particular choir in ushering. You need to change how they see you. Host a few events. You might do a few of them free. I did an event in my church on Sunday. I've gotten another work from that event that I did on Sunday. Somebody has reached out to me because the truth is, beyond for a while, a number of them keep seeing you as, oh, this sister that handles Bible reading or handles communion or handles this thing. You need to change how they see you. Start with your network. Tell everybody everywhere that you go, I MC events, or can you please mention my name? Because sometimes it's not that they don't want to patronize you, but it is the person in your face that you remember. I got an acting gig because I posted on social media and a director saw it. I was like, oh, that's true. Oh, Olive acts, and I've not worked with her in a while. And she called me immediately and said, I just saw your picture on Instagram. And I remember that I haven't worked with you in a while. Are you free? Let's do a movie. Do you get? So you need to put yourself in the faces of people actively. Start with your circle in Ibadan. You don't have to move to Lagos to break through. And Ibadan to Lagos is not far. I know people who live in Abuja but come to Lagos. I travel to host events. I travel to Abuja to host events. I travel out of Lagos. So you don't have to move to Lagos. Let's break that mindset of, oh, I only until I am in Lagos before I break through. And then you can start to pitch for brands in Lagos. Ibadan to Lagos is a short distance. You come to Lagos, you host the event, look for one friend to stay with, go back the next day. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome and all the best. I mean, there's so much. The sky is really wide. Thank you very much, Titi Lokwe, and welcome to the industry.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that very profound. Honestly, that's the most relatable answer to that because I mean that's true. I don't live in Lagos and I host Lagos events back to back.
Absolutely, you do that a lot.
So when she asked that question, it felt like she was asking me. So she has answered the best way that anybody would. I also do not live in Lagos. I also events in Lagos. And she has told you the right thing to do, and that is to look beyond. Don't look beyond Ibadan at first. Have you done enough Ibadan? Have you done enough events in Ibadan first? Have you made a name for yourself in your territory before you try to penetrate into another territory? So it's very, very important. Thank you very much. Moving on very quickly. Naomi was raising her hand. Naomi, can you please unmute your microphone and turn on your video if you can and ask your questions? But before then, I think there's a question. Well, there are questions in the chat box. So Peculiar said, how do I find my niche in public speaking? Is passion really enough? And Oyinda Mala is asking, for beginners, how do you navigate starting and what kind of events do you start with?
Okay, let's start with those two. Is passion enough? How do I find my niche? And as beginners, how do you find events? Is that what she asked?
How do you navigate starting and what kind of events do you start with?
So the answer I'm going to give you is similar to the answer I gave to Tilok, start with your circle. Start with your audience. Somebody in your family is having a birthday party. And this sort of also ties into the first question. Someone is hosting a birthday party, volunteer to host their party for free. Don't ask for money. Tell them, oh, I'll do this for you for free. In the course of doing it, you find out if you enjoy it. The truth is, like I said in my session, allow yourself to feel and feel quickly so you know what works and what doesn't work. So try a number of events. And when they're not paying you, reduce the pressure, right? There's not a lot of pressure. Don't think for someone who's starting, let money not be the core focus. Because then there's a lot of pressure if they've paid you money. There's a lot of pressure to deliver. But tell them I'll do it for you for free. And then that reduces the pressure. Try a few events. Someone's doing birthday. Oh, let me host for you. They're doing an event in church. Volunteer to host. Somebody in your circle has a conference. Tell them you want to do you want to moderate a panel for them. Attend other events and watch other MCs. Watch. There's always something to learn. When you're watching how other MCs are navigating, you're picking one or two things. You're either learning what you can do better, or you're seeing what they did not do well enough. and you think, oh, okay, they could have adjusted this, right? So, and in doing all of these various events, you will find your niche. You will find out what comes to you naturally, and you find out the ones that don't come to you, the ones you don't enjoy doing at all. But you will not find out if you don't do it. The only way you will find out is by doing it, and you see the one that comes to you easily. Have friends, trusted friends, who will tell you the truth and tell you radically. If they can go for these events with you, let them go and watch you from the audience. I have people who do that for me. I have friends who watch my show and say to me, you were good. I mean, you never not do a good job, but today I could tell that your energy was below normal. What happened? I have people who watch it and say, "Oh, you did excellent here," and say, "I feel like you could have done this differently." I'm not surrounded by yes mans. So
Mhm.
summary of it, I think the two questions are related, their answers are related. Volunteer to use your family and friends as practical. Use them a lot. Hold different kind of events for free. When you do it for free, it takes away the pressure. And then in doing it, you'll find out what comes to you naturally. But please, I know you are doing free events. Show up with the same level of excellence for a free event as you will show up for a paid event. Nobody needs to know that you weren't paid. People will see you hosting the event. I've hosted an event that did not pay me my rates, but the money I made from that event, talk since we're recording. So yeah, show up with excellence. That's just all I'll say. Let's take a few more questions so that the next people can.
All right, thank you, Asma. Thank you so much.
Thank
The answers are very relatable and just things that anybody would understand. Okay, you can please unmute your microphone and turn on your video. Thank you. Hi, Aderonke, can you hear me? Okay, so we'll take Aderonke and Joanne's questions. So Aderonke would go first. Aderonke, can you hear me? Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can see. Ooh,
Oh,
you look
hi. Good
good.
morning.
Hi, how are you? I know you.
Yeah, I met you at Women in Business Initiative at
Wimbies, you were the
FSBH.
MC that said you're into sports.
That what?
That you're into sports. Are you the sports MC?
Yes, 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 I am. Cheerleading,
Well
cheer.
done.
Yeah.
Gymnast. Hey.
Good morning. Lovely to see
Good
you
morning.
again.
Lovely to see you as well.
Okay, so here's my question. You talked about how sometimes you're not getting paid the way you should be paid, and that should not make you frustrated. Sorry. Hey, Max, please keep quiet. Thank you. Sorry, my kids.
No, it's okay. It's
Um,
fine.
so for me, people around me look at me with these side eyes, like, you're doing a mixture of some paid jobs that are not paying you enough and some free, and you have kids and you're not making enough money, you are getting older. Like my mother told me 2 weeks ago, a fool at 40 is a fool forever. I'm not even 40 yet. And
I'm
then
sorry.
I'm like, I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying my best. Like, I'm trying to put myself out there. I'm trying, like, I'm really trying. But my effort does not seem to be matching up with what all I've been putting in. And I'm still trying to put in more. Like, how do I make it work?
Okay.
How do you make
I
it
hear what you're
happen?
asking. I hear what you're asking. I'm really sorry about your mom. You know, I'm not making excuses, but sometimes the people in our lives want the best for us, but they don't know how best to communicate that. They sometimes feel like they have to give you like they have to wake you up from your slumber. I once also had somebody who said to me that I left a noble career like law to go and be fooling myself in the entertainment industry. So it is what it is. You're in the right circle. I would say that, to be honest, first of all, how long have you been hosting?
10 years.
10 years. Okay. Later, please send me a DM with your page. I want to see your videos.
Okay.
I think also that it's important that we get feedback to see what's working and what's not working. Sometimes it's important to have somebody see your page and see what you've done and what you're not doing, so that they can give feedback as to what you can do better. The kind of events you host, are they strictly sports related events?
No, no.
Okay, because that's
I've done school events, 5th year anniversary, done a few red carpets, church. Yeah. So basically, the sports keeps coming back to me every year. Yeah.
Okay, because I wanted to say that looks like it's a niche area, but I don't know if we have as much. I'm not very informed. I can't speak to that, but it feels like we don't have as much of sporting events, at least in Lagos. I don't know. I don't want to say something I'm not sure of, as opposed to the general one. So it's good to hear that
Uh-huh.
you're open to other events as well. Honestly, I would just say that maybe get feedback on what you're doing that you can do differently. And sometimes the people who have been, if I'm being honest with you, my breakthrough wasn't in the first 5, 6 years of my career. It took a while. It took a while for for me to start feeling like I was earning enough. And you must also have friends in the industry that you can be honest enough with and share. And I'll give you an example. There was a time in my life that I don't know if I should share this, but there was a time that there was a certain amount that I was stuck on. And I just could not imagine that I would charge more than that, or that I felt if I should share to clients that I was going to charge more than that they will go. And it was my friend, Ayo, that brought me out of that situation. And she said, Olive, leave this money, let this money leave you alone. Come up hither. And I remember her negotiating a deal with a client for me that was going to pay me times two of that. And when I saw that, it never occurred to me that I could earn that much. I could never have imagined that I would earn that much if my friend did not negotiate that for me. So I'm saying to you that have people you can have honest conversations with. And don't just go and ask anybody randomly. People are not just randomly going to tell you how much they're earning or how much they're getting paid, but find out how much they're earning and what works. Two, for female MCs, unfortunately, the stakes are high for us. Appearance counts a big deal. They judge you. I have clients say to me that, oh, we want you to look glam. You know, you're at the center of the event. And I'm like, I hope your payment is going to be a glam payment too. So you have to, unfortunately, look the part. Sometimes they come to you because they feel like, and I've heard people say that to me that, you know, you're a woman, you add a lot of color to the event. The stakes feel like they're higher for us. So you must invest in how you present. And investing in how you present doesn't mean you have to spend a lot of money on how you look. There are brands that are just starting that you can collaborate with. There are people that are looking for people who wear their clothes and take pictures for them because they can't create content. So if your commitment is to work with somebody who's growing their brand as well, to say, whatever outfits you give me, I'll create great content with it that I can use on my platform, you can use on your platform as well. So you must prioritize how you show up. Because the truth is, it's a vain industry. They gauge how you appear, right? Before they hear you, they see you first. So those are things that you will take into account. And you don't have to do too much. Sometimes less is more, but you cannot overlook it. But let's have a conversation away from here. And you know, it would take send me what's your Instagram name?
Adironkeru
Okay,
at
send me a DM.
Adironkeru.
Okay,
Okay,
send
I
me a
will.
DM as soon as I get off here. I may not be able to
Okay.
respond immediately because I have another engagement, but at least I can take note of it and pin it. But I'm really sorry. I know that I can get very discouraging. And sometimes you're just at the edge of your breakthrough. It might just be one more event and things will turn around. I know when things turn around for me, and it's not been so long. Don't let people, what you see on social media, deceive you. Mm? I'm sending you lots of
All right.
love.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. My love to your kids.
Oh, thank
All right,
you.
darling. Okay. Hadassah, are you with us? I can see
Thank you
that.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Joan
you.
and
Yeah, thank
Lasukomi,
you very
as quickly as we can, if we can maybe
Mm.
compress the next ones into 1 minute, and I can compress my response into one minute as well.
All right, John and Olasukomi. John, you go first. Then we have Olasukomi last for this particular session. Thank you very much for joining in. All right, John, you have the floor. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, hi.
Hi,
My
Joan.
name,
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right,
My
please
name
go
is
ahead.
and I'm 17. So here is my
Ooh,
question. I live in a small town where opportunities for creatives are limited, and I don't want my town limiting. So I have this big vision to build a community for young writers, speakers, and artists like me. But I feel too small and inexperienced. How do I begin leading and building something meaningful when I don't feel confident or visible yet, and I don't have the right equipment?
You don't have what?
The right equipment,
What is the right equipment?
like because anything we'll be doing, I want us to video it, but I don't. I feel like I don't have the right equipment.
Okay. Where do you live? Hello, John.
Yes,
Where do you live? If I may ask, what
I
state?
heavy state.
Kebbi. Okay. First of all, thank you very much for sharing your question. And I must say that I'm very proud of you at 17 to have such big dreams. I think that it's incredible. And you have such a bright future. If at 17 you're already thinking about this. John, the only limitations that exist are the limitations that you give to yourself. You have so much, your advantage is that you're starting early. There are a number of us that didn't start as early as you're starting, but you have the advantage of youth, of age, of understanding what the trends are. I have to learn how to communicate with Gen Alphas and Gen Zs because they're not my generation, but you already have that advantage, right? Start where you are. Start small. Have you seen the comedians, a number of our favorite comedians, the Lasisi Elenos and Taumas? For those who have been following some of these comedians, can you tell when they move houses, for example? You can see that they are filming content in a house. And look at TikTok. TikTok has given you an opportunity to know that it's not about the beauty or the aesthetic appearance of your house or of your camera. People with low budget cameras shoot content on TikTok and it goes viral. And we see even with our comedians, we are able to follow their growth. You can tell when they're living in a small house, when they move into a bigger house and all that. I would say start where you are. Don't allow your opportunities limit you. And don't allow yourself lie to yourself. It's your mind, your limitations lying to you. If you joined at the start of this conversation, I shared that I've been doing this for years and I sometimes still question myself. If I, with my level of experience and at my age, can still question myself, I think you're in right company. So don't feel bad that you're feeling that pressure of feeling too young or feeling limited. We all deal with that. In fact, excuse me, I would say that when you get too confident and too comfortable, you should be a bit worried. Having little, I don't know if you're a person of faith, but having little gives room for God to fill in the remaining parts that are missing. So from where you are, reach out to other fellow creators in Kebbi State. Go online, search for creators in Kebbi State. Collaboration is the first way to start. Reach out to them and tell them, I'm trying to do this thing. I'm trying to create this community. Engage with them, make friends with them. You start to create a group. You drop comments on their posts. You collaborate with them in creating content. So start with collaboration. Sometimes we want to take the shine and take the glory of doing things by ourselves. But when you do it alongside other people, it's easier. So let's start with focusing on looking for other creators in Kebbi State. You might see creators that have better equipment that you would say to them, I want to collaborate with you. Let's pick out a day to shoot. You guys will pick out a day you bulk shoot. You've been able to use their content. Look for studios. The studios that have reached out, at some point at the start of my career, that would say, come and shoot with us. Not even at the start of my career, even very recently, some of them want you to come and shoot for free so you can give them credit. There are people who still do that. So you can do that as well. Look for studios, look for other creators. They will share with you how they're able to navigate these complexities. And you find that if I were to ask by show of hands or in the comment section, how many MCs, TV hosts have second guessed themselves, almost every hand will go up. So your age is an advantage and it's not a disadvantage. So well done. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Your first assignment, look for other creators in Kebbi State. Look for studio houses in Kebbi State that you can collaborate with and start now. Now, when you do, please send your content to me. I want to see it. Thank you, Joanna.
All
Well
right.
done.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much, Ma. Thank you
You're
so much for
welcome.
that very beautiful answer. And for the last time for this Guinness session, we're taking our last question from Olasukomi Kukoyedeji. Olasukomi, please, you can unmute your microphone. Can you keep your questions precise and short so that we can release our keynote speaker to go on with our other engagements for today. Thank you very much.
Alasaka, maybe your mic on.
Okay, I think you just...
Okay, yes, go ahead. Yes. Alasaka, are you speaking? Because we can't hear you yet. Okay. If your audio is having issues, maybe type your question, if that would help. But it would have been great to hear your voice. I think maybe her or his internet is having issues. So there's a question from YouTube.
Okay, there's a question from YouTube.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right.
Hi.
Alasukami, your network seems to be very bad and we can't hear you. Can you type your question instead?
I'm so sorry, Alasukami. I'd have loved to hear you because you would have been the first man to speak today. I'm so sorry. Okay, I see the question on YouTube. My question is based on the mentors. How do you know to stop mirroring them and copying them? How do you even know you are copying them when you don't know how to do it yourself or your way? Favor Oluwatoyi. So when I was speaking to copying, right, what I was speaking to was the pressure of judging your work through another person's lens, which can lead to comparison. And comparison is a thief of joy. And then you start to think, oh, I'm not good enough because when I do my own intro, it doesn't sound as smooth as this person's intro sounds, or I'm not able to carry engagements or carry the audience like this person sounds. I think, first of all, always ask yourself before you look at anybody else. You can always look to people for inspiration and get ideas from them, but allow yourself your first thought. And I always say this to people that a way to train yourself to be original is when you want to make a decision, ask yourself, what do I think first of all, before you ask a second party for their feedback. When you find out what you think first of all, then you can look online and find out ideas from other people and see how you can incorporate that. How do you know if you are copying other people? Sometimes you don't, if I'm being honest. Maybe somebody will point it out. It's why it's important to have circle of mentors or circle of friends, friends, trusted friends. I'll give you an example. One day on TV some years back, my friend Ayo was watching my show. And after the show, she called me back when we're done with TV and she was like, I watched you on TV today, and that person wasn't you. Didn't sound like you. You sounded a little too stiff. You are not a stiff person in real life. Why were you stiff on TV? You needed to be flexible. You were sounding like, oh, because it's news, you want to be rigid. I'm so sorry. They're doing a construction around. I hope the audio is not so poor. And she was like, you need to be flexible. You were too stiff on TV. That was feedback of somebody that knows me, right? And was able to give me that kind of feedback. So maybe find people that know you, that know where you're going to, that understand the vision that you have for yourself and your career, and they can give you honest feedback. And ask them, say, look, don't sugarcoat it, just tell me as it is. And I hope that that you're able to find people that can be that honest with you and that it helps. I can see Olasukomi now, but his audio, I don't think it's going to work.
Okay. Alasukami, if you can hear me, can you please type your question in the chat box so that we can have our last question for this session? We need to move on very quickly to the next thing and the other programs. All right, sadly, we might have to move on. So first, I'd like to thank our keynote speaker for iSPEAK Conference 2025. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We're so pleased, honored to have you. And trust me, you delivered value. And in a very short time, you were able to share your story and also answer the questions in the most relatable way. Thank you very much. We're truly, truly honored to have you.
Thank you.
And I'd like us to please
Thank you for
applaud our
having me.
keynote speaker in the chat box. Thank you
you
very much, my God bless you. We're truly honored
God
to have
bless
you.
you
I hope
too.
that next year, when we invite you again for iSPEAK Conference 2026, you'll be more than willing to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And, thank you, everyone. And just to encourage you that regardless of where you are in your journey, so long as you're committed to giving the best value, show up with every I think my final thoughts would be show up for every event as if it was your first time hosting and not with the confidence of somebody who has been doing this for long, because that way you're able to put in the work and deliver value every time. And when you're able to deliver value in due time, money will chase you. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you. And
Thank you
I wish
very
you all the
much.
best in our industry. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye. And have an amazing day. Thank you
You
so
as
much.
well.
Thank you. All right, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're still live at iSPEAK Conference 2025. Thank you very much for joining in. Thank you for your contributions and questions. Thank you for hyping up our keynote speaker. I'm very sure that if you didn't tell anyone, you'd never tell this was a virtual experience. Thank you so much for joining in. We're truly honored to have you. All right, moving on. I already told us at the beginning of this event that as a young MC, a young public speaker, a young person in media and communication, iSPEAK Conference 2025 is that room that you need to be. And I'm very sure that this first session already played out that reality for us. And trust me, the other sessions are going to be as much as beautiful. So I mentioned at the beginning of the event that we have a Get Ready With Me challenge going on. And the entry submission ends at 12 p.m. But before then, there was a Get Ready With Me video that was shot by our convener, Mrs. Moyosoro Luailesho Tefia, and the video would be displayed by the media now to serve as our interlude before our next session. So I'd like us to please pay so much attention to it while the media displays the Get Ready With Me video by our convener, Mrs. Moyosoro Luailesho Tefia. Thank you very much. So if you've not posted your Get Ready With Me video, please kindly do well. Kindly do well to post it.
Is upon us me for the 7th edition of iSPEAK Conference. Come on! So this is the outfit of Hey, it's iSPEAK Conference morning! Finally, the day is upon us. Get ready with me for the 7th edition of iSPEAK Conference. Come on! So this is the outfit of the day. I have a white shirt, black trouser, a jacket, and this cute tie. Remember that we have prizes for the top 3 Get Ready With Me. Of course, I know it's the virtual edition, but we are still showing up and showing out, so go get ready. So I have my shirt, pant, and now I'm gonna wear my jacket. I'm sorry? I'm not sure what wig I want on this look, but let's see how it goes. I hope that you're awake and you're getting ready for iSPEAK 2025. So this is my tie. Hey, it's iSPEAK Conference.
To be very sure that it's not my network. Please, if you can hear me, can you indicate in the chat box? Okay, so that's the network issue from the media team because the video seems to be stuck.
Morning! Finally.
I want to believe that the issue would be sorted. So if you've not posted your Get Ready With Me video, can you please post that before 12 p.m. as 3 people would have the chance to walk away with 50,000 naira each as the prize for the most creative, the most beautiful Get Ready With Me video. So if you've not posted yours, please do well to post it before 12 p.m. and make sure to tag iSPEAK Nigeria. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sadly we have to move on with iSPEAK 2025 because it seems we're having technical issues. We're so sorry, but before the event, if we have enough time, we'll definitely play the video again. All right, thank you very much for your cooperation since the beginning of iSPEAK Conference 2025. You know, iSPEAK Conference has been on for 7 years. This is the seventh edition, and so far, all of us speakers keep delivering value year in and year out. And this year again, with curated speeches and panel sessions to inspire you, to motivate you, to impact you, to ensure that you do not leave this room the same way you came. And that will lead us to the next thing on the other program, which is our stagecraft panel. Who is excited? I need to see some excitement in the chat box before I introduce our panelists and our beautiful moderator for this panel session. So I need all the excitement in the chat box before I introduce our next panel session, the stagecraft panel session. Thank you. I need more energy, more energy. Thank you, Adibolaji. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Aderonke. Thank you, Motorayo. Thank you, John. Thank you, Peculiar. Thank you. Thank you. All right, the Stagecraft panel session is very important. It's a panel session that would feature 3 top industry leaders as far as event hosting is concerned. They're people who are thriving, excelling in the media industry. And when I read their bios, you truly understand why it's not just hype to say that they're industry leaders. They're truly industry leaders who have walked the path. They understand what the mic means. They understand what it means to make waves in the media industry. And this panel session would definitely recharge you, like our theme is for the year. Recharge. Can somebody say recharge in the chat box? I need to see it. Recharge. This panel session is expected to refill you, recharge your batteries. And definitely, I'm very sure that our panelists are well prepared to deliver value on this panel session. And this panel session would be on the topic, the mic and media influence, defining your approach for the new media frontier. I'll go again. The mic and media influence, redefining your approach for the new media frontier. So you're going to be learning how to balance the mic and media. How do you show up? How do you document? How do you define and redefine your approach? And I had the distinct pleasure of introducing our panelists. And the first person I'm about to introduce, this woman is a seasoned communications professional. She's a media personality and event host and brand strategist with a passion for storytelling and public speaking. She has a background in history and international relations from Obafemi Awolowo University and in broadcast journalism from the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. Her career began in digital public relations at Max FM, then Television Continental, before transitioning into a role as a digital executive, presenter, and producer at News Central TV, where she spent many impactful years owning expertise in broadcast and digital media. She's currently the head of brand and marketing communications at Terra Developers, a leading real estate development company in Lagos and Abuja, where she is shaping brand perception and driving growth in customer engagement through strategic campaigns and bold communications. She's known in the event industry as the Sean B. She shines on multiple stages as a vibrant wedding MC and compares for both corporate and social events. Additionally, she provides strategic PR consulting, specializing in publicity and branding, helping stories reach the right audience and the right voice. Excellent guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for our first panelist for the Stagecraft panel? Sharon Benedict. A round of applause for Sharon Benedict as she takes the stage as one of our panelists for the Stagecraft panel. Please put your hands together for her in the chat box. Use your favorite emoji to welcome her. Tell her you love her. Tell her thank you for coming. Thank you very much, Sharon Benedict, for joining in. She's popularly known as D. Sharon B, a very powerful woman in media, and I'm very sure that this panel session would definitely make her share stories with us. The stories will be meaning to you. And I'm very sure that our moderator would also do a good job asking her the right questions for the right moment. Thank you very much. I want to also confirm that she's in the room. I know she was in the room earlier, but I want to
Yes, I'm
confirm.
here. Good morning, everybody.
Hi, so great to have you on the panel. You look
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Look at
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much for joining. It was really honored to have you, ma'am.
An honor
All
to
right,
be.
ladies and gentlemen, I would move on to introduce our next panelist for the Stagecraft panel session. This woman I'm also about to introduce an amazing woman. She's a distinguished event MC, panel moderator, TV presenter, and red carpet host. She's known for captivating her audience with a flawless stage presence and effortless charm. Her professionalism, charisma, and natural command of the mic has made her a trusted host for brands like Tech Cabal, Wanda PLC, Toyota, Access Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Business Day, Lagos Business School, and more. Whether she's moderating a conversation or lighting up the red carpet, this woman knows how to create moments that stays with you. Esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tolu Thompson. I call her Big TT. Thank you very much for joining this panel session. We're truly honored to have you as one of our panelists on the Stagecraft panel. Thank you very much, Tolu Thompson, for joining in. We're truly honored to have you in our midst. Thank you very much. We'd like to hear your voice. We'd like to see your face. Hi, Tolu Thompson. Can you hear me? You need to
Can
unmute.
you hear me?
Hey, Tolu Thompson. Hi. Thank you very much.
Can you see me? The camera angle.
Yes, we can. We can see you. We can see you. Can see you. And you look very beautiful. We can see you. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go on to introduce our third panelist for the Stagecraft panel session. He's our only man on this panel, but when I say that he's truly the right man for the conversation, I am not doing so much. He's a multilingual broadcast journalist and a multiple award-winning international MC, known for his electrifying stage presence, versatility, and signature storytelling style. He's a three-time recipient of the Most Outstanding Event Host in Nigeria and an African Icon Award honoree. He has become a leading voice at African event and entertainment industry. With a career spanning corporate, social, and international stages, he is recognized for redefining the heart of event hosting through creativity, cultural infusion, and audience engagement. He's an elite league master of ceremonies and television broadcaster with a career spanning over close a score of being both. As a broadcaster, he has had 4 World Cups coverage and over 7 Nations Cup work experience, and he has led some of the biggest campaigns for the government and corporate Nigerian institutes, including the fight against Lassa fever, COVID-19 for the Federal Ministry of Health, and so on. He was recently awarded as the MC of the Year and inducted into the 2025 Top 100 Most Industrious Youth in Africa. He is Nigeria's most outstanding event host for the year 2023, 2024, and 2025. He is also a 2024 Southwest Outstanding Event Host for the year. He is also the Southwest Nigerian Most Outstanding Personality of the Year. In regards and so on, he is a multi-award-winning MC, and he regards himself as one of the greatest to ever do this. And why not? He's a teacher of MCs and mentor to many broadcasters, and he has popularized the saying, "We are live and indeed we are live." Ladies and gentlemen, we are live and indeed we are live with Babajide Guerrero, our third panelist on the Stagecraft panel for today. Please put your hands together for Babajide Guerrero as he joins us as our third panelist on the Stagecraft panel session. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our moderator for the panel session. She has the honor of steering the conversation for this particular panel session. But before I introduce, I would like us to please get ready for questions during this panel session because our panelists are ready to answer questions in the most relatable way. And I'm very sure they're also prepared to take our questions. So if you're going to be typing your questions, please do well to do so. And if you're going to be unmuting your microphones, please do well to do so because definitely our panelists are ready to listen to our questions and answer them in the best way. All right, our moderator for this panel session is also another beautiful, intelligent, eloquent woman. She's a corporate and communications professional. She's a corporate compare and award-winning public speaker, a public speaking coach, and social impact leader. She's also the 2024. She's also a 2024 Global Peace Ambassador representing Nigeria on the global stage. And she's also a passionate advocate for youth empowerment, community management, and peace building initiatives are fostering security and development in Nigeria. This woman has demonstrated exemplary leadership as the Lagos State Youth Ambassador under the Lagos State Ministry of Health and Social Development. In this capacity, she has represented the voice of the youth while driving initiatives aimed at fostering development, inclusivity, peace building across the state. This woman has a stellar academic background where she graduated as a first class and the best graduating student in English from Lagos State University. She's a two-time author and she has continued to mentor young people in communications and public speaking skills. She's an award-winning event compare. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on about how amazing she is, but I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our moderator for the Stagecraft panel. Please put your hands together for the Adeyemi Sukro. Please put your hands together for Adeyemi Sukro. I should be steering the conversation for this particular panel session. Thank you very much. I'll leave us in the good hands of the Adeyemi Sukro. I should be engaging with our panelists and asking them the right questions that matter. Thank you very much. Until I come on board again, still live at iSPEAK Conference 2025.
All right, thank you very much, Adasa. Please confirm that you can see me, you can hear me. Hello, I speakers, good afternoon. Sheon Tolu, I hope you can see me and you can hear me as well.
Yes, we can.
Today. Okay, great. So good afternoon and hello, everyone. It's been an amazing time with Adasa on this call. Great job that you've been doing, Esther. Well done. So, this is going to be a very interesting conversation as we drive, deep conversations on the mic and media influence, defining your approach for the new media frontier. And I'm so excited to have Tolu on this panel session, Babajide, and of course, Sheil. I'm looking forward to the great and insightful conversations that we are going to have. But before I go straight into my questions, and of course, to listen to the audience on the questions that they would like to ask you, I want you to tell us your thoughts around the topic. And I'm going to start with Sheon Benedict. Do you want to tell us what you think about the mic and the media influence? How do we define our approach, or how do you define your own approach for the new media frontier? So let's hear Sheon first, and then we take Tolu, and then we go to Babajide.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Hello, iSPEAK Conference 2025. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you, Shukro. Is that what I can call you? All right. Thank you.
Yes, perfect.
It's a delight to be here this morning. It feels really good to be on this panel conversation. And I think the topic, statecraft and mic and media influence, just talks about how, media is transitioning, media is evolving. We are transitioning from what it used to be to what it is now. We have media as digital, we have media as traditional, we have media TV, we have media social, the digital one. So how do you sustain your influence across board? How do you sustain your relevance across generations? The people that are used to the traditional media, the people that are used to print media, and the people that are, finding you on digital media. How do you transition across board? And how do you ensure that your stagecraft, your stage presence, your peculiarity, it's there. You are evolving. You are not, Olive talked about intro. how people compare their interests
Yeah.
with someone else's on social media. Exactly. So how is your intro different per time? How is your stagecraft different per time? When you are hosting a social event, when you're hosting a corporate event, when you're hosting a semi-formal event, what do you do differently? Do you understand? It starts
Yeah.
from looks, from your looks to um your total delivery, your overall delivery, the introduction, the transitions between segments, the closing, the icebreakers, etc. Thank you, Shipper.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Sean, for that. And, opening this conversation with the fact that media is transitioning and you have to move in that fast pace as well. Your looks, your introduction, your personality, your delivery, your transitioning, your closing, everything about yourself is most importantly what we're going to talk about here. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I'm going to move to Tolu. What do you think about this conversation? Do you want to explain and go deep into the conversation so that we understand better how we craft our stage and how we hold the microphone, how the media is influencing it?
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Absolutely. Thank you once again. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Moyo and the entire team at iSPEAK conference. It's interesting because I've been here 2 times prepare for this
Yes,
event.
absolutely. Good to have
Yeah,
you last year.
thank you. Thank you. And I'm super elated to be here this year as a panelist. Now, regarding the topic for conversation, the mic and media influence, defining your approach for the new media frontier. I think it's such a timely conversation, and it's something that everyone in this room and anyone who wants to get into the media should be particular about. Because again, like Shil mentioned, the media is evolving. And in a world where there's so many options, what is your own defining approach? Do you see? Because if you're doing the same thing that everyone is doing, what then stands you out? What's your influence value? So when you have the mic, you have the media, what is your influence value? So with every word on that topic stands for something, the mic, the media, the influence, what does it stand for? What's your defining approach? Because again, the frontier that we're going into in the future is very different from what it is now. It's different from what it has been years ago. Now, how do you approach that? When Olive was speaking, one thing I realized is she spoke more about being an MC. Back in the day, it was being a TV presenter. You see that the market is gradually shifting. In the coming years, it probably will be more of influencing. It will probably be more of something else. But the market keeps shifting. GC. Back in the day, I remember when I was in uni, I knew I wanted to be a compare, but there wasn't really so much. There wasn't so much mirror of possibilities in the industry that I could look up to and say, oh, this is the person I think I want to be like. I had more TV presenter models, GC. But now the market has shifted. Now you are somebody's model, somebody is 17, 16 in secondary school, looking up to you. In the next 10 years, the market is changing and shifting. So the question is, what is your own approach? How do you define your own approach? And I think that is where conversations like this come in to see, okay, how do I navigate? I don't want to be like everybody else. And also in a bit to be outstanding, let me not also leave the pathway, because sometimes people always think because I want to be outstanding, everybody's going left, you don't want to go right. Sometimes the right that you're going might be the wrong way, and everybody's going left, and that's the right direction because you want to be outstanding. Now, outstanding in a good way or a bad way, that's another question. So particularly, I'm quite particular about defining your own approach to the media frontier coming up, going forward. Yeah, so pretty much it.
All right, great. I like the angle that you're bringing in from again. So Tolu is charging us that what is your own defining approach? What is your influence value? What exactly are you doing? And the conversation is also related to what Shell gave us, that media is transitioning. And I agree with her in the sense that before, back in the days, we knew TV presentation, you go on TV to talk. And now it is moving gradually. We now have event compares, host, MC all around. So that is a very good aspect to also talk about, which we are going to discuss further in this panel session. Babajide, can you see me? Can you hear me? Let me see you say hi to iSpeak community. And I would like to also hear your thoughts on this conversation. What do you think about it generally?
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, good morning.
How you doing, Adeyemi? How is
Very well,
everybody
thank
doing?
you. Glad to hear your voice. We want to see you as well. We're glad to see you.
No, seeing me will be almost impossible because I thought that we're going to have, I was going to be on for 1 p.m. and I had already
Oh,
prepared
no
myself to
problem.
go
That's
to my
fine.
space by that time, but
That's fine. That's
I'm still
fine. Your
holding.
voice alone is
Yeah,
everything.
yeah, thank you so much. So, I think the first thank you should go the way of everyone that I hear that is not an organizer. And here's why. People feel that having a will, the sheer I want to do something and I can do something and I want to appear and show up is easy. You can organize anything. You and your family can do it. Nobody will come. But the sheer thought that people who are not part of the organization, who are not part of your dream, who are not part of your community, wishes to join and be part of your community already shows and installs you that you're doing something that is on the right path. So I say well done and congratulations to everybody that is attending now. And of course, we extend that well done as well to the people who organize this as well. It's very impactful initiative. Um, Adeyemi, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. I can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you just went off for a little bit. Okay, cool. Yes, I'd like to take a cue from what Tolu mentioned. I mean, for some of us, it was knowing that we had a path to follow. We had somewhere we wanted to go to. We had a certain dream. However, that dream came to bear, it's a different conversation that we wanted to maybe do TV or do radio. But these days, the tide has shifted. The water has changed such that if you do not adjust, you will be left behind. So I do feel for a fact that there's a number of people who are still living, in the den conversations. And what do I mean? I mean people who are failing to go on with the new wave. Because one of the things I've come to realize is that even especially when I also wanted to start being a master of ceremonies, one of the most difficult things for me was acceptance. I started in a time where um, I studied at University of Lagos, and that was the very first spot of work for me. And at the time, acceptance was a very, very big deal, especially in the country, in Lagos as well. When people are used to a certain manner, if at all it's mannerism, if at all it's maybe some certain kind of feel that you get. If you've tried something over and over again, you're never going to get a different result, So it was a very difficult period personally. But these days, with evolving into what new media holds, and it's very needed. Um, Understanding that you're different. I think I ask anybody that is in this line or lane or who wants to get better at this particular craft, or people in my school or people anywhere that just ask me a question, and I just ask you a simple question, and it's the same question I'm asking everyone here. If you're an aspiring broadcaster, if you're an aspiring compere or host or red carpet host or voiceover artist, I have a simple question for you, and it's just three phrases. Why?
Hmm.
Why? Why are you doing it? A lot of people just jump in. People just feel the craft is easy. People just feel the path is
Okay. We can't hear you.
If you know how to speak English, you're good in it and start making the money. So that allude to what Tolu said. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can we? All right, I'm sorry. Again, like I said, this is still much at home, and the plan was to go to my space because I was targeting one. So I think the question is why. There's a lot of people who do things just because others are doing it. What is the why? It's a very crucial question. If you don't have the why, you cannot have the how. So I think it's a first. Sometimes you're on a path and you are like you've not asked yourself those telling questions, and it's very, very crucial. I think it's a very important thing to do, to ask why. And I also think it is important to understand that you're different. I think that's the first part of determination for you to want to define your approach, for you to want to hone a skill, for you to want to chisel off rough edges. First, understand a very crucial part that you, listening to me, you as a person, you are different. So why do you want to do the things everyone is doing? Yes, there's an approach to new media and exploiting and exploring all these frontiers, but it's very crucial that you understand that in your difference lies your strength. Um, the convener of this particular event that we're speaking at, this iSPEAK Nigeria, Moyo, has an approach that is different to almost any other person's approach. And I think it was one of the few things, one of the many things rather that endeared me to her. It's the storytelling approach on our media, on our videos. And now you can be a storyteller on stage, and you can be a storyteller in the studio, and you can be a storyteller by what you put out. I think that storytelling approach is one of the very, 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 very special skills that she has owned and nurtured to be what it is today. So that's an approach. That's a case study for you right there. And that's an approach to new media that is staring at us in the face. You don't even need to read all the books I've read or attend all the speaking classes I've read. That's one there right there that you can say, okay, this is an approach. This is something new. This is something different. So I'll just yield the mic now, and I'm sure there are more questions as this panel continues. But I think for me, if I thought there's anything you're going to pick again, if I thought you didn't pick anything from me, you just pick why. Are you in it for the long run? Because it's a very grueling, excruciatingly painful space. Before you even get into the space at all, it's before you even think about using, your new techniques and evolving around the new media and defining your roles. Why? Thank you, guys.
Okay, great. I love the direction that this conversation is already going. So Babajide is taking us to the acceptance of him into the industry and of course understanding your why. Know why you are doing what you want to do, why you want to go into the media. Because if you do not know your why, you can't understand the how, which is very, very crucial. I believe that everybody on this call, I can see Mr. Racking already clapping that is very, very crucial. Thank you so much for bringing it up from that angle. And now the conversation is going into it because we've laid a very good foundation. We've explained what the topic is all about, what are the things that we should look up to. And now let's go into it. And I'm going to start with Tolu Thompson. I know you seamlessly switch between red carpet posts to corporate events and media panels. And now I want to ask you how you adapt your voice, your tone, and your presence for different audiences without losing your authenticity. Over to you, Tolu.
Thank you. That's such a very crucial question. You know, um, I feel like it's understanding the event or the understanding the room that you're in. So, for instance, beyond being a compare, as a human being, if you're with your family, there's a way you approach your family, right? When you're in school with your friends, there's a way you approach people. When you are probably in church or in the mosque or in a religious setting, there's an approach as well. When you are at work, there's also an approach. I mean, I used to think when I started out, after uni, getting into the workspace, I saw that some people could easily fit into the 9 to 5 system. And I was wondering, like, this is all our first time doing 9 to 5. How is it so quick for you to get into the space and know how the lingua and how things work over here? For some people, it comes naturally to them, while some others, they observe and they learn and they understand as they go, right? Now, taking you back to your question, as a comparative TV presenter, I started out with television, but I didn't start out with television per se. I started out with my BlackBerry phone in 2013, in 100 level in uni. GC. So I had this phone where 10 years, again, back then I don't know. I just wanted to be a media girly, right? I'll tell my friend, please give me any topic and I'll record my voice for 5 minutes. There'll be a timer, just talking about anything. So probably today they say talk about market. The tone I used to talk about market finished uni. So one of my uncles told me when I was joining, he said, be like a sponge in everything that you can say. You might not need it now, but you thank yourself in the future. And I'm glad I listened to him. I was just there, watching, coming to work, doing my production thing. I was working as a production assistant. So I'm assistant producer, I beg your pardon, for the popular Entertainment Splash show. Then it was Labi that was doing the show. Popular Entertainment Splash show. Then it was Labi that was doing the show and Ajifa. So when I got to channels, they were like, okay, so what desk should we put? Politics desk, they have the sports desk, they have the business desk, because there are so many segments, of a TV show that there are. And with there's just the people that are just in. And then I went on to be, an entertainment presenter on a show I used to do, Media Special, every day. The day I'm doing the job or not. Yeah. GC, again, what that was doing to me was building me such that in any situation, don't worry, we will show up. When we go on a break, me and my producer will fight too. You can't talk to me like that. Why you shouting in my ear? I heard noise as on a break. Okay, so you are back. Welcome back to the show, guys. You will not know I just finished a one-on-one fight with my producer just now, before I came back on the air. GC. So when I now said, okay, you know what, I want to go into event hosting, an outstanding factor in the sense that, yes, I could still be a corporate event host, but I would now bring my entertainment flair to it, that things don't have to be always uptight like that. You have a little dip here and there. When it comes to red carpet, it's different. When it comes to a social event, it's different. Particularly understanding how to read the room and understanding where you are at the moment. I will not take my corporate tone to a red carpet. Never. It's not going to work, except if that is the tone that they want. And that's why, as a presenter, always have a brief with your event planner or the event organizer. What does success mean to this team for this event? What tone are we looking at? This is December. Most companies are having their end of year.
Thank you very much for that. And, putting in your personal experiences, how you are switching from one role to the other, it would really help us to understanding what, once again, now we know that to build our presence, to align what we're doing with what the organizers want. We need to understand the room. And of course, we need to ask them what success. I really want to hear you on this particular question. I know that you've worked both in broadcast media and brand communications. So I want to ask, how does understanding branding change, or should I say the new media frontier that we're currently talking about, how does understanding that affect a media personality or an MC use their voice and, of course, their stage?
Thank you very much, Shukra. Thank you so much. I like that question, but let me take you back. Let me do a little bit of recap so that we'll find out how Shion got here. And I'm doing this because I know that there are some people here that are not even doing a 9 to 5 that is close to hosting, so that they can know that there is a balance. So when I was one thing that has always helped me all my life, so I did not know that I had this. I mean, now I know, but at the time I didn't even realize that I always give my best, my all to everything that I do. Even when it is not my passion yet, even when it is not what I want to do. I've started, I'll do it well. And I think I learned it from my mom, but I didn't realize that I had internalized it so much. My mommy always says, what growing up, whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. If you will leave your house, as in you will have your bath, dress up, do all that stress to leave your house to go and host an event, then you can as well host the event well. So it is because it is worth doing at all, do it well. So my internship days in TVC, I did it so well that it was very easy for them to call me back to come and do my NYSC. I did my NYSC so well that it was very easy for them to retain me as a staff. Do you understand? So they sent my letter. They sent my letter. The letter they used to invite me as a core member. They sent it to me in NYSC camp. I'm not sure they do that for a lot of people. They actually brought it to me in camp that come my workforce, because when I was an intern, the 6-month intern while waiting for mobilization, I worked as if I was a staff. I saw my intern colleagues that they just want to go home when it's close of business and all of that. Me, if I don't achieve my work, I'm not going home. And what was I doing? I was handling the social media page for TVC and Max FM at the time. And I was also, taking pictures. In fact, surprisingly, it's been a thing. I would start small shows where a celebrity will come on the radio to be interviewed by the actual presenter. Then when they come out, I'll just meet them on the corridor. My social media boss at the time, he enabled me. I'll just meet them on the corridor and just like quick fire questions, post it on social media and all of that. So they retained me as a core member, retained me as a staff. And after that, I now transitioned to New Central. So after spending 2 years at TVC, I went to New Central. Now again in New Central, I was a social media manager, just social media manager. But I was very outspoken and expressive, such that when they needed someone, it happened at TVC too, when they needed someone to probably fill in on a segment, maybe a guest wasn't coming, I could easily just, go to the makeup room, do makeup and go on air. So in New Central, the same thing happened. So that, this guy can go on air. Oh yeah, come and start a show. So they were going to start a show. That was a segment in the 9 p.m. news. They made me the presenter. I wasn't the best. I was just getting refined. I had never been on air. Do you understand? But I was emceeing. So I was not a shy speaker. Do you understand? I had been emceeing and posting. My bosses at the head of program is different, stage is different, and all of that. We'll get into that. But on TV, I will get better with the teleprompter over time, how to, fill up with filler words, how to continue your show even when the prompter is failing.
Yeah.
And for 2 years, I did that. And I remember that I had some issues where certain people resigned, especially the entertainment presenter. So we lacked an entertainment presenter. From being a social media manager to hosting my own trending segment on the 9 p.m. news, I actually became the entertainment presenter for about a month. And I remember that time the company was really impressed because I was doing all of these 3 simultaneously. And I remember they gave me like an award of recognition for that. And it came with cash. Thank you for doing your job that we employed you to do, for doing this show and for holding on the entertainment show. That's to say that, thank God, everybody will not get that opportunity. But I'm saying, thank God that when those opportunities came, I was there. And I presented myself as valuable enough for them to say, okay, use me. I'm grateful because it really refined me for what I do today. So what I do today, I tell the stories of my real estate company. I head the brand and marketing communications. So we do the social media, the websites, the site branding, and all of that. The videos, the advertisements, I handle them. I head the team that handles them. So from being an MC that goes on stage to being a presenter that has done live and recorded shows, I can say that I've been well-grounded in this craft. And then it has now helped me to say, in this company, we don't even go on air every day. But when we want to do an advert, it is very easy for me to just, pick up the camera, let's go to site and shoot. At the end of the day, everything boils down to storytelling. So there's a line I wrote down as my elevator pitch for everybody that I meet. Let me read it out to you very quickly. I said, I help brands. So to answer your question succinctly, I help brands tell stories that sell and create experiences that connect. By day, I lead brand and marketing in this company. I help us shape our narratives that bring real estate to life. And by night, or on weekends, by night, because I still had an event last night, I'm on the mic as an event host, turning gatherings into unforgettable moments. So whether it is branding, building trust for your brand, or you need energy for your room, my passion is making every connection count. That's the summary. So It's funny because I did not exactly see myself becoming a brand manager. But from being a social media manager that can present, I was recommended for the job. The job I do right now, I did not even apply for it. And I think that's a testimony. Again, everybody's story is not the same thing. But being excellent at what I do opened doors. And I'm so grateful for that opportunity. So I think one thing that listeners and the audience should take away from today's conversation is whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. Even in that job that you're doing, that is not exactly what you want to do. Your excellence at it is going to open doors for you, such that you might actually be a medical doctor today. You know you want to MC, but you're a medical doctor today. You might actually be what? I got an email sometime last week where someone sent me an email and said, what I do is what she wants to do. What I'm currently doing is the future she's looking up to. That she's currently working in a finance role, but she wants to MC. And, she asked for a sit down with me. And we had like a 1 hour conversation where I told her how I transitioned. And I told her that it's not about what you're doing. You can be a tax person, you can be an audit person, but there's a way you position yourself. My MD always says that you don't even carry our company on your head. It's your brand. I said, I carry it on my head, bro. Like Olive was saying that if they go to a LinkedIn, they will say a content. On my LinkedIn is my real estate that is filled up there. And then on my Instagram is my brand. But I mean, of course, there should be a balance. I should be able to project. I think that's one way. That's something Moya does very well that I really, really admire about her. She's able to project herself as a real estate manager and still project herself as an MC, a red carpet host, and all of that. So, branding, hosting, storytelling, the goal is for stories to be told. The goal is for the connection to count. The goal is for me to be able to do whatever I'm doing well, manage the brand well, do the adverts well, speak well, do the videos well, etc. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, perfectly, it does. I mean, to everyone listening to show and who was listening to Tolu as well, and of course, Papa Chide, please, I want to see some emoji in the chat box or react. Let me see that you are learning and you're enjoying this conversation. And the fact that the 9 to 5 balance is what you started with really intrigued me because I know a number of people who are currently doing 9 to 5. I know there is somebody who asked a question to Olive earlier that she's a 9 to 5 person, and then she's also looking at doing the MC role. Juggling these two together can be very, very hectic, and then you just laid how to at least balance it in a way and reminding us that whatever is what doing well, whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. I really like that quote. I think ever since I've been in the university as well, if I must go to school, let me go well. If I must go out, let me show up well, which is very, very crucial. Thank you so much for that once again. So I'm going to move very quickly to Babajide. And I know that he has worked across broadcast journalism, international events and different national campaigns. So how has the rise of digital media changed the power of responsibility of the mic, especially for an MC or for broadcasters all around the world today?
Um, Again, good conversations back to back. Everyone has had a very, very good outlook. I like the fact that even me, as my other speakers and panelists were dissecting their thoughts, I was also taking on a journey, trying to remember how it all began for me. I think what digital media has done for everyone, and if I do say so myself, and for the few people that I know, is that it has amplified the quality of whatever it is you're doing. There's amplification now, regardless of how talented you are. Someone told me something a long time ago, and I hold it by my hand. It says that no matter how good you are, if people don't know you, you are not good. I was like, no, nah, if you are good, you are good. They say, no. I said, no matter how good you are, if people do not know you, you are not good. And so that, in a way, also made me, because I've always been one of these very laid back, people will find me, my work will find me, regardless of how many years of investments I've had in the game and my craft. I think my other panelists have experience of 9 to 5, which is absolutely amazing. I think anybody that does that is a very It shows that you can show up for something consistently for a period of time. It shows that you have commitment. It shows that you have yards of consistency. And I think I've always lacked that. Um, I worked for 2 days for the new when Heritage Bank first came to Nigeria. I worked for 2 days, and the backstory of that particular job that I got even was from an event. There was a national job fair, a national career fair that I hosted, and Heritage Bank people were there. And on the stage, as I was speaking, when it was time for them, when I brought up, and this was long ago, this was close to from 15 years ago. Um, when I brought up Heritage Bank, their MD, and then the next thing was like, "Oh, this young man, it is people like you that we want in our firm. You're amazing. You're really good at what you do." And then on that same line, the man gave me 50,000 naira, which is a huge money then, to go buy shirts. I'm just telling a quick story and get myself ready for work. I did something earlier when in my first submissions. I said, "What is the why?" You'll be in trouble in life if you don't know what your why is. Why? I thought my parent wanted me to get a job, but I've never seen myself as working and just waking up and going to work. And nah, I wasn't cut out. It wasn't me. It wasn't a problem, but it just wasn't me. So I ended up working for 2 days. And then I told myself, this is not for me. This is not my why. I apologized to the man, and then he eventually accepted my apology. 2 years ago, I hosted um, the chairman of First Bank was giving out his daughter into a wedding, to marriage, I beg your pardon. I hosted the wedding. And guess who was the um, vice chairman of that wedding? It was the same man who had given me 50,000 years back. He's now happy to have seen me at that kind of stage, at that kind of pace in my life. My point is, if you lose your why again, you are in serious trouble. Now, I think for me, digital media has come in a time where the world needs it. The world, if you're good at anything, if you believe you are good at something, you don't need people's validation, but you need digital media to help you to enhance your view, enhance your positioning, enhance what you do. Sean said something earlier about our LinkedIn, and that's one of the most slept on most slept on digital um, platform that a lot of people, even as MCs, sleep on. I hosted the Canex weekend 2 years ago in Algeria. Canex weekend is the biggest nexus of entertainers in Africa. I'm talking creatives, I'm talking um, entertainment lawyers, I'm talking any and everyone who does from sculpturing to playwrights to acting, any form of creative. That's the nexus. It's called Canex. And I got that gig. So I mean, when she mentioned LinkedIn, I just smiled because that's another digital skill. So for me, I've been able to enhance my visibility. My quality of work has been amplified by the use of um, new media, I mean, digital media. And just a bit of a backstory. Again, I have to go back to, for me, the why. My life changed. My life totally changed. 2001, November 16, Nigeria's very own Agbani Daribo won the Miss World at that particular day. It was my birthday, and it was the greatest gift God has ever given me. And here is why. Um, on that particular day, Miss Scotland, Miss Aruba, Miss Nicaragua, Miss Nigeria, they were the top four. I've forgotten the fifth person. The host of that event was the one that changed my life, that wanted me to be what I am. The host of that event is the late Jerry Springers. If you guys, Jerry Springer as a broadcaster was a goat, was a god. So on that night, on that day, I was looking at who is this man now? Who is this man that if he doesn't talk, the world will not move? When he talks, it's when something happens. When he talks, the spotlight is on him. I want to be that man. That was my own why. I want to be better. I want to be, even if I'm not as better, I want to be me. But this man is my stepstone to whatever it is I want to do. So again, it comes with a lot of work. So what did I do? I sit in my chair right now, being proud of. If this world that ends today, I die a very proud man. And here is why. I have been able to do what you call, if you can challenge yourself to do it, it is fine. If you don't do it, that doesn't mean you're not going to go anywhere. You go somewhere definitely. But there's something called 10,000 hours of rehearsals. It is the 1% of the 1%. 10,000 rehearsals is, you can Google it, it's where you have dedicated over 10,000 hours to doing one particular thing. And that's what I've done. Um, I've done 10,000 hours from 2016 to 2020, 1 hour every other day to chisel everything I know now. So in Nigeria, it takes 8 to 10 years to make an overnight superstar. There's nobody you know today that you are seeing that is out there that has not been on the grind for at least 7 years. So, newsflash, you're not going to get there in one day. Even if you do, you get there in one day. Your show of process, your lack of process, it will show and it will tell that this person, is in a league or out of our depth, depending on however angle you're looking at it from. Right. You mentioned in your question, Shukra, you did mention something about international frontiers. And I think, again, we all we all fail to remember that the game is never national. Again, you have to understand why. I don't know why I keep going back, but I think in my office, that's the first thing you see. Why? I like it so much because a lot of people are confused in life because they don't know why. Why are you chasing trends? Why are you chasing to go viral? Why? Are you in for virality or you are in for the legacy? Is it a marathon for you or is it a sprint? Are you interested in impacting an event or you're interested in the people with the thought that, okay, I don't want your money alone. I want a relationship with you. And I want to give you an impression that when you leave this space, I am the person I should be thinking about. What quality of work do you do? Tolu mentioned something about tonality, a very crucial part. Even if you're trying to do new media, I know that's one of the ways you can be outstanding, right? So for me, one of the things I've been able to do, apart from the 10,000 hours of rehearsals, which is the most painful thing I've done in my life, the most difficult thing because it was my own 9 to 5. I had to show up for 4 years, 1 hour or 2 hours every other day, calculating it and getting to 10,000 hours. And I think it's very, very crucial. And I also think that aside from just to deviate just a little bit, I'll deal in floor very shortly. To deviate just a little bit, apart from asking yourself why, there's an absolute crucial need for you to better yourself. In this country, I've come to realize by my years and years in the space, either in broadcast or either in event space and all, people minor in the major, and we major in the minor in this country. And that's why you will never see me at, I'm sure a lot of people I want. That's what I like. All right. You don't need to know me. Just hear of the work, just hear of the quality. Because when you understand why, you will know you are not doing this for everybody. You are not the guy that wants to be everywhere, but you have to be in some certain places. People major in minor and minor in major a lot in this country. You find people who have not. There is a challenge to everybody on this particular platform. You need to get better. It's a personal choice. Forget everything you are saying here. It still lies down with you. We can speak for 100 of hours. If you choose not to get better, you won't get. For me, is to see Adirunke, other places. I'd be like, oh wow. So I was part of. I spoke at the platform and I saw your name there, and that's my joy. That's my own angle, and that's my own why. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Papa Stay. And taking us back to your why, because that is actually the first thing. It made me remember what's his name now? Starting with your why. Yeah, yeah, starting with your why. It is very, very important. And you telling us your why keeps the passion on, and that also relates with what Shil mentioned earlier, going into the news for it, interning with them. Other people would have gone over because she understands why she's doing what she is doing. She had to wait until she's done before she leaves. And it is very, very important. Understanding your why, knowing your passion, keep fueling it, keep going, and that would make you gain your own visibility and stand in the media world. And I'm going to another round of question, and I would like you to answer this question in a minute or two. And I'm starting with Tolu. So this question is something that I'm really, really looking forward to. And I know that you are going to do justice to it, just like you have been doing. I know that there are lots of young professionals on this call, and of course, budding professionals in this industry. So, for people who want to build their media visibility, their credibility, their visibility in media hosting, because that is what matters today. So, is it media visibility or media competence? And how can they balance both?
Thank you. I like that you said media competence, and I'll just pick up on I think a bit of what Babajide mentioned, developing your beyond visibility. The question really is, what are you visible for? Are you
Hmm.
visible for good work, or you're visible for bad work? Because again, you can be so visible, but what you're doing for yourself, instead of getting clients, you are letting clients know they should avoid you. I don't know if you get my point. So
Yeah.
sometimes being an underdog sometimes can be to your advantage, in the sense that when you're not yet visible enough, that is the best time to work on yourself, because really you have nothing to lose. You can still be posting on your Instagram and you probably have just 2 likes or whatever, but you're using that to build yourself, such that when you now crack the nut, or you now know better, and your visibility comes, or you're now using your social media more adequately, people now see you for the good work. Back to my example of my BlackBerry, I wasn't visible at the time. It was just my friends in my hostel and my friends in school that knew, oh, Tolu is a media girl. And the only person I was visible to was my BlackBerry phone. I wasn't even posting on Facebook at the time or whatever. I mean, that time WhatsApp status weren't taking videos. It was only pictures, and it was probably only your DP. When we didn't have WhatsApp status, it was just your WhatsApp DP. I can't. So there was really nowhere for me to post my videos. Then Instagram was just 15 on social media. Do you see? But I'm also thankful because I was using all that time to build myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
All right. So I was using all that time to, work on myself and do better. Do you see? So visibility is good, but also more important than visibility is self-development. Do you see? One quote that I always say is, the version of you are becoming is way better than what you're doing. Because the version of you that wants visibility is not this version of you that is not competent. I don't know if you get my point. The moment you become competent, people would see you. It's like an attraction formula. The better you get at something, the people that need that version of you will find you. Now, you also have to position yourself to be found. You will not say, oh, because I already have value. I mean, if you have the nicest Lamborghini and you just keep it somewhere in a garage, nobody's going to see it. But if you bring it out, the person that might see it might not be able to afford the Lamborghini, but they will know somebody that can afford that Lamborghini, and they will tell the person, oh, I know a Lamborghini somewhere. Can you come and check it out? I always use myself as an example. Some of the biggest gigs I've gotten wearing from people on, people that I really looked up to. It was most times my friends, people that knew me, maybe from uni, from back in the day, from when I was in channels, from when I was in TVC. The event I'm hosting tomorrow, I'm hosting with one of the, someone I used to watch on TV. And how I got the gig was my friend. She was on business desks when we were in channels, and she referred me for a company. GC. But someone will see that on social media and not know how I got the gig. They'll just think, she probably got it from one of our top. No, it was my friend that referred me. So what I'm saying is visibility is good, but more importantly than visibility is competence, self-development. The version of you that needs to be visible is not the incompetent version of you. The version of you that needs to be visible is the competent version of you, the one that can deliver excellence, the one that knows the job and can, do the right things at the right time. Because visibility doesn't do you any good if you're not good at what you do. What it then does, it now becomes a disadvantage because people now know to avoid you. But you don't want that to be your situation. So please be visible, but more importantly, be competent. Because once you become competent, the right people that need to see, because again, it's one thing for people to see your work. Another thing for them to actually, book you or have you do their event. GC, sometimes it's not, I understand that yes, having many eyes to see you, but have you not seen cases where you look and you be like, this person doesn't even really have that much followers, but she keeps getting all the gigs. And another person that probably has the million followers, probably is not, because it's not about how many people are seeing you, it's about are the right people seeing you. And that's why I said that when you become competent, the right people that need to see you will find you. And that's also you positioning yourself. So finding that balance between positioning yourself for the right people, because you're not everybody's client. Some people might see your good work and they're like, yeah, great work, but they just don't want to use you. They probably have somebody that they want to use. Doesn't mean that you are not good at what you do. GC, but having the right people that can actually pay you for your work, see you, is what's more important than just, I'm visible and I'm just using social media, because it has to be a strategic thing as well. You have to use social media very strategically. You won't just say because you want to be visible, you just post. It's how do I explain this now? There are cases where an event happens and it's only the highlights we see on social media. We don't see the entire 2-3 hours of the event. It's just 1 minute of the event. And that's because it was curated. We only pick the parts that we want you to see. There are times that you just have a bad day. Sometimes maybe something happened at the event, but you're not going to see that on social media. So when we're talking visibility, it's also strategic, very curated visibility based on competence, hard work, being the right person for the job. Because I don't want a situation whereby you are now visible and they're saying, oh, I don't like the work that I'm saying. So I hope I hope that answered my question. Finding the balance between being competent, positioning yourself strategically for the right people to see you.
Wow, great. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Balancing media visibility and media competence. You need to develop yourself before you even show yourself. Thank you so much for that once again. I would like to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So if you want to speak, that's fine. And if you want to type it, you can start doing that in the chat box. But before then, I would also like to hear Cheon once again, and I want you to answer this question in a very single sentence or two. I want to ask you, what is that one thing that every aspiring MC, broadcaster, or media professional should start doing today to succeed in the new media frontier?
Rehearse in front of your mirror every day. When the gigs are not coming, book yourself.
I love that. Book yourself.
Book yourself. Stand in front of the mirror. The email you use to respond, do you have an email? Do you have a book email? Or do you use your official mail? When they book you, do you have your response? Do you have your rate cards? Do you have, yes, I do this, I do that, and do that. Where's your graphic design? Do it on Canva. stand in front of the mirror, rehearse. I know that a lot of us in our generation, when we're growing up, yes, you said one sentence. Sorry. It's still one sentence. I've not put a full stop. This is comma. When we're growing up, we watched a lot of the Tiara Banks, Oprah Winfrey. We saw them. It is very, very important. Thankfully, you don't even need to go on YouTube or TV these days to watch them. Their Instagram is there. Even them said, Moyo is there. Olive is there. Temi Badu is there. Ayo Mairese is there. Mojibade is there. Tolu Thompson is there. Sheumbi is there. Gloria Olufeko is there. Everybody. Lady Kofo is there. Go on their Instagram. Their life, their work is there. Be using it to rehearse. Create your own 1, 2, 3 samples of your intros, 1, 2, 3 samples of your transitions, 1, 2, 3 samples of your outros. Remember, Tolu mentioned something. The energy I'll bring to a red carpet is not the energy I'll bring to a political TV show, is not the energy I'll bring to a wedding. One thing that has helped me so much is knowing my audience. Oh my God, I will host wedding for you. You will not believe it when I get on stage. However, a unique selling point that I have is that even when it's a corporate event, you will laugh. I'm not a comedian, but the witty side to me is that I will do a wedding excellently. And people will be like, this girl, she must be a corporate MC. Because, there's the look, there's the way I present myself. And I will still dance. I will still hypo. I not just hype woman to my bio. Don't try me. I will still hype and all of that. And then I'll get to the corporate event and I will still do the whole formal everything. And you will have fun. No. You cannot come to my corporate event and bow your face. It doesn't matter. Even if it's the governor's event, we'll smile. Do you understand? So rehearse, get ready. Don't wait for the bookings to come. Book yourself and volunteer. Oh my God. My first 1, 2, 3, 4 events were volunteering in church. They want to do birthday, I can MC. They want to do, I can MC. That's how I was able to boldly collect money. When Tolu was talking, I said, you want to gain visibility and you're not ready. Okay, they'll now book you. You gain the visibility, they will book you. You will do the events. They will not now be able to book you again. Or they won't be able to recommend you again. They won't be able to share your contact with another person. That's not what you want. So launch when you're ready. But even when you are not fully ready, make sure you are rehearsing. How will I host a corporate event? How will I host a social event? How will I host a school graduation? I attended an event in October. It was a national head girl conference. And I think I did an excellent job. If I do say, I did, and I don't always do what is not excellent. The students of a particular school that I attended, we had almost 100 schools. So a particular school came to me and said, oh, we're having our homecoming event later this year. We want it to be our MC. Oh, sure, no problem. Take my card. And since 2 weeks ago now, they've been calling me every day because the school management is in charge of the event, even though it's a student event. The students are sponsoring and all of that. But school management is supposed to, help guide them for the funds and everything. School management did not approve my rate card, the invoice I sent them. But they insisted to school management that it has to be me. We've been doing a lot of back and forth. It reached one stage, the head of high school called me herself and said, hello, they said it has to be you. What did they see at the conference? I said, I said, ma, one thing I said, ma, I am the most affordable MC in Lagos that has my kind of energy. The man said, As I said, what's it for? She has broken. So she said, no problem. And I didn't say anything to them again. I didn't text them again. She said, this is the price that we have. And I did not respond because I knew that as much as I wanted to do this, give back to these children and all of that, I had to make sure that my production, otherwise, let me know I'm doing it for free. Let me give back to the society. But this one, God did not say I should do it for free. Do you understand? But of course, I gave them a very huge discount from what I would usually take. And she said, so I didn't respond again. And then I woke up yesterday morning and she said, you're going to get your money this morning. And please, the students insisted. And then the students, please, has the school paid you? Has the school? I said, yes, they paid. Okay, please have a meeting. And then we had a conversation late last night. I didn't know that SS3 students sleep by 11. One day I was in secondary school, I used to sleep very early. 11 p.m. last night, we still had a meeting. So, what's your unique selling point? I like that Sean Benedict can host a wedding today, do a red carpet tomorrow. I like that Tolu Thompson was partying till late last night. They said to do something that we saw last week, Monday, during a corporate event, and speaking all of the English and all of that. But guess what? Sheon Benedict and Tolu Thompson and Moyo did not get there overnight. It took experience, it took doing it often, and it took help growing yourself to get to the level of being able to hold any stage. I posted something on my status yesterday about how event bookings these days, people just want to pay for their events booking and say, okay, we've secured MC. They will not brief. It is because I am experienced that I can get to your event without proper brief and do an excellent job. Somebody replied that comment, a budding MC, and said, if they don't brief me properly, at least 2 days to the event, all of us will panic. And I was laughing and saying, yeah, you say that because, I did tell her that. I was like, exactly, there'll be the whole panic. She was like, I will panic on the event planners behalf. And I said that I don't like that I'm not properly briefed. It's not fair. But that's not to say that if I'm not properly briefed, I'll not do an excellent job. And I got to the event yesterday. It was a tech company's end of year hangouts. They hosted a lot of social media creators and content creators and awarded them. They didn't give me no brief. Eventually, they gave me when I got there. And, we had a great time. I was able to infuse the energy. I was able to infuse the corporate, because the tech company, I was able to infuse the question and answer. And the event planner kept coming to, I like that you're doing this. Makes sense. They've not brought the award. Please, buy time. Oh, I like, we didn't want to add it to the program.
Shehu, I'm sorry. Shehu, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You want to say something?
I'm apologizing. I said I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, please.
Sorry. Sorry for what?
Yeah.
What is she sorry for?
Now I'm wondering as well, maybe that was, I think she's muted again. Okay.
No, I'm not. She knows why I'm apologizing. She knows why. She knows why I'm apologizing. Don't worry. Both of us.
Whatever. Let's not bring
All
our
right.
dirty linen to the public. All right. So basically, book yourself, rehearse, get ready, volunteer, do stuff for your church, do stuff for your community, do stuff for your friends. That your friend that is doing a bridal shower, host it for her. But don't host it shabbily because she's your friend or she didn't pay. Do it well and try to document. And the customers will find you and you will get to that point you want to get to and even beyond. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Even though you used my 5 minutes, thank you so much. But it was really a good conversation. I really enjoyed every bit of it. It was really fun, and the witty part of it, the humor, and I'm very sure that everybody also enjoyed it. Rehearsing, getting ready, don't wait, book yourself, and you should always volunteer, and you get your way to the top. Thank you so much for that. Finally, I'd like to listen to Papa Jide. And I want you to tell us also in one sentence, please, in one sentence, what is that most important thing, that important mindset anyone who wants to use the microphone and media effectively should develop in this new era? So what's that most important mindset that we should develop?
Um,
You're breaking.
Probably make this very brief. You need to look like a surface. You are all primed and proper on the surface.
Babajide, we can't hear you
Is it better
very
now?
well.
Can you hear me?
I think it's
Okay, can
quite
you hear me
better now.
Is,
Quite better now. Go ahead.
is it better now? All right.
Yes,
I
yes.
said you need to, a few things. One of such is that you need to look like a duck. You need to be prim and proper on the surface. You need to be calm and all well put together on the surface. Have you seen a duck before? Very well put together on the surface, or a goose or a geese, any of those animals on water. But at the base, you are paddling like crazy. Like, you don't need to show any working if there's nothing to show. I think it is very important that if you're a man, after every event, if you're a man on this particular platform, I'm speaking to the men now, or ladies, it depends on how it applies to you, buy a shirt. after every event you get paid for. This work is sentimental. People see you before they hear you. It is audio visual. People don't care however it is however English or whatever work you've done. If you're not looking appealing, if you're not looking all right physically, it's a big problem. Because you stand in front of people, you need perfumes as well. You need a mindset that you just want to get better. Self-development is not only when you read books or when you follow mentors. It's about taking care of yourself as well. Again, like I said, it's a very sentimental job. Nobody cares what you're going through. Just come and show up. My mother died Friday, the 7th, 2018. I had an event Saturday, the following day. I was on stage till 1 a.m. I came back home to cry that my mother just died. Because what would she have wanted? She would have wanted me to soldier on. And then it was a day of joy of another family. I can't say because of my day was bad or my mom is gone, I shouldn't work. Because again, like I said, it is very sentimental. Buy perfumes as well if you're a woman or if you're a girl. Again, like I said, people see you before they hear you. If you look good, there's almost 70% that there is a sentiment towards you already. So people want to listen to you because you already look good, you already look appealing in a way. If you're a lady, if it's a skirt suit you want to buy or a skirt or a dress, I don't know, but please buy if you get paid. Understand that you're different, understand that your path is different. Your journey, is it a marathon or is it a sprint? But above all, I think the mentality is very crucial. At the end of the day, nobody's leaving this world alive. So it is very important that every bit of it you want to do, you put your best foot forward, and all the best.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It has been an amazing conversation with Tolu, with Sheung, with Babajide, and we've learned a lot. I personally wrote a lot of things. My book is filled up already. I think we're going to take the questions probably after the entire session. We may not be able to take questions now, but you can of course note it. Please put it somewhere or drop it in the chat box. Whenever we have the time to take the question, we're going to do that. Thank you so much once again for your contribution into this conversation. Sheung, Babajide, Tolu, we really appreciate you and we've learned so much from you. And I am saying on behalf of everybody that we are going to do everything that you've said and we are going to meet at the top. Thank you so much. Over to you, Esther Ifeoluwa. You're muted. You're muted, Adasa. We can't hear you.
So sorry about that. Thank you very much, Shukra, for that very beautiful Austin. Thank you for moderating that conversation. You indeed asked the right questions for the right time. Thank you very much. We're truly, truly grateful. And all thanks to our panelists who shared their stories. Thank you very much for sharing your stories, for pouring out so much with that. From all of us at iSPEAK conference, we're truly, truly honored to have you. And we're delighted to have had you, honor us as our panelists. And I'm very sure that every participant in this room had something to take away from that panel session. So there were 5 things that I wrote that really resounded to me. The first one was book yourself. Book yourself. You don't prepare on the stage, you prepare for or before the stage. So while the jobs are not coming, book yourself. Number 2, choose competence. Visibility is great, but choose competence. When you're visible and they book you, but you don't deliver up to task, they'll definitely not call you back, like I said. So choose competence at all time. Whether it's a small event or a big event, ladies and gentlemen, I'm putting it to you that no event is small. So choose competence, whether it's a small or big room. And it was something as I noted, and that's volunteer for events. Volunteer for events. And while volunteering, treat that event like a multi-million-dollar gig. Do it like you were paid heavily for it, because you can never tell who is watching you in the audience. Also, appearance is key, as compared with the face of the event. We're representing the brand, we're carrying the theme of the event. So we need to represent in appearance, outfit, composure, calmness. So appearance is key. And lastly, Understand your journey. Don't compare your chapter 1 to somebody's chapter 10. Don't compare your chapter 10 to somebody's chapter 100. Thank you very much, our panelists. They did a good job, and I'm very sure that we'll have questions. But before iSPEAK Conference 2025 ends, we'll definitely take questions. All right, esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining in, we're still live for iSPEAK Conference 2025, the 7th edition, with the theme is Recharge. We're indeed recharging, we're refueling, we're reinventing. And trust me, at the end of this event, you're going to leave this room recharged. We've had 2 amazing sessions. And very quickly, we'll move on to our next session of the day. By now, the entries for the Get Ready With Me video has closed, but I'm very sure that our team is working backstage to ensure that we pick our 3 winners who will be walking away with 50,000 Naira only. Trust me, this room is filled with industry leaders, communicators, MCs, public speakers, young people in media and communications. And this is just the right place to be. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on to our next session of the day without further ado. And this session is a very important one. This man is definitely going to pour into us. And I want us to pay attention just the way we've paid attention to the other sessions. And I have the distinct pleasure of introducing him. He has been in the room for a while, and he's going to be leading us and speaking to us on the topic, Recharge, Reigniting Your Creative Frequency for Digital Landscape. I'll go again. Recharge, Reigniting Your Creative Frequency for Digital Landscape. His bio is a fully packed one. And trust me when I say that he just had to be here. He's widely known as the son of the prophet, and he's a globally recognized Nigerian Christian media executive, filmmaker, digital strategist, and faith-based content creator, shaping the future of Christian storytelling across Africa and beyond. He also holds a professional degree from the London School of Digital Marketing in the United Kingdom. This equipped him with global standard expertise in digital strategy, media and communications, and audience growth. He currently serves as the general manager of DM360 Degree, a leading media company delivering high-impact media production, digital marketing, and creative solutions. He's also the CEO of Barry White Media, a faith-driven media company committed to excellence in media production, consultancy, training, and capacity building for creative, churches, brands, and organizations. This man is also a 2-time ambassador to the Global Entrepreneurship Festival, the largest entrepreneurship festival in the world, where he has presented creative excellence and youth innovation on the global stage. His work has taken him to the multiple countries where he documents and amplifies significant movements, stories, and expression of faith around the world. He is currently recognized as the largest Christian content creator on YouTube in Africa, where he has built a powerful digital platform, reaching millions, influencing culture, and redefining how Christian content can be recreated, packaged, and consumed in the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has close to a decade of experience in Christian media and is known for his mastery of storytelling, visual communication, leadership, and mentorship. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, White Olasukomi Barry, popularly known as Barry White, son of the prophet. I need some energy in the chat box. Let's welcome our speaker. Please put your hands together for son of the prophet, as he'll be taking the stage as our next speaker for iSPEAK Conference 2025. Thank you very much. I need more energy before I hand over to him. Yes, thank you. We need to let him know how we do it at iSPEAK Conference. We celebrate our speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Hi, Barry White. You have the floor now. Thank you very much for joining in.
Okay. Good afternoon. I hope you all can hear me. Please let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay. Firstly, I just really want to say a very big thank you to to everybody, to be honest, all the speakers. I've been in the room since I think an hour ago. Yeah, around an hour ago. So I've been able to also download. I wrote some things down here to myself that I'm going home with. Well, I'm in the house, but yeah, I'm still going home with. I want to say a very big thank you to all the speakers that have actually spoken. I'm saying to Olivia, to Emanuela, to Victor, to Tolu, to Mercy, to Bolajide, to Ashaka, yes, to Sheung, down to Moyosori Lua. Thank you so much, Ma, for having me. It's a privilege. And to everybody on this call, thank you so much, everybody. I'm so sorry to, move my session till this time. But hey, I'm really excited to be here today. And I'm also excited to share one or two things that I've learned over the years with each and every one of us. But it's really tough speaking after great people in the room have actually spoken. I don't even know where to start from. I think I could just say my name and go home right now. All right, because the room is already intense. Okay, thank you very much once again for having me, everybody. And please don't mind what is in my bio. I was forced to send my bio. If not for that, I really do not send my bio for any reason of recommendation or what I've just mentioned. My name is fine by me. Okay. It's an honor to actually be speaking today on the Recharge conference. All right, the team of the program is called Recharge. All right, and I'm to speak about your reigniting your creative frequency for the digital landscape. A lot of speakers have spoken about, who am I, right? You need to know who you are. You need to know, all the things that you stand for. But today I'm to tell us one significant statement that most people don't really talk about, or will I use the word? Most people talk about it, but there's no depth to that statement. And you need to know that statement. And it is, what am I? There's a difference between who you are and what you are. For instance, who are you? I'm a human being, right? But what are you simply means what has been embedded inside of you. The book says, for ye are fearfully and wonderfully made. Right. So, I mean, if we go by the stories of the things that have happened, even up to date, we will understand that the more you know what you carry, the better it is for you to amplify who you are. For instance, we are all using cell phones. We are all using devices. Let's use a cell phone, for instance. Every phone that you hold is a cell phone. And what's the primary assignment of a cell phone? Is to actually, take calls, to reply messages, to communicate. Right. But however, there are cell phones that has grade. For instance, there's a Samsung, there is an iPhone, there is a Techno, there is different kind of phone, right? That is who they are. They are a phone. It's a phone company. But what are they? Means I'm using an iPhone, and this is an iPhone. Let's say this is an XR. This is an iPhone XR. What is embedded inside the phone? That's why whenever you see every phone, there's a place called About. The About is not just there for us to play around it, but it's for you to know the capacity of what the phone actually carries. The same thing with everybody on this call. There is that capacity that has been embedded inside of you, that if you don't check your About, you might not really know how to go about your life. Right. So there is a need for you to understand how this thing, the frequency to go with, the way to reignite yourself to understand what to do in this season. Right. And I keep saying a statement to people. I said, everybody is ordained for a season. If you don't know the seasoning you carry, you might not know how to use your seasoning in the right season. If you don't know what you carry, you might not know how to use your seasoning in the right season. Right? It's all good to be online. It's all good to go viral. But, hey, you need to know where you're coming from. You need to know where you are going to, and you need to know how to get there. Right? You can get there. Maybe you want to do 1 year. You can get there. Maybe you want to do 5 years. But consistency in that office would give you that landmark that you're looking out for. And I said the digital space does not reward noise. It rewards frequency. And frequency is is sustained by alignment, not activity. Alignment, I take it again, the digital space does not reward noise. It rewards frequency. And frequency is sustained by alignment, not activity. Right? You must be aligned to what you are doing so that you can understand how these things are being done. So there is a need for alignment in the digital space. There's a need for alignment for you to understand. For instance, you might say, oh, a lot of people will post anything and it goes viral. It does that. Everything that goes viral goes alongside a frequency. So what frequency do you carry? Or will I say the word, what frequency are you pushing out there? Right. Many creatives, are active but not effective. Many creatives are active but not effective. Right. Busy but not burning. Right. Present online but absence in impact. So people are just online. See, some people can post. I have literally seen someone that posts almost like in a day 20 content. But guess what? With the 20 content that the person is actually pushing out there, there is no way to actually hold impact. To hold the impact is very difficult. So there is a need for us to understand that you are not just doing content. You are not just going viral. You are not just a public figure, just for public figure's sake. But you must know that you are there to impact a generation. You are there to impact an individual. Whatever you say online can either break people or make people. So where do you stand? Do you want to break or you want to make? I stand for making, not breaking. I don't know what you stand for. You can chat in the comment section what you stand for, but I stand for impact. Right. And I said what most of us needs to understand today, is that it's not just about getting tools. It's not just about getting gadgets. If you get the tool and you are not being used as a tool for the next generation, then there is no point. You can get a tool, but you also need to be a tool to helping people out. Right. And we need clarity for that. Right. Now I'm going to explain the word creative frequency. Let me break it down into different segments. Right. The first thing you want to know is your clarity. They are about who you are. He said, oh, how do I go about all of these things? And he said, before you were formed, I knew thee and have appointed thee unto nations. There is a place to understand clarity in what you're about to do. As a digital marketer, as an influencer, as a social media personality, you must understand the word clarity. It must be clear what you're about to do. Number two is consistency. Be consistent. Somebody said a statement, said, if you do not, I forgot one of the speakers who said that statement. I think it's Benedict, who said, you have to book yourself. Or is it, I think it should be Benedict. Keep booking yourself. Don't wait till they call you in a conference. Don't wait till they give you a phone call. Hey, look what happened. In 2023, or 2024 to be precise, when I switched from making Bishop Oyedepo to start going all across the world, documenting things happening. Please let me know if you can hear me, please. When I started going all across the world, documenting things happening in the body of Christ, also documenting things that is currently happening in all the events. I was looking for speaking engagement. Nobody called me because I stopped mimicking Bishop Oyedepo. I was looking for a way to actually get impacted. Nobody reached out to me. Right. But see what I did. I said to myself that if nobody will reach out to me, I will reach out to them. I will go by myself. Humble yourself to become great. Greatness work hand in hand with humility. If you are not humble, you will put yourself in trouble. I don't know why I'm having too many rhymes right now. It's like the spirit is already leading. Right. So you need to understand how to be humble to get the right frequency. And I said, I will go by myself and meet them. And guess what? I did not just even start, I didn't start from Nigeria alone. I started traveling all across. I left Nigeria, I went to Ghana. I said I was going to hold a boot camp in Ghana. I did. I said I was going to hold a boot camp in Nigeria. I did. And then I said, okay, that is the case. Let me start going up. I started going up and down. Events that they did not find me there. Do you know that most of the events that you people enjoy watching online, they did not invite me. I invited myself. I'm sad there. You not chase me away. So it's part of it. I stood my ground, and I've been to other events. Let me be honest with you. I went to other events that they walked me out. They chased me away. Some people said, how come am I having more views than them? And it is not my fault. I understand what it means to be consistent. Before I could perfect mimicking Bishop Boyedeko, it took me 7 years. So if I was going to switch to something else and to be known in that thing, I must also walk the test of time. It is called the test of time. Great people on top, they don't actually accolade your great work, but they accolade how many times have you been doing that same thing consistently. The people on top, they have conversations. They are watching you. There are some people that you cannot have access to until you work for 5 years and they have seen your growth level before they can have access to you. And guess what? After those moments, people now started seeing results. Oh, you upload a video, 1 million views. Oh, he just uploaded a video 3 minutes ago. It's already 500,000 views. He just uploaded this. I mean, now having 1 million views is literally nothing to me again. I could make anything go viral at this point in my life. I could just hold a book and I won't write any caption. I will just hold a book pretending to read. And guess what? That book might be sold out. Just holding a book and pretending to be reading the book. Because there is the level that you would get to by yourself, and then there's a level that if you now have your walk with God, then it's being amplified. So there's an amplification for your work, and then there's the consistency that makes it go far. Yes, people say, oh, it's by luck, it's by luck. Sorry, ma and sir, it's by consistency. Yes, it might be to some people by luck, but you have been showing up. In that little thing that you are doing as a creative person, please show up. Show up, don't show off. You just keep saying, oh, it's the best cloth I'm wearing. Sorry to say to all the speakers who spoke about cloth, I'm really sorry. I'm not really, if you check most of my videos, I don't wear suit and tie. It's just now I'm just trying to look into that. All right. But for me, I believe, I'm sorry to say that, but yeah, I believe in showing up. Show up the right way for your field. Wearing suit and tie to go and do handler, it will be very ridiculous. I'll just keep sweating. But if I wear my round neck, it's more efficient for me. So when the speaker spoke about dressing, know what dressing goes in your field. If you're in a workshop as a mechanic, you can wear suit and tie to repair a car. You can see most of the speakers who have spoken, they are either an MC, they are a public speaker. I'm sorry, I'm on the field. I'm not really a public speaker, right? I love speaking to people, but that's not my own calling. I'm on the field documenting. All right, so everybody knows what they stand for, and they are doing it perfectly well. And I'm really grateful to God for the speakers who have spoken. I follow some of you secretly. I've seen all the things that you are doing. Sometimes I admire how you dress, your words of tenses, the way you are able to smile while gesticulating. I stand for this grace. I see myself. I'm like, okay, I wish I can do that, but we'll see at the back of the camera. That's my office, and I hold on to my office very well. Right? We want to be consistent in what we do, right? And you must be convicted in what you do. What am I doing? Am I doing it in the right way? Everybody can be an MC. Everybody can be a host. But what makes your own host different? Is it by the host of heaven? Is that what is backing your own hosting? Oh God, I think maybe because I'm just coming from Shiloh, I'm in one frequency right now. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. All right. So you need to know, if you are a host, if you are a digital marketer, what creates your own digital marketing? How different do you want to be? Right. A lot of people started vlogging before myself. But I said, what will make me different is that I want to document things happening in the body of Christ. One. Two, I want to document things happening in that same moment. I'm not going on to do different drone shots, carrying camera angles, using 50 cameras. No, with my smartphone, I want to be able to tell a story that will compel. Guess what? I learned this from the story of Jesus. Do you know Jesus Christ was the first storyteller? Guess what? Every single thing he does, he keeps saying a statement, go and tell the word. Go and tell the word. Now, the way he now start creating the story, he start creating a tremendous movement. Oh, I turn fish to bread. Oh yeah, ASAP. Go and tell the word. The first person to use social media was Jesus. For the Muslims, God bless you, I will speak by the books, in my own book, right? Was Jesus. He was the first person to talk about social media. Guess what? The first person to have followers was Jesus. 12 disciples, those were his followers. Now, he increased the followers by reaching a reach. That's where you see the social media talk about reach. Oh, they only recorded the 5,000 people was just the one that was recorded. The rest people that were recorded were somewhere in that same crowd. They didn't record the children. Right? And guess what he did? He bought rather data for every single person. And what was the data? He compensated them with bread and fish. That was the first person who understood the law of buying data and subbing for people. He said, oh yeah, you take fish and bread, go and preach the gospel. Take fish and bread, go and preach the gospel. And guess what? Today there are thousands of people who are following that footstep. You must be convicted in what you do, and without losing essence. Capacity to stay relevant without losing essence. Stay relevant is very hard. Let me be honest with you. You only stay relevant, one, by reading what is currently happening. Two, by practicalizing what is currently happening. And three, by it goes further. So you need to start building capacity on how do I know this thing well? What do I need to do better? How can I get this thing sorted out? There is a need for us to stay. He's taking over your job because you are not being relevant with this generation of starting to implement what AI can do. It can even make your own job very easy. Very, very important. Those are the keys to staying relevant. I hope I'm communicating, guys. You can use the emoji if I'm communicating. I'm really, really sorry. I'm going in this dimension. I feel like I'm preaching right now, but I'm not a pastor, and I don't think I want to become one. Anyways, right. The next one is why creative frequency drops. Why does creative frequency drops? The first thing you want to understand in what am I is that you are different from White Olasukami Barry. You are you. That is why there is an about your life. The best way to search for the about of your life is go before God. Oh Lord, what am I? What did you put inside of me? Maybe Jeremiah wanted to become a fisherman. Maybe Joshua wanted to become something else. But he said before you were formed, he reminded him of the about who he is. So what is the about of your life? Yoruba will say, what is the about of the beginning of your life? What has been written about you? Is it to do his will? Oh, what has been written about you? Is it to be an MC? Is it to be a host? Is it to be a digital marketer? Is it to be whatever? Go and ask the Lord, what am I? Because if you don't know what you are, you might not understand the kind of frequency that you go with. What am I? So the first thing you want to know is, don't copy anybody to have that frequency. Because one of the major things that make people to drop down in creativity is that they copy people. Oh, this person used a drone in your shot. Who told you you need to use a drone first in your shot? Who explained to you that you need to use a drone in your shot before your own shot can be good? Maybe all you need, or what is already required of you, is just to start with a phone camera. Guess what? I have the capacity and the finance to buy a camera, but I'm still using my iPhone to record. It's intentional. Because the first law of media, when it comes to editing or when it comes to production, when you carry sophisticated camera and you face it in the presence of anybody, guess what? They are scared and they feel so intense. They are not being relaxed because they feel like this is too natural. Like, sorry, it's too professional. But when you hold your phone, just your phone, and then I say, oh, let me record you, say hi, you will feel so relaxed. Like, oh, hi guys, hope you are good. And with that, I'm able to capture what I want to capture about you, and I keep going on. Right. So you want to understand that you are fearfully and wonderfully made, which is very, very important. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. Now, the next thing that creates burnout, sorry, the next thing that creates, creative frequency drop, right, is that you have burnout without alignment. You are posting daily, but disconnected from purpose. You are doing content. Yes, I see you are posting. Yes, guys, I am now, in Sambisa Forest. I'm now going to look for the people that have lost. It's me that is this, it's me that is that. But yeah, you are not consistent with one thing. Today, on your page, one page, you are a fashion designer. Tomorrow, the next content, you are a motivational speaker. The next one is you are a pastor wife. The one that follow, you are a MC host. The one that follow, you are a digital marketer. Where are you? Mommy and daddy, where do you stay? What's your house address? Stay with the vision and the purpose that has been given to you. Don't copy anybody's work. Copying without conviction, you are just copying rubbish. You don't know, maybe the person has already understood what they are, and you are just starting to understand what you are. But guess what? You will now go and meet that same person who already know what they are, and then you are trying to remanipulate their own story. Everybody is ordained for a change of story. When the time comes is when we don't know. So stay prepared. Don't just create noise, create narration. Noise over narration. Create narration. Everyone is talking, but few is saying something. Everybody is uploading. Every single day, you see billions of posts. But how many people is really talking? How many people is really converting the right conversation that you are looking out for? I hope God help us by his grace. The next thing is how to ignite your creative frequency. Let me take you on this journey. Please brace up because you really enjoy this one. You really, really enjoy this one. How to reignite your creative frequency. The first thing is connect to your why. Why did you start creating? Why did you start that job you are doing? Why did you pick that thing you are doing? Somebody said it amongst the person speaking. He said, oh, that for him, he's really working on having, what's the word now? In his office, he has the why. I love that. I think I will have to implement it in my own office too. Why are you coming to our office? Why are you working with us? The why. I know you know what you are. I know you need to know what you are. But the why is also very important. The why. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Oh, is it because of I'm looking for fame? Don't blow, grow. Let me say that one again. Don't blow, grow. Our generation, everybody wants to become a public figure. Public figure without a figure, you just be figureless. Grow, grow, grow. Enjoy growth. See, for the fact that you are drinking Gary now, enjoy it. For the fact that nobody knows your name now, enjoy it. Do you know that most of us that people know our name, there are certain things we cannot do again. There are certain places we wish we can go. We can't go again. You have time with your family now. Stay with them. Rest. Receive. Sleep, for the journey ahead is far. Is far. Create time for yourself now. Now, while you are growing yourself, create time for yourself and be relaxing or be resting. Because the day God will blow your whistle, that is the end of your rest in life. I'm sorry to say, I'm not imposing fear into you. Because purpose will keep driving you. See, when purpose drives you, you know when they say, God, take the wheel. He go just drive you, they go where you don't know. Are we together? So you need to understand the reason why you should grow and not just blow. You can blow if you want to. Anything can go viral. Anything you do can go viral. But guess what? You observe that there are some people that have blown today, but they are faded off. It's because they did not grow. They blew. English people. Right. You need to grow and not what? Blow. Right. Then the next one is reinvent your storytelling. Do you know that what you are currently doing now is what you want people to know about you? Is what you want people to see about you? Reinvent your story. If you want to project luxury, reinvent luxury. When I stopped mimicking Bishop Oyedepo, should I be honest with you? I didn't tell, it was only Dr. Stephen Akintayo who I told I was going to stop. Including my team, my guys who we started together, they weren't aware. That day I just said, let's go and shoot a content. I even said, let's shoot a skit. And we got there and I said, it saddens my heart. Today is the final day. I will do this. I said, okay, nice one. Let's take it again. It's a good script. I said, no, it's not a script. I'm honest. This is the last day. I recorded the video. I intentionally edited my video myself. Because if I gave it to my other guy, he would not produce that thing. I bet with you. You become a skit. Because I needed to pass the right message I need to pass. And guess what? When I stopped that, I moved to the next phase. It was so hard to even discover what to do next. I think if somebody needs to know clarity on how to switch to something new, you need to come and ask me. I think I should write a book about it. It is not easy. I started going up online, trying to preach. God bless you. This is what the Lord is saying this season and all. But I felt empty. I felt like this is not it. I don't want to be a pastor. He's not my calling. If God call me, he'll call me 20 times. I'll still ask him, if he's going to call me, let me just have like $2 billion in my account before I receive any calling. But guess what? I am already called into the media space. I never knew that I only need to stop that to actualize the new frequency. The next phase that will make you go viral, the next phase that will make you go farther in life, it is still by your side. You just need to tap into it. Reignite your storytelling. The story, the strategy, and the system. Build a system around you. Don't just be an individual. Have a team. You cannot do it alone. Right now, by God's grace, I pay 8 people salary every month, even before I became a managing director to a media company. I pay 8 every month salary. Who are they? My secretary, my content writer, my manager, my graphics designer, my video editor, other people who work alongside with me every month. Right? Because I need to build a system around me. You might see me going from one event to the other. It's a system that I'm trying to build. I'm not an individual, in case you don't know. You might just see me as an individual, but I'm not. Guess what? My manager is even in the UK. So it's not even someone who's based in Nigeria. Right. The next thing you also want to do is get an higher authority to keep a check on you. This is one thing that the young people in our generation actually lack: mentorship. Most people don't want to be under anybody again. Oh, he's using me, he's using you. It's because you are useful. That's why they are using you. The day you become useless, nobody will look for you. So keep being useful so that they can keep using you. And then you can be learning to get to the next phase of where you are going to. It's a frequency. The Bible says, "See that man that is diligent in his business will stand before kings and not ordinary men." But guess what? If you are being consistent enough, you will be the next king that other people will stand before. But it does not just start in one day. Everybody who made their way to the palace went through somebody. The king doesn't know you. The king doesn't give a dime who you are. Daniel went to the palace. Guess what? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego accompanied him into that room. Okay, yes, I've seen it. They accompanied him into the room. The next point: reset your digital discipline. Create in batches, upload in batches. You might not be around all through. Maybe you are traveling like me, who's always on the road. Sometimes you see content on my page. It is due to the fact that I've batch created and I just left it to keep going out. Right. And the next one is upgrade your frequency, not just your tool. Everything you do, upgrade it. Upgrade it. Then my last statement is positioning yourself for the digital landscape. Right. The first thing you want to do is it's a triangle. Right. You could just draw a triangle, then different segments of the triangle. Right. The first one is identity. Who are you online? Is it the same person that is offline? The next one is the authority. What authority? Where do you stand? Are you an authority in the body of Christ? Are you an authority in the media space? Are you an authority in the tech space? The next one is distribution. What does your voice travel based on? Right. And I will encourage each and every one of us to know your niche. Know the clarity of your niche. You cannot be son of the prophet. I cannot be you. There are so many people who do media stuff. But what makes us different is because we all know our niche. Right. Also focus on whatever platform you want to use to reach other people, maybe long term or short term, and then you are able to go. But I close by saying this word. This season is not just about doing more. It is about becoming clearer. When your frequency is right, your reach will follow. Right. So recharge your mind, recharge your message, and recharge your method. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Very, very, very profound session. Thank you very much. I mean, I just kept on hearing the Rema. In fact, I myself have been impacted by your session. Thank you very much for that very beautiful session. But before you go, there's one very little task that I want you to do. Please, can you turn on your video again? Are you still with us? All right, thank you very much, sir, for that very beautiful session. You know, this session is not going to be complete without one thing. There's one voice we always hear. That voice is different from the one we've been hearing for the past few minutes. But you know, I've been getting DMs, getting private messages, getting tags out. We need to hear that That voice, that you know the voice I'm talking about. In just 1 minute, we need to hear that voice. So they can understand that it's not audio. We have Son of the Prophet himself in the house with us at iSPEAK 2025. Thank you.
Okay, first off, I really don't mimic again. I am now busy into other things, but so what do you want me to say?
Anything at all.
Okay. Hallelujah. Amen. I'm super excited to be here today, thanking God and giving God thanks for a wonderful session and a recharge. Conference is an amazing one. And I have everyone who are here today doing a great thing. The Lord bless you. The Lord keep you and the Lord cause his face to shine on you. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Glory!
Amen.
Thank you very much. I mean, we just needed to hear that voice. Thank you very much. I said, no, this man cannot go like this now. You need to bless us before you go. And that's what you just did. Thank you very much, sir. It was such a pleasure to have you at iSPEAK Conference 2025. Trust me, your session was so good that I am not even sure that we have questions. That was how clear it were. But if we can take 1 or 2 questions before you leave if we have anybody who would like to ask questions. But thank you. See, the chat box is on fire. Somebody said Andlat, you are active. What? The switch. Yes, that's to show you how creative and versatile he is. And I'm very grateful to him for obliging us and for indulging me a little bit. Thank you very much. So we're truly, truly grateful to have you. Okay, we have 1 question here. Very quickly, we have to take this question so that we can move on to our next session. How do you know when your period of growth is over and you've truly mastered your craft? Do opportunities just appear naturally, or is that the moment you realize you become who you've been striving to be? I'll go again. How do you know when your period of growth is over and you've truly mastered your craft? Do opportunities just appear naturally, or is that the moment you realize you've become who you've been striving to be?
So the honest truth is you don't get to the point where you know who you are meant to be honest, because we keep growing. Right. But there was one thing that stood out for me. The Lord said to me, don't be in a place I have left. Right. So a lot of people over the years have built themselves around the wall, around the system. Let me say it this way. Don't build yourself to the capacity that you'll be boxed. Because the day you box yourself, that is the last day you will grow. You just keep building in the box. Guess what? As you expand in a box, you are taking the shape of the box. You think you are growing, but while others have busted out to doing other things, to becoming great, you are still stuck in the box. So if you don't open up and loosen yourself, yes, you might not get the relevant at the beginning, but don't be in a place he has left. Right? If you don't get the relevant at the beginning, switch to something else. However, the platform you have already created before is an avenue to actually start again. Right? So instead of starting small, your small will not be small. It will be a big small. Every single person that said they start small, your small has level. If I start a business and a Dangote son start a business at the same day, we are 2 different individuals. Yeah. We started small, but our small is big. So let your small be big. And I keep saying 3 words. Think big, start small, and act fast.
Wow. Think big, act small, think big,
start small, and act fast.
And act fast. Thank you very much. Those are our run words for today. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us at iSPEAK Conference 2025. And from all of us at iSPEAK, we want to say thank you for accepting our invitation. And we hope that next year you join us again with so much value to give. Thank you for pouring into us. We're truly honored to have you. If you have any more questions, you could please connect with him. And I'm very sure he will be very glad to answer your questions and attend to you. Very quickly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next is joining us physically. Yes, by God's grace, definitely. Yes, he's joining us physically next year. All right, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, we need to move on to the next thing on the other program. iSPEAK 2025 has been amazing so far. We've learned so much. Our speakers have poured into us. And this next speaker I'm about to bring on board, she's another powerhouse. She is somebody that would take the baton from our other great speakers and even take the energy a notch higher. She's been in the room with us for a long while, and I'm very sure that our session is going to be as beautiful and as powerful. Our next speaker is going to be speaking on the topic, powering purposeful storytelling for a new era of media influence. I'll go again. Powering purposeful storytelling for a new era of media influence. This woman I'm about to introduce, she's not just beautiful, she carries an aura of a woman who is phenomenal. She's a wife, she's a mom, a content creator, a brand influencer, an ex-beauty queen, in fact, a present and ever beauty queen, and a serial entrepreneur. She was crowned the most beautiful girl in Nigeria ECOWAS 2017, a title that bettered the Girl Power Foundation Nigeria, a non-governmental organization that has empowered thousands of women and girls across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, this man leads the foundation that has partnered with several NGOs and individuals to empower women, educate girls, and impact the thousands of lives in the society. She's a talented content creator and brand influencer who has over 300,000 followers and over 70 million views across social media. She has worked with hundreds of brands, promoting and increasing their reach, visibility, and in turn their clientele. She creates engaging, educative, and entertaining materials for various social media platforms. She also uses her platform to train, to help, to teach, to inspire, to empower, to support, to encourage, to motivate, and do so much more. This woman is a mother, a wife, a mentor, a music coach, a creative, and most importantly, a positive influence to the society. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our third speaker for today, who is no other person than Emanuela Akinride. A round of applause for her, please. It's such a pleasure to have at iSPEAK Conference 2025 this year. Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me? Can you please turn on your camera? I would like to see your beautiful face. I want to believe she's on board already because she had been in the room for a while. Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm trying to check. I don't think she's in the room at the moment. I don't think she's in the room at the moment. Probably that's her network because she was just here a few minutes ago. So while we wait for our speaker to join us, while we wait for our speakers to join, our next speaker to join us, I want to encourage us further to also get our questions ready for our session while she joins us to deliver value. I'm also trying to check if she's joined in again. All right, I'm very sure that our team is reaching out to her behind the scenes, but because I was very sure that she was here like a few minutes ago. But yes, very quickly, while we wait for our speaker to our next speaker join us, I would like you to please, give a summary of what you've learned so far in the chat box. We've had 3 amazing sessions today, and it's been amazing so far. And I want to believe that we've learned, relearned, and unlearned. So we can use the chat box. What have you learned? What's that word that you're holding to? We're definitely having a feedback session after the whole event. But before then, yes, you've learned plenty of things. Yes, thank you very much. Can you share one word that has stuck to you throughout the sessions that we've had today? Enjoy your becoming. Yes, I love that. Enjoy your becoming. Okay, so while we're waiting for our next speaker, I would like the media. Okay, don't blow, grow. Don't blow. This is something I believe in. Don't go up, grow up. Because when you go up, it's easy for you to come down. But when you grow up, you've been through series of process, the journey of becoming. You've learned and learned and relearned. Know who you are and what you're about. Know who you are and what you're about. Think big, start small, and act fast. Knowing your why is very crucial. Mr. Deronke says, show up, not show off. very profound. Show up, not show off. Enjoy your becoming. Don't rush your process. So while we're waiting for our next speaker to join us, I think that we'll have the media team play some of the entries, the Get Ready With Me entries that we received earlier today. Show up like it's your first time. You don't outgrow mentorship at any stage in life. Understand you're different. Damilola says, the digital space. Now, I like this. The digital space does not reward noise. It rewards frequency. It rewards consistency. So there's something I believe in, that you could be consistent, but sometimes consistency in the wrong direction is still as bad as not being consistent at all, because you're just being consistent, doing the wrong thing the wrong way at the wrong time. So the digital space does not reward noise, making noise all the time. It rewards frequency. People see you before you hear you. That means your appearance matters a lot. Your appearance is important. So waiting for the media team to please project the Get Ready With Me videos that we received earlier today. I like this. People see you before they hear you. Yes. Before you speak, before you say a word, before people can deduce that
It's
you're actually
iSPEAK conference
intellectual or intelligent, they see.
morning. Finally, the day is upon us. Get ready with me for the 7th edition of iSPEAK conference. Come on. So this is the outfit of the day. I have a white shirt, black trouser, a jacket, and this cute tie. Remember that we have prizes for the top 3 Get Ready With Me. Of course, I know it's the virtual edition, but we are still showing up and showing out, so go get ready. So I have my shirt, pan, and now I'm gonna wear my
2017,
jacket.
a title with bettered the Girl Power Foundation Nigeria, an initiative that has empowered thousands of women and girls across Nigeria. She's a talented content creator and brand influencer with over 300,000 followers and over 70 million views across social media. She has worked with hundreds of brands promoting and increasing their reach, visibility, and expand their clientele. She creates engaging, educative, and entertaining materials for various social media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a woman who uses her platforms to train, to teach, to help, to impact, to inspire, to empower, to support, and to encourage young people. She's a mother, a wife, a mentor, a muse, a coach, a creative, and most importantly, a positive influence in the society. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our third speaker for today, Emanuela Akinride. Please make some noise on the chat box for use your favorite emoji as we welcome her to take the floor for a session for today. Please make some noise in the chat box. You know how we do it at iSPEAK Conference 2025. We celebrate our speakers. We let them know that we truly value them. While I hand over to our next speaker for the day. Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Most beautiful girl indeed. Very beautiful. Look at her. Thank you very much for joining us at iSPEAK 2025. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Emanuela Akinride. Sorry, I said Emanuela. Yeah, but my profile. That's my maiden name. So my name is Emanuela Akinride, and well, I've been introduced already, and a lot of people know me as First Lady Ella. So yeah, I'm First Lady Ella, and today I'll be talking on the topic powerful, purposeful storytelling for a new era of media influence. Now, I'm sure we've listened to so many amazing speakers and guests and everything. And there's nothing I want to say right now that I am sure would have not been covered already. But I'm still going to say one or two things because I have like a whole lot planned out, and I know we've been here for quite some time. So let's make this interactive. So you can drop your questions in the chat box, or you can, carry me along, or let me carry you along. Let's do this together. So if you want to draw me back, if you want to, as I speak, if there's anything that, okay, you need clarity on, you can bring me back so that this will be fun, this will be interactive. And, I'm not just talking. Do you understand? Okay, so firstly, yes, I'm a content creator, and one thing, I hope everybody can hear me. So one thing I have noticed about content creation, about influence, and about the media space is it doesn't stay the same. It shifts, it gets different, right? I remember there was a time it was reels, right? If you use reels, your page will grow, you go viral and everything. There was a time Instagram was so easy, social media was so sweet. All you have to do is take a picture and just use is it Luno? You just use Luno, what's it called, filter, or you use I can't even remember their name, Nashville or something, and you have your likes, people who support you, you have the comments and everything. But now, keywords, hashtags, hook, this one, that one. It's like it's now technical, right? And attention span is really, really limited. It's not like before. Everybody is in a hurry. So many people are doing the same thing. Some people are at work while they are watching videos. People are running businesses. A business owner has to, keep up with her inventory, keep up with her staff, do this, do that, still create content, still still reply comments and everything. So everybody, the internet, everything is fast moving. Now you want to get people's attention, not just get people's attention, you want to keep it, you want to convert it, right? How do you do that? This is where storytelling comes in. Now, if you notice, in 2025, a whole lot of storytellers have, come up, right? A whole lot of storytelling content are doing better. Content where people just open their cameras and speak are doing better than overly curated, overly edited content, because people are now looking for connection. People want connection more than just influencers just coming to say, oh God, I saw this brush. You guys should buy this brush. It's the best brush ever, right? People are now coming to give us more. Now, first of all, storytelling is not just creating content or influencing or something, right? It's about connection. Now, let me give you an example. So just like the name storytelling is basically telling stories, right? So this is how storytelling content, comes about. And it is not just maybe only reels. Storytelling content can be in different formats. It can be in forms of carousels, if we know what carousels are. Sorry, I'm a content coach. I'm going to be using some terms. I believe everybody should know the terms I'm going to use. But if you don't know, like I said, use the chat box so that I can come back and, nobody will be lost. So you can use carousels to tell stories. You can use videos to tell stories. And in videos, you can sit in front of the camera and tell a story. You can narrate via voiceover, right? You can take all the pictures or all the videos of everything and then use your voice over the video, right? Talk about everything that happened. So you can tell it in real time. So there are so many ways that you can use storytelling. Now, for example, let me show you the difference between a storytelling content and normal content, right? Now, this is a brush. Okay, if I was an influencer, I would just come and be like, oh my God, guys, this brush is the best brush you've ever seen. Once you use it, it's going to stay on your face. Da, 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 da. That is what an influencer will do. That is just influencing, right? A content creator, right, because I believe we should know the difference between content creators and influencers, even though sometimes we rub off each other, we enter into each other and everything. A content creator will probably take pictures, take videos, right? Maybe applying the brush or put the brush down, show you what the brush does and everything. Now, this is how you use storytelling to sell this brush. You're not just coming to say, oh, this is a brush. Storytellers can come from an angle like, I had very crazy breakouts, right, in 2025. And I was wondering what caused it. And somebody just told me that my makeup brush carries 0% of bacteria. And I was like, what do I do to get rid of my breakouts? So I started researching. And then I stumbled upon find a way to tell us how they got this brush. And they now tell us, they will now say, oh, since I started using this brush, I stopped breaking out. Now they're talking about the brush, but they used breakouts, they use acne and everything to introduce the brush. They gave you gist. They carried you along, right? So you now feel that connection. You can also relate. And then now it is not just about the brush. People that have acne, people that are breaking out We'll now sit down and say, oh, what if my makeup brush is the reason why I'm breaking out? And then before you know it, they say, I think I'm going to change my brush. And then they go, because you said, oh, you got this particular brush, Nuban Beauty, da, 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 da. They remember at the back of their minds, it's somewhere in their subconscious when they are looking for brushes to get that, oh, they will get a Nuban Beauty brush for their face. Now, that is simple storytelling, right? Another thing about storytelling is you can use, there's a simple framework for storytelling, right? So you start with the hook, which is like the problem, which I started with, which is, acne and everything. So you want to connect with your audience. You want to tell them about, maybe you want to review a salon, an amazing salon in Lagos. So you start with the problem, and then you start with the time that maybe you paid an exorbitant amount, right, for hair. And even though that is what is trending now, right? So you are using a trend to tell your story. Like, why is hair so expensive? Why are people paying this amount, this amount, this amount? Why am I getting bad customer service? Why am I doing this, 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 that? You've drawn the audience in. That is the problem. That is the statement of the problem. People are already interested in what you are saying, right? Like I said, you can use carousels. You don't have to talk. It can be a voiceover, right? Now, you use that, okay? So if it's carousel, your first slide is saying, why are salons so expensive in Lagos? That is what everybody's talking about right now. And then you go further, right, from the problem. And then you start, talking about, oh, so I'm in the search, I was searching for another salon, then you slowly introduce the solution, which is, oh, I found Ella's beauty salon on this island. And can you imagine, I was charged only 5,000 naira. Now, people that need that service also, right, they can now connect with you and be like, hey, finally, we've gotten somewhere that is cheaper. And lastly, let it end with your audience, right? Because if you want to tell a story, or if you do a storytelling content and there's no connection at the end of the day, you just created content. You just, but if you want to connect, right, you want to connect with your audience, let it land back on them. One thing I love to do relatable content. If you've been following me for a while, I love people being able to relate to, like, when they see, they can be like, ah, yes, this is me. This was me. This will be me. This is the same thing on my mind, right? Relatable content, because I want my audience to be able to connect with whatever it is I am trying to sell, or whatever it is I am trying to tell them. All right. So, yeah, that is just like a brief introduction to storytelling, just to let you guys know what storytelling is about. So before we move deeper, if you want me to come back, if there's any clarification, if you have any questions, let me know before I proceed. Okay, so yes, so today influence is not just about who makes the loudest noise or who, shouts the most and everything, right? It's about connection. It's not just about going viral, right? It is about, it's about connection. It's about making people feel seen, making people want to relate with you, want to build with you. Now, I was thinking about it someday, and something just came up in my mind. I was like, this era is very easy to be a celebrity. It's very easy to blow. The internet has sort of like leveled everybody. Like, it has given everybody this platform, right? It has given everybody this common slate. Now, before you see celebrities used to be like mini gods. Like, when you see celebrities, you feel like, oh my God, see this person. But now, the celebrity can be in the same room, and influencers, thanks to social media, influencers are now celebrities. Influencers even have more followers than celebrities. Do you understand? So social media has given everybody this blank slate. Now, what you do with it is what matters. Now, before, you see your celebrities, you see, they just post and they just go, right? Their fans have the buying power if they want to sell something, or if they want to, But now, celebrities are dancing. They are drumming. Because everybody needs this attention that is going, everybody wants to take out of it, right? So you see celebrities are dancing, they are, trying to also tap into this whole, because if everybody just sits and you're like, oh, I'm big, there's somebody, I'm not going to mention anybody's name, but there's a big time artist that is running sponsored ads. I don't know if anybody had seen it for his concert, as big as he is with all his fans and everything. What does that tell you? Because if you sit down and you fold your hands and you're like, oh, when I post something, I have fans now. If I want to sell my products, once I just launch it, I don't need to do anything. People love me. People, my dear, it will happen like this. You just see every other person is just moving, and then you are there. You are stuck. You're like, what's going on? Don't people love you? People love you, but they need a reason to buy from you. They need a reason to connect with you. They need a reason to patronize you, to join you, to do whatever it is that you are selling. They need a reason to tap into it. Okay. And this is where storytelling comes in. Now, storytelling is not oversharing. We can tell people our stories without oversharing. I'm somebody that there's something my friends used to say. My friends used to say, if Ella does not want you to know anything, you would not know. Like, you would have no idea. And I post a lot. I can post 1 million times a day. I can post on my story, but you would not know anything. I do not overshare. I have times where people are like, oh, you're always happy. Whenever you come on social media, you're always smiling. You're always dancing. I have times where I cry. I have times where I break down. I will not come and start telling people that. I will tell people what happened, right? I would narrate my story and everything, but I would not overshare. I will still keep a little bit of mystery, or I will still share it in such a way that you have the gist, right? You get the gist, but I will still not tell you every single thing. So this is the time where content creators are somewhere in between. Should I be mysterious? Should I overshare? Should I tell them everything? Should I tell them bit by bit? Should I? And then you see this thing called see finish, right? Before you know it, you told everybody, people can write you, right? They can write a book about you. They know every single, because you want to be a storyteller, you want to be a content creator, you want to use storytelling, you've spoken, everybody knows your routine. Everybody, even security wise, everybody knows your routine. When you come out, when you go in, how much you earn every day, what you earn from this brand, what you earn from that brand, you've told everybody. So there's nothing more to you. We're not expecting anything else. We already know everything about you, right? And then before you know it, people move on to the next trending, happening thing. So if you want to stay relevant, right, you want to stay consistent and everything, you need to know how to tell stories without giving them all. Give them bit by bit. Let there be new layers to you. Let people be surprised when something happens. They're like, I did not see this one coming. That is one way, even though you are a storyteller, even though you are telling stories with your content, that is one way people will not abandon you. That is one way, even though new set of content creators are coming up, blah, 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 people will not let you go. I've been creating content since 2021, right? But I was not creating it, seriously. I started creating content seriously in 2023. That is when I actually started, put my mind into it. And even though every day content creators arise, people say there is the industry is saturated, it is tough, it is this one, it is that one. I still get so this year, 2025, every single week I posted a branded content. I still get to work with brands, right? Because there must be something that people are seeing, right? There must be something that these brands are seeing, that other people are seeing, that they still feel the need to always want to, work with me, right? And if there's one thing I always love to do is to connect with my audience. And I have learned how to connect with my audience, like I said, without oversharing, without giving them every single piece of information about me, about myself, there are so many things that I would not post. People that know me, they know me. There are so many things that I would not post, but I would post a lot, but I would still not post some certain kind of things, okay? So another thing is, social media has changed in such a way that, before everything was polished, everything was, you want to put your filters, you want to, make everything perfect, aesthetics, background, and everything. But now, I don't know how it will be in 2026, but now people love vulnerability. People love rawness, authenticity, come as you are. Like those kind of things are, if you know, like a lot of content creators now that are blowing up and everything, you see them, content creators that have like communities and everything. They can just wake up, just turn on their cameras and talk to their audience. They don't need to start setting up studio, turn on the lights, bring the backdrop, bring the flower, do this, do this. They don't need to do all of that before they pass out certain kind of information, right? Because they've hacked this storytelling thing. They have, known how to communicate with their audience, and, their audience will get the message, whatever it is that they want to pass across. So storytelling helps in that way, right? Helps create that, I keep saying connection, because if you want to make it as, whether it's a business owner, a content creator, an influencer, or you need to be able to connect with your audience. You need to be able to have your community, no matter how small. And community is not numbers. Social media these days is not about numbers, it's not about going viral, it's not about, I have noticed that whenever I go viral, in fact, the followers that I get, I don't even know, it's like they just need to come and sit and be looking. But there's some content that I will create that I would get some kind of followers. In fact, there's some content I create, that week or that period, my DMs will be busy, my emails will be busy. And there's some content I'll create that it will be flying, the numbers will be flying, the views will be flying, but I'm not, where are the jobs? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So it is not about going viral. It is not about the numbers. You can have a post that would have 500 views. And from that 500 views, if you want to maybe sell something, you want to sell maybe a course, you want to sell a product, you want to sell a service, and from that 500 views, you get, so let me ask you guys this thing. Will you prefer 500 views, right? You get 400 inquiries, you get 300, what's it called? 300 maybe clients or customers that plug in from that 500 views. And then you now have 50 of them refer people, right? Or would you rather have 2 million views? From that 2 million views, you got 5,000 new followers. You now made, you got inquiries. Let's say you got 10 inquiries. You now made sales. You now sold to 3 people. No, but no referral. No, which one will you prefer? I'm very sure everybody would prefer the one with 500 views. Now, the thing is, when you go viral, sometimes the algorithm pushes it to people who do not need the thing that you want. Most of the time, when I go viral, I don't know why. My video mostly goes to people in US, UK. I don't know. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe we should maybe I need to leave this country. My video always goes to Black Americans. This, that, when my post goes viral. So you just see, like, when I need to actually put out something that Nigerians would like, sometimes I check because I always go and check my audience and everything. And then I will see that the most reach is UK, US. I'm like, I'm in Nigeria. Like, I need this thing to reach Nigerians. I need this thing to reach moms. I need this thing to reach content creators. But when I create content about moms, because I have a lot of moms on my page, when I create content that moms can relate to, that moms can engage with, you see those contents, those are the ones that my people, my community, like, that's when I now know that, hey, these are people that I need to see these videos. These are people that I need to see this content. So most of the times it is not. So if you're just there and then you're like, hey, trending audio, I need to go viral, I need to do this one, this is the video that will get to 50 million views. That shouldn't be it. That shouldn't be the target. The target is to create content, right, that would get to your audience, that will make your audience say, I need this thing, I want this thing, I want to follow this person, I want to plug into whatever this person is doing, I want to be a part of whatever this person is doing. Those are the kind of content you need to be creating. So this is December 2025. So if before your vision board or your plan for 2026 was, I'm going to do this dance, because if we remember, there was a time on social media people would do anything for clout, do anything to blow. I'm sure we've seen some videos of maybe people drinking gutter water or people that. How many times have you noticed? How many times have we seen those kind of videos? Right? How many times have you seen those kind of videos? Maybe somebody just goes and starts doing something stupid, maybe in the middle of the market or in the middle of the road, or you hardly see those kind of videos anymore. You see more videos of vlogs. You will see more of vlogs, right? You will see more of Cardi B is doing a day in my life. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? So you see more videos these days of people talking. You see more long form videos. Before you just see 3-second video, or 7-second video. Everybody's just quickly, short videos so that people can keep rewatching, and then now people are taking their time. People are speaking to their followers. They will open their cameras, make their videos there and there, talk to their followers. People are now talking, and that is the kind of content that people are relating to. If you notice, when you see content creators, you see that when they talk, when they open their cameras and they talk, their audience will be there in the comments. They relate, they come back to, even as I'm here like this, 2026, I already have a plan for my content, right? The kind of content that I've been wanting to do, I've not been able to do it because of my baby, Brianna, my second daughter. That girl is showing me. She's showing me. So I couldn't even join this live session in my house. I had to come to my studio because but she's going to start school by God's grace in 2026. So when she starts school, I'm back for this social media. It's me and this, because I already have my plan, my game plan. I know what I want to do. I know the kind of content I want to create and everything like that. So if before your plan was to go viral, please, now that and if you don't gain anything from this conference, right? I want you to know, I want you to add storytelling to your content plan for 2026. Storytelling to your content plan for 2026. Now, powerful storytelling, it educates, right? Somebody needs to learn something from what you're talking about. It inspires. Powerful storytelling inspires. From what you tell people, they might just be like, yes, I also need to do this thing. Do you know that I have seen content that made me start things, that made me start to do things, not because I wanted to do it before, but I was just scrolling on my phone and, I just saw the video and I was like, it makes a lot of sense. I've seen content. I saw a content about journaling. And before, I'm somebody that writes. Once an idea pops into my head, I have different jotters. I just write down, I just scribble and everything. And then that content made me, start to gather everything in one space. And that was when I decided to do a calendar for 2025 for people to be able to journal, pour out their content plans, write out their vision board and everything, right? And that came from a video that I watched about somebody talking about journaling. So sometimes the videos that you see can inspire people, it can educate people. So you want to know what is the purpose for this video that I'm putting out, right? Even if it's entertaining, it is still powerful, because at a time like this, sometimes people just want to laugh. People just want to relax. So it is still, your audience is still gaining something from it, even if it's for them to just smile and just relax. They are still gaining something from it. And that is why skit makers will always be relevant. Always be relevant, because this time and day, people just want that content that will make them forget about all the things that are happening in Nigeria. Right? Another thing is you want to create content that will build trust. Because people want to say, because Ella said this thing, it's true. If there's one thing I can say about myself, is that I have integrity. Right? People know me. I would not come and promote something that I don't use. I will not come and promote something that is bad. So if I come and I now say, use this thing, you will know that, yes, this thing, you can actually use it. Right? Especially when it comes to motherhood products, especially when it comes to baby products and everything. I have been giving drugs, this one. So I will hardly put out all those kind of things, except I'm really, really sure that this thing works, or I've used this and I've tried it and it works. There's so many things that I will not put out. So over the years, I've built this trust because people know that it is not just all about the money for me. If I was somebody that, that there are some people, like, for me now, I don't like to work with brands that clash. If I'm already working with a fitness or a weight loss brand, that is the brand that I want to work with, for a long time. So when I was working with a fitness brand, Owings Fitness, I had several people that came with waist trainers. I did not sign exclusive contract that says, oh, you cannot promote other brands. But because of who I am, because of my audience, I don't want to come today and say, use this brand's waist trainer. And then next week I come again and I'm like, I found another waist clincher. And then the other week again, I'm like, use this tummy belt from different brands. But after some time, people just know that this one is just collecting money. And she's just coming here to be talking what is not. Do you understand? If I am doing skincare, if I'm advertising a particular skincare brand, it is that skincare, whether we signed or we not signed, or this is, it is that skincare brand. I will not come next week and tell you to use another skincare brand. So over time, this trust, I have been able to build it. So what you also want to do is you also want to build trust so that people can believe you when you say something. People can plug into whatever it is that you are putting out. All right. So you want your content to have meaning, to have a message, and to have impact. So, like I said, impact can be anything. It can just be to make people feel good, make people learn, make people be inspired, entertain people and stuff like that. Okay, so moving on, I'm almost finished and, I'll be wrapping up very soon. So let's talk about the 3 pillars of powerful storytelling. Firstly, clarity. Let your message be clear. If you are talking about different things and it's all over the place, your audience will also be confused. Let your message be clear. What is the message? What is the purpose? How do you want people to feel? What should they do after listening to you? After listening to this, after watching this video, after reading this carousel? What do you want them to do? Should they slide into your DM? Should they follow you? Should they drop a comment? Do you want them to be able to just, relate to the message? Do you want them to patronize the brand that you're putting out? What do you want them to get from that message? Let it be clear, right? Let your story be clear, okay? Another thing is authenticity. Like I said, you don't have to overshare. You don't have to say everything, but you're saying the right thing and you're saying them genuinely. You are authentic. You are yourself. Everybody knows me. There's some things that I will do that some people will just be like, this one, she's the thing that she's doing. She's not doing it for the money. I'm sure they pay that one big money to come and telling us about these things, right? So you want to be real. You want to be yourself. Do all this trying to be like other people because it's working for A doesn't mean to be yourself. Everybody has their strength. Everybody has their strong point. If dancing is not for you, leave it. Leave it. It's not compulsory you dance, right? It's not compulsory you dance. For some people, packaging works for them. They will package very well. It works for them, right? It's their thing. If it doesn't work for you, leave it. If you can talk, talk. If you can dance, dance. If you can, anything that you can do, use that thing that is inside you, right? That probably maybe when you were small, because a lot of us now, especially content creators, when we were small, they used to tell us that we talk too much. They used to tell me that I talk too much. Now that talking too much is what is paying me. I'm making so much money from talking too much. And this is me being myself. When I post some certain things, people will be like, how do you do this thing? How are you able to do? I say, it's me. I'm a very dramatic person. When I say music, when we're in school, when we're in university and everything, everybody say, hey, what are you doing in science class? What are you doing? You're supposed to be in theater. I'm a very dramatic person. So all these things that I do and turn into content are things that I will pretty much do on a normal day in my house. I will do it off camera. So it's very easy for me to do it on camera, right? So that is just me being myself. I'm just my very, very authentic self, right? So another thing is connection, which I've been talking about since we started this thing, right? Now you want to use your stories and bridges, right? You want to use your story to connect, either to connect you to your audience or to connect the brand that you're putting out to your audience. And at the end of the day, you want your audience to be asking, why does this matter to me? What am I getting from this? Do you get what I'm trying to say? At the end of the day, you want them to be able to get something. That's the connection that they're going to feel after either watching your video, after finishing your carousel to the end, and stuff like that, right? So, yes, to summarize, storytelling matters today because, like I said, the internet is fast moving, attention is fast moving. So you want to create a community, you want to be able to shape minds, you want to be able to start conversations, right? You want to be able to start conversations. That is also very, 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 very important. Okay. So lastly, let me give you guys something to take home with. This is a practical framework for storytelling. If you've not been telling stories before and you're wondering, how do I go about it? How do I, become a storyteller and everything? Like I said, it doesn't have to be videos. Not everybody can open their cameras and speak. Some people have to put the videos together and, do a voiceover. Some people can write. If you're a good writer, beautiful, because writing content are doing so well these days. So well these days. Write over pictures, write using that Twitter template, just write and turn it into stories for people. So first thing, you want to start with the situation, right? Because I'm giving you a story framework, STORY. So S goes for situation. What happened? What is the problem? What are we talking about here? Example, we're talking about Nigeria, right? We're talking about hair breakage or hair loss. We're talking about breaking out. That is the problem. That is the situation. It doesn't only have to be a problem, right? It can also be maybe a day in your life. Okay, that's the situation. That's what you want to tell people about. That is where we are in. Your maybe your cooking experience or something, whatever it is, the situation is what you are talking about. T is tension, right? Tension. That is where people begin to start getting interested. You want to, when you are watching a movie and it comes to a certain part, like you're at the edge of your seat. You don't want to, because it's like if you blink, you miss it all. You want to build tension, you want to build that anticipation, like, oh, so what's going to happen next? Right? So when you tell people that, if you guys see what now happened, you guys or just say, watch to the end, just watch to the end. You'll see what's going to happen. All those kind of things. You want to tell all those kind of things. Or maybe it was just a very horrible experience that you had, right? You keep them at the edge of the seat. You keep them listening. You keep them wanting more. Even if it's a good thing. There was somebody I followed on Instagram that talks about cooking, spices, layering spices and everything. And I just followed that page immediately because the person started with saying, you've been cooking nonsense food all this while. This is how I'm going to teach you how to start cooking well. And I was like, I won't be cooking nonsense food, but I want my food to actually get better. Do you understand? And with every slide, I was more interested, right? The person kept talking, if you make this mistake, your food will be flat. That was it. The person had already built, the anticipation for me until it got to the point where, he gave the solution, right? So the next one is outcome. Now, what changed? What happened, right? What was the outcome of, going from, what's it called? From all these breeders that charge 200,000 naira, right? And then you went to the one that now gave you 5,000 naira. After people have been listening to all what you've been saying, going from this place to the other, I use this person, I use this person, and then say, but I saw the one of 5,000 naira. Their bodies now calm down. That's the outcome, everything. Then R is the reflection. What did you learn from this, right? What did you learn? How has this affected you? How has this, you want to reflect, right? There's some people that talk about mistakes that they've made, maybe like mistakes I made in the first half of 2025. And then say, at the end of the day, I learned that family is more important than all these things that I've been carrying on my head. At the end of the day, I've learned how to budget more, right? And not, spend impulsively, right? That's the reflection. You just tell people that, I'm not going, it can even be fun. It doesn't have to be too serious. If I go out, I'm not going to drink again. No, that's the reflection. Whatever it is, right? You want to give them a summary, an end point of what you've been talking about since. And lastly, why is for you. You is for your audience. What do you want them to get from that? How does it relate to them? How does it matter to them? Right? What do you want them to do? What do you want your audience to do at the end of the day? Is there a CTA? Is there a CTA's call to action? Is there a call to action? If there's no call to action spelled out, intentionally, subconsciously, they might want to do something. They might want to follow you. They might want to reach out to the brand you're talking about or your own brand, plug into your service. Okay? So that is what the story framework is. Okay, so I have been talking. So time to wrap it up. So I just want you to know that your voice is not small. Your voice is not small. Your story is not, no story is irrelevant. No story is little. No story is, content these days is interesting. Everything is, okay, maybe not everything, but everything is content. Everything can be content, right? Talk about it, say it. That story that might feel insignificant to you might be the next big thing, the next best thing tomorrow. So whatever it is that you know how to use, amplify it. If you know how to sing, sing. If you know how to dance, dance and tell your story. Do dance dramas and tell. I hardly see dance drama content on Instagram. Do dance drama and tell your content, tell your story. Your voice is not small. Your voice matters a whole lot, right? In this era of social media influence, the most powerful thing you can do is to be purposeful. Be purposeful with your storytelling. Let your storytelling, or with your content, right? Let your content be purposeful. So my name is Emanuela Akinride. Thank you so much for listening to my session. Hope it was impactful. I don't know if I'm supposed to wait around for any questions, but if you have any questions, please drop them so that I can.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much for that very beautiful session. Indeed, I must say that your session has recharged us, and we're definitely recharged. Thank you so much for pouring so much into us. We're truly grateful. Yes, we'll take questions, but we'd like to take questions at the end of the next panel session because we have some of our panelists waiting on the call who have other engagements. But if you're able to wait around, ma'am, we'll still take questions and recap after this next panel session. But thank you very much. You said a lot, and thank you very much for that beautiful summary you did at the end. We're truly honored to have you at iSPEAK 2025. And we hope that next year we'll definitely have you again at a physical gathering. We're truly grateful to have you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still getting recharged at iSPEAK 2025, and trust me when I say that it has been amazing so far. Our speakers have done a good job doing justice to the several topics that they were given, and even if for anything, I would say that it has been impactful and full of value. Thank you very much for sticking around till this time. We want to move straight to our last session of the day, which is the best session to wrap everything for up, and it's the creative panel, the creative panel. This panel session will be featuring 3 young creatives who are going to be talking on the topic, mastering the creative mind, turning intentions into impactful work. This conversation is basically for creatives, and of course, as a compare a public speaker, a young person in media and communications, you're definitely creative. So this conversation will lead us into mastering the creative mind, turning our intentions into impactful work. All right, I'll go straight to introduce our guests as always. And you know how we do it at iSPEAK. We celebrate them. You welcome them with your favorite emoji in the comment section and let them feel welcome. Let them know that we love them at iSPEAK. All right, the first person I'm about to introduce. This young man is a multi-award-winning spoken word poet, youth advisor to the European Union. He is a winner of several poetry slams and the Global Youth Ambassador of the award. This young man is also a graduate of English Literature from Lagos State University and is certified leadership fellow from the Management Institute of Finland. He is a 2024 Diana Award recipient of the Lord Stevens Award for Literature the Future Awards Africa Prize for the Young Person of the Year, and the Poet Laureate featured at UNICEF, FAO, the United Nations, Italian Consulate, British Deputy High Commission, and such others. This young man is phenomenal. He's a creative who have traveled across several countries to deliver impact through what? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Victory Ashaka. Please put your hands together for Victory. Thank you very much, Victory, for joining us at iSPEAK 2025 this year. We're truly honored to have you. And definitely, I know that after this conversation, we would be recharged. Hi, Victory. Can you hear me? We'd like to hear your voice. We need to know you're on board. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, a pleasant day to you all, and I'm so excited to join you all here today. And I'm happy to finally be here, and I think it's an amazing one. Sorry, I'm not able to use my camera now. I'm actually in transit, and we shall soon alight.
It's fine.
Well, thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. We're truly grateful to also have you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce our next panelist for this very important conversation. This young man, recently he has made waves as regards content creation, and he's a versatile professional with expertise across property investment, business relations, content creation, and MCN. He's known for transforming ideas into impact. As a professional, he seamlessly blends creative output with corporate strategy, making him an expert in translating ideas into tangible business results. He is known for developing content that is not only creative, but also strategically aligned with business objectives, driving engagement and growth. He possesses a deep understanding of professional networking and partnership, building and demonstrating how to monetize and personalize creative efforts. This young man is a graduate of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. He is also a skilled moderator and event host who uses compelling communication to manage audiences and ensure flawless execution, a key component of impactful work. And his signature approach is insightful, engaging, and unforgettable. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man is that man you've been seeing everywhere on your feed, wearing suits and creating content that inspires, that motivates. Sometimes it could be humorous, but if you look deeply, his content are truly, truly inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time at iSPEAK 2025, please make welcome Victor Adebiyi. A round of applause for Victor. Please welcome Victor in the chat box with your favorite emoji. Thank you very much, Victor, for joining us at iSPEAK 2025. Please, Victor, we would like to hear your voice. We need to know that you're truly in the room with us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's an honor to be here this afternoon. And unfortunately, I won't be able to, show my face because I'm trying to move out of my place to a new place, so I won't be able to show my face. But it's an honor to be here, honestly, and I do not take it for granted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're truly honored to have you. Don't worry, all we need to hear is your voice, and we're sure that you both will deliver, even without your camera on. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next person I'm about to introduce at iSPEAK 2025 is the only woman on this panel. She's an author, creator, strategist, mindset clarity coach, and mentor. She's as well the founder of MTI Creators Academy, with a unique approach that blends strategic content creation and mindset clarity. She empowers creators and entrepreneurs to unlock their full potential, build profitable personal brands, and navigate the digital space with confidence. Our work focuses on helping individuals gain the clarity they need to break through mental barriers and turn their creative passion into sustainable businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, this next panelist I'm about to introduce is a phenomenal young woman who has inspired people through her content, her videos, her vlogs. So it's truly, truly Mercy the influencer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mercy the influencer. We'd like you to use your favorite emoji in the chat box, indicate and let her know that we truly love her. We're truly honored to have her at iSPEAK 2025. Thank you very much, Mercy, for joining us. I'm not very sure if she's still here because I'm aware that she has network issues. But Mercy, if you can hear me, I'd like you to unmute your microphone and speak to us. All right, if Mercy is not here, I believe that she would join us right in the middle of the conversation. I also have the distinct pleasure of bringing up stage a moderator for this particular panel session, This woman has not just worked behind the scenes to ensure that iSpeak 2025 becomes a reality. She's also taken the stage as a moderator for the creative panel. This young woman is a peer and communication strategist and creative writer whose work focuses on shaping powerful narratives for brands, executives, and emerging thought leaders. She currently works with Robert Taylor Media, a prestigious communications and PR agency, where she contributes to high-end PR strategy, brand messaging, content development, strategy document, and communications assets based used on global stages. Our role allows us to combine clarity, creativity, and strategic thinking to help professionals and organizations amplify their voices and influence. Our professional journey reflects a strong passion for storytelling, communication, and the psychology behind how people perceive brands and messages. She enjoys speaking on communication, confidence, and personal branding. And she has a growing career in PR and brand communications, and she's remained committed to helping individuals and organizations communicate the value with precision and impact. Ladies and gentlemen, at iSpeak 2025, we're glad to welcome our moderator for this very pertinent conversation that is about to happen. Please make some noise for Eru Akpomera. I am so sorry, Eru. I'm so sorry if I murdered your name. I apologize in advance. And I would like you to please reintroduce yourself if I didn't pronounce your surname correctly. Thank you very much, Hero. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much, Hadassah. I would love to check that everyone can hear me before I continue. Can we hear me? You could just indicate in the chat box with reactions. Okay, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Erun Akpomera, and I'm about to be your commander-in-chief in this particular conversation. I would also love to introduce myself as the #1 iSPEAK baby. Anybody that wants to contend it, right? You could just go to the chat box and say your mind, but like that's not my business. #1 iSPEAK baby. For the past 3 years, I have served behind the scenes at iSPEAK, and this year, Mrs. Moyo she carried me like this. She dropped me in front of the things, and that's why I'm here today, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moyo, for this opportunity. And yes, we're about to get into the creative panel session. And one thing I know is that a lot of us in this space, we have this habit of introducing ourselves as creatives because it sounds very cool. When somebody asks you, oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm a creative. Where do you work? I work in the creative industry. Fine. But you know that it's more than just the name, right? There's the activity behind it, the task, the tension, the intention, and the impact. And that's why we've invited our 3 amazing panelists. We have Victory Ashaka, we have Victor Adebi, and then we also have Mercy, the influencer, here to walk us through the panel topic, Mastering the Creative Mind, Turning Intentions into Impactful Work. So now we'll just get straight into the conversation. And I have a question for all of our panelists, right? And the question is, from the moment you saw your mail and you saw your panel topic up until this very moment, I would love for you to share your thought process, right, in line with the topic, like maybe give deeper insights into the topic and what it signified to you as at the time you saw it. So we'll start with Victory. So Victory Ashaka, please, you could unmute your mic and just respond to that question. Thank you very much.
Yes. So could you take the question again?
Okay, yeah. So I said from the moment you got your mail and saw this panel topic, right, up until this very moment, so I would love for you to share your thought process in line with the topic and then even like deeper insights related to the topic and what you think the topic signifies and what it means. Yeah, that exactly.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, I got that. And let me just go straight to the question. And like I said already, it's such a pleasure to join you all here today. So just to go straight to this, personally, when I got the mail, well, first of all, I didn't get the mail. Like as expected, I actually, the past few weeks has been a lot for me because I missed out on a lot of opportunities like that with my mail, but that's just an aside. But the major thing is to just say that when I got the mail, later and seeing the theme, which is recharge, and how to definitely turn mastering the creative mind and turning intention into impactful work. For me as a creative, I believe that people definitely care about the impact behind the work you do. So what is the why? You must ask yourself, what is the why of anything you are doing? It is the essence of what connects with people, how you are able to relate with people, how you're able to network with people, and people are able to relate with the kind of content you want to share and the kind of creative output you want to put out there. So for me, the theme means a lot to me in terms of having to ensure that you carve a niche for yourself, first of all, because you must ask yourself, what is that one thing that comes to the minds of people whenever they hear your name? So once you have that identity, that there is something that you are known for, that every other person sees as your value, as your unique selling point, you can now start carving a niche for yourself. So you definitely have your why. People remember you for something, or what's that one thing they remember you for, or they know you for whenever they hear your name. For me, oh, you'll say, oh, it's spoken word poetry. For Eru, you'll say, okay, maybe media and the likes. For other people, you say maybe a content creator, or someone you could say a musician and the likes. So it is that one thing that brings about so many opportunities and is able to connect you with other people, because people can relate with the things you do, and there are many more people who will definitely support you by simply doing that. So to recharge is to simply have that one thing that people know you for, and then you are consistent at it, and you're ensuring that you're turning your intention into impactful work. And the way you are able to turn your intention into impactful work is to show up every single time you say you're going to show up. So for me, consistency is not just showing up every single day, but showing up every single time you say you're going to show up. There might be maybe times when you're not able to show up simply because of certain occurrences or circumstances, but there is that part of consistency that proves, or that gives you the opportunity to keep sharing your work and to simply connecting with people. And then social media has made it so much better and easier that you can easily connect with people at your fingertip. Any content you share here could be seen by people from different places, people from different places and the likes. So this is what this means to me, and I think it's just better I end it here.
All right, thank you so much, Victory. That was a very packed insight, right? So, I mean, you talked about foremost knowing your why, because your why would define every other thing you do, which would also define your level of consistency, the way you show up, how frequently you show up, and showing up when you say you will show up. Thank you so much, Victory, for that. Okay, so let's have Victor. Victor, I'd love you to also share your insights related to the topic, what your thought process was, what you think the topic means, and what it signifies to you. Victor.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but thank you so much for bringing me on here. I really appreciate this. And when I got the mail, I sat down, I thought about it, and I am of the belief that every human is a creative being, right? You may not be an artist, you may not be a skit maker, but every idea you've ever had, every solution you've ever imagined, and every vision you've ever carried, they are all forms of creativity, right? And you can win the minds of everyone around you through your creativity, because you can't be broke and be shy, right? So, and I was able to, come up with the fact that creativity requires five things. Number one is your identity. That's who you are. Secondly, your purpose. Thirdly, your consistency, like Victoria has mentioned. Number four, your courage. And number five, your community. There's a way you can turn your I want to create into I produce something meaningful today. Because there are several young people out there that are always wishing they're doing things. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, I want to do that. But they are still in that phase of I want to do it, and not I've produced something important, I've produced something meaningful today. Because in the past months, I've always been in that situation to where I'll be like, oh, until I have a good phone, that's when I can create the content. Until I move into a good environment, that's until I can create a good content. Until I have this particular thing, that's when I can start, which is not reasonable most of the time. You start from where you are, you start from what you have, you start from wherever you are. That's how to be creative, because creativity is not something you just think it's creativity it's very wide, and you have to just start the way you are and with what you have. That's what I've been like able to like gather together just for just to just round the topic and yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Victory. I mean, that was thank you so much, Victor. Apologies. That was a lot already. I mean, you talked about the clarity, purpose, consistency, courage, and community. And I think it basically like answers the four W's and the H of doing anything, the what, the who, the why, the when, and the how. And I believe that also every creative here can relate to, oh, I'm not going to start creating content until I have a good phone. And then you get a good phone and you say, but I don't have lights for the phones. Let me wait until I buy lights. And then you get lights and you say, the background in my house is not fine. And then you just keep stalling. And that's why Victor has mentioned to us that you start where you are. Thank you so much for that. I'd love to confirm if we have Mercy here already so she can join in on the conversation. Mercy, if you're here, please, you can unmute your mic and just say hello, and then we have you answer your question too. Okay. Okay, because last I checked, she had network issues, so we are still expecting her to join us soon. So I have questions for each of you individually related to what you do and the panel topic. So I mean, because we already had Victor answer the last question, we'll have to go back to Victory, right? So Victory, your first question, you are a spoken word artist, you are a poet, and I mean, you do amazingly well when we see your work online with poetry. So when drafting a piece, right, what is your rule to know when it's good enough to share, or you simply should just hold back and see it as personal reflection, maybe until you build more on it? But how do you know that this piece I've worked on, it's ripe and it's ready to be shared to the world, it's ready to go out to the world and make impact? Or you just want to still keep it in your notepad, keep it in your journal as a personal reflection? So when do you know that it's time and it's ready for a piece to be shared?
All right, so I'll start by saying that every piece of art is never completed or finished, but only abandoned. So every form of art is never perfect. You only create to the point of personal, let me say, personal satisfaction and your belief that, okay, I think I've done my best. Because there is no perfect art, there is no perfect creative output. There are just expressions of our perspective of what we understand to be creativity. And creativity, or the work we produce, is often based on our ideas, the information, our experiences, our level of education, our level of expertise, our level of relationship, our level of upbringing, and yeah, I mentioned our level of education also. So every form of creative output that we have is based on these principles. And that is what also shapes what we create. So for instance, if I write on a topic, maybe let's say I'm writing on maybe genocide in Nigeria, I'm writing on maybe independence, or I'm writing on Christmas, what I will produce will be quite different from what somebody else will produce. And that is not, it doesn't mean that, oh, maybe one is good or better than the other. It simply means that this is your perspective and this is your own lived experience of how you can come up with creative idea. So for me, when I believe that, okay, this is ripe enough to be shared, or this is good enough, is when I have done my best, when I have written to the point where I feel like, okay, I think, is there any other thing I need to communicate that I haven't communicated already? I think that is the point of satisfaction that comes. However, there are also pieces that I have created over time that I still go and touch, because every form of maybe writing also has to go through the process of, first of all, ideation, creating, writing, editing, and editing. There are pieces that I have edited over the years. Maybe I have performed it as somewhere, or I've performed it somewhere before, and I definitely need to do it in another year, in another month. You discover that, oh, I just feel like, oh, maybe something is not good enough again. I just need to also improve upon it. So every form of creativity or creative output or can still go through the process of improvement, through the procedure of rewriting, fine-tuning, and to ensure that it is suitable, because today's excellence could become tomorrow's mediocrity. Today's excellence could become tomorrow's mediocrity. And that is when I get to the point that I say, okay, I think this is something that is good enough to be shared.
Thank you so much, Victory. When you said today's excellence will become tomorrow's mediocrity, I believe that all of us have had this moment when we check stuff that we worked on maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, even 3 years ago, safe, and you're like, oh my God, how did I do this and put this out? How did it even look okay to me to put out, right? Because we have grown. And then I also love that the fact that you mentioned that, I mean, there's never perfection when it comes to the creative process. If you go back to a work that you did 10 minutes ago, if you go back now with like a calmer head, you look at it and you think that, maybe I should change this thing, maybe I should do this thing. And I think sometimes that holds a lot of creative back because they always feel like whatever they're putting out is incomplete. No, it's not incomplete. You just need to ensure that you know your level of personal satisfaction. And once you can identify that marker, whenever you have to work on anything at all, you know when it's ripe and when it's ready to be put out. Thank you so much, Victory. And now I'm going back to Victor, right? So your question is related to your portfolio as a business relations manager, which actually really stood out to me, seeing as you're also a content creator, going through your page and seeing all of the relatable 9 to 5 content. Like, okay, even in this space that is draining us, right, we can still look for something to make us happy and something to have us express ourselves. I saw one of your videos before the event started, and I really hoped that we would see your facial expression because you talked about what was the reason to smile when you don't have money for Christmas. So I just really hope that you're smiling behind the camera, even if we can't see your. All right, but then to your question, right, related to business and also content creation. So how do you balance keeping your content authentic, that is making sure that it always carries your intention while still meeting maybe a client's demand or specific business demands or a brand's demand that you are actually working with? How do you ensure that you keep your authenticity in your work?
Okay, so thank you so much for this wonderful question. I saw one interview one time like that, and the guy was asked that, how do you balance life and work? And he told them that you don't balance it. You just find your way around it. You don't balance it. It's not something easy to balance. Just it takes God's grace to balance things. But all thanks to God that He has been really helping us and all of that. So as a business relations manager, as a property investment manager, um, and balancing it with 9 to 5 and all of that. It's not been easy, to be very honest with you. If I tell you that it's been easy, it's not been easy. But the only thing I can say is the fact that I work in a comfortable environment, a conducive environment where even your bosses are in support of what you do. And they tell you that keep it up, I'm rooting for you. So it's something that I really appreciate and I'm grateful to God for, because I feel like if it's some other organizations, probably they will tell me that I should stop creating content in the office and all of that. But I thank God because I'm meeting my targets, my monthly targets as a property investment manager. I work in the sales department and I'm still like turning up for my people on social media, because my main goal to come on social media to create content is just to put a smile on people's faces. That was my intention, just to put a smile on people's faces. I saw that many people in the 9 to 5 space, they are going through a lot, to be very honest. So if you see a 9 to 5, please just make sure that you put money into their hand, right? So because we are really going through a lot. So and I saw that we need someone to just come on board and just make us smile, make us happy, even through the storm we are going through. So to be very honest, it's not been easy, but God has really been helping. And balancing life and work, it's just God, honestly. I can't put a particular thing to it. It's just God, and I've been consistently showing up. You have to just face the fear and keep showing up every day, because without consistency you can't get to where you want to get to. If you show up today, you don't show up tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. You keep showing up every single day. That's why if you go through my page, I drop content almost every day. It's not easy, but I make sure that I keep showing up every single day. And I was able to gather over 37,000 followers in the space of just 2 to 3 months. Some 700 followers, because I was showing up every single day. So consistently showing up every day. So it may be slow, but it is sure. What works for me might not work for you, but I'm very sure that if you keep showing up consistently, trust me, you will get there and you will surely get there. Thank you so much. Can we all hear me? I think the moderator is not here anymore.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. I think that our network is a bit bad. So I'm trying to reconfirm. I think our network is really, really bad. All right, our panelists, thank you very much for delivering so much value. The panel session is not yet over, but while we're waiting for Arrow, I would like to urge our audience to please drop the questions in the chat box so that we can ask the question as the session move on. So if you have any,
Sorry, Adasa, can I add something?
yes, you can.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to add the fact that every creative faces fear, right? But I want you to understand that this alone makes us human. But here is the truth. Fear is not a stop sign. It's a signal that what we are creating matters, right? And common fear, we have fears such as what if what I'm creating is not good enough? What will people say? And what if nobody watches my content? What if I fail? These are the fears that most people go through or that runs through the mind of people. And I want you to know that once you're able to conquer these fears, you'll be able to produce something meaningful for yourself. So I'll give us just 5 things or even 6 that can make you conquer these fears and for you to be able to be productive and to be able to produce meaningful things. Number 1, you have to be able to reframe the fear. You have to be able to believe that being afraid of your ideas means that you care and not the other way around. This will turn your fear into fuel, right? You have to be you need to create even when you are unsure. I can tell you for a fact that most of the content that I was not sure about were the ones that went viral. The ones that I was unsure about were the ones that went viral. So you have to create even when you are unsure. Momentum builds mastery, right? Sometimes even the little effort you put into creative projects make the work go viral. So another thing I'd like to add is that you have to focus on meaning, not validation. Likes, because you're getting likes and comment doesn't measure your impact. The value that you're giving out does, right? So you need to detach from perfection. If you want to start creating content or if you want to be perfect before you start creating content, if you want to be the perfect environment before you start creating content, if you want to have the perfect gadgets before you start creating content, trust me, years will run by and you at the end of the year, you will see that you've not achieved anything at all. So another thing is you have to take time to rest. Yes, you are human. You're not a machine. Take time to rest, pause, reflect. Resting will protect your mind and bring more inspiration. I get my content inspiration majorly in the middle of the night when I wake up to pray and I will just be writing things down. That's where the inspiration will come. So take some time to rest, and that will protect your mind and even bring more inspiration. And lastly, read, explore, observe, and stay curious. This will help create blogs. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think Eru is back. Hi, Eru.
Hi, sincere apologies. My network just shut down on me completely and everything.
I think Mercy is in the meeting now. You could ask
Okay.
her a question, so we'll move on very quickly.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Victor. I mean, just to quickly touch on what I heard you say, right? I heard in particular taking time to rest, and I think that largely relates to the theme of today's event, talking about recharging, right? So it's not just about work. You need to actually sit down and recharge, and that's one aspect of recharging, resting, because if you don't calm down, it's not gonna work in it. So thank you so much for that and for the other insights that you have shared. So I will have Mercy answer her first question before I give her the other questions that I have set for her. Well, welcome to the event. So amazing to have you here.
Thank you so much. My own network was a mess. Thank you. It was a mess, honestly.
We totally understand that, and it's so amazing to have you and to see your beautiful face today. So the first question theme. You're welcome. First question I asked was related to the theme, to know your thoughts in line with the theme as soon as you saw it. That is the theme of this panel, right? When you saw it, your panel topic, what did you think? What was your thought process? What was the meaning you got, the significance to you? Just quickly share that with us, and then we'll continue. Thank you.
Okay, honestly, when I got the theme, I didn't really look at it immediately. I think it was like yesterday I looked at it because I have been writing exams and all. So I didn't look at it immediately. But when I saw recharge, something like that, and I saw turning your intentions into impact, that's literally what I do. So I was like, okay, let me come and tell them a little bit of what I do. I mean, literally turning your impact or your intentions rather into impact is what I do as a creator myself right now, and is what I do to make money right now. Yeah, so it's not just getting ideas, your intention. So I want to do this, I want to do that. The ability for you to convert those ideas into impact is a whole different ball game. So when I heard I was like, okay, that's a great one for me. I have a lot to share.
All right, thank you so much, Mercy. Thank you for that. I love to see that you immediately like aligned with it. When you saw it, it's like, no, we saw the topic and then we thought, oh, Mercy is the perfect person for this topic. So it means that you have a lot of gems to share with us, and we are so to that. Right. So I was asking the other panelists a couple of individual questions related to their field of work, and I also have a question for you because I learned that you are a coach, so you're here to coach us, right? So
I believe.
all right. So, as a coach, what is the single biggest fear or limiting belief that you've noticed creators usually have when it comes to the point of making progress with impact? So, the moment it's starting to leave being a hobby and actually giving out actual value, giving out impact, or making money, what's one biggest fear that you have identified that creators usually have when it comes to that stage?
Okay, I would not say it is a fear. I would say it is a mindset that they have. The thing with the digital space is, as far as you know something and the next person does not know it, that's your avenue to make money. Whatever you know that the next person does not know, that is the avenue you have to make money. Now, the monetary value that you want to now make from it, it can either be in the currency, naira, or can be in impact, in returns, right? When I tell people, when it comes to monetization of your knowledge, I tell people, go online, search how to drink water on YouTube. You'll see a video, as basic as it is. I mean, that video has millions, and the person that made that video made millions of that from that single video, right? So you might be thinking the only problem that I feel a lot of them have when it comes to making money while creating impact is always thinking what they know, it's basic information and it is just basic. What is this? This thing I know is just there now. It's not something I don't know it. The fact that you know it and I don't know it, I think I had a session with one of my clients and she taught me something in the session. I had to wait till the end of the session to tell her that, you know, that there's something you say, this and this and this that you said, I don't know it, and you just taught me for free. And she was like, oh, Messi, how can somebody like you not know something like that? I don't know it. And once you understand, once you get that loophole that, oh, I know this and the next person does not know it, that's your avenue to make money. So that's the main problem I think a lot of persons have. They cannot convert what they know to money or to currency because they are not able to identify that this particular thing that I know, the next person does not know it. I think that's the major, that's the most common thing I've seen amongst creators. Yeah.
Okay, so Mercy has said that all you have to do is just to share with us what you know because we do not know it. Even if you think that we know it, we will
you see what I know that you don't know is money for me.
Right? Thank you so much for that. And then also something to add, it's not even whether we probably already know it, but we don't know it the way you know it. So maybe when you tell us the way you know it, it's going to give us like another angle, right? So yeah, that's
exactly.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'll come back to Victory now because yes, I know Victor spoke for long because I dropped off. Thank you so much, Victor. Right, so I'll go back to Victory and then we'll continue with our individual questions. So Victory, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Victory. So again, as a spoken word poet, because now we're about to milk you people in the fields that we know you, because the creative industry is very broad. So we're just going to be picking on the particular aspects that we know you, right? So as a spoken word poet, how do you dig deep to find the true, honest intention behind a piece? before you start to write. So you probably want to share your thought process, you probably want to share experiences, but how do you know that, oh, this is something that I should write about? You talked about writing, rewriting, editing, and editing and editing. This is something that I want to put in that much effort to ensure that it gets to people. How do you dig deep to find that true, honest intention?
Okay, for me, I'll say it is not that deep. It's just based on the topic that I think is relevant for any time and any season. And the way it works with spoken word poetry is maybe there is an international day, and this is the day that a lot of people are celebrating a subject or celebrating having a celebration or an international day by the United Nations, by UNESCO, or any global organization at all. That's such a great way to kickstart or to do something or to create something or to come up with something that will help people celebrate that day effectively. Now, Christmas is coming. Most people might want to create something on Carol. Most people might want to create something for January 1st. Most people in the past have created something for International Men's Day, International Women's Day, or Children's Day. All of these opportunities are there to allow someone to maximize these opportunities. So by maximizing these opportunities, it becomes easier to create something in the long run, because it is different when you say, oh, maybe you have a writer's block and you are not able to come up with ideas. That is an opportunity for anyone who is not able to come up with ideas, and you're saying, oh, maybe you're stuck and you're not able to come up with ideas. The best way to do that is to simply find an international day that is upcoming and try to write around it and try to create around it and try to share or post the content around that day. And it becomes easier that way if you're able to keep the momentum. So that's how I think it just has to be short. I don't have to speak for too long to express that. I think.
All right, thank you so much, Victory. I mean, you said it's not that deep, so I'm guessing that's why you just gave us the answer straight up, straight to the point, right? So you talked about relevance, especially relevance related to season, right? And I think one thing people need to know also is that you don't even have to wait for those flagship days, because there are some very random international day off that I have seen that is just weird and crazy. International wear one socks to work day, international ride a bicycle to the office day, international, I mean, and a lot of meanings could come out of all of those things and help you create content. So Victory has shared that with seasonal celebrations and things that people can align with on a particular day, you could actually try to build your content out of it, right? So thank you so much, Victory, for sharing that with us. Victor, do I still have you here? Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. So again, we're still on the business aspect, right? So what is one simple, non-creative rule or tool that every creator needs to adopt to stop looking like, oh, this is a hobby, and to start operating like a professional business, right? And I'll give an example just to help you understand what I'm trying to say. I've had times when people would reach out to me and say stuff like, oh, I want you to do this, how much would it cost? And then because I type the number, the price in their DM, they can easily tell me that, this is a lot of money now, right? But then I've noticed that when somebody sends an invoice, right, it gives like a more business and professional feel. So that's literally what I'm asking. What are the tools or the rules that you think that creators should have to position them as a business? Because the moment you start to move from random content creation as a hobby to it's actually making impact, you start to get people reach out to you, and then it becomes a business type of thing. So what would you advise every creator out there?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. It's simple and it's straightforward. As a creator, as a creative, you need to have what we call rate card that shows your deliverables and collaboration and all of that. So your rate card will show your everything that you do. Your rate card will display everything about you, your reach, your engagement, your followers. It can be a screenshot of the followers, screenshot of your profile views in every month, your engagement basically, and how much you charge. You understand? So once you send this to a client who is reaching out to you for PR or collaboration, It should make them know that, oh, this person is a serious person. Instead of just entering your DNA and you say that, oh, I charge so, and just type it. It doesn't work like that. You need to act like a professional that you are. So you need to have a rate card as a creator. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Victor. So he talked about a rate card. I really hope that I don't keep mixing up people's names like this, because Victor and Victory on one panel, that's a lot of, tongue twisting for me. But thank you, Victor. So you talked about like a rate card, and I believe that that's one thing we should all work on, because sometimes we tend to shortchange ourselves, especially when people just randomly text you and you're like, this person, I know this person from church. This person is my guy. This person, it was my mommy that referred them to me. So, but once you have a rate card, there's no need to talk so much. Just send it to them and let them go through it and tell you what they're gonna be doing, right? So yes, always have your rate card as a creator that is about to transition from content creation as a hobby to content creation as impact business value. Thank you for that, Victor. So Mercy, now again, I'm back to you. Your question, are you here? Are you ready?
I'm here. Yeah.
All right. So this particular question is related relevance. So in the fast moving world of influencing, because I mean you are Mercy the influencer, so you are the perfect person to now ask this influencing question, right? How do you ensure that your original creative intention stays relevant and impactful without sacrificing your authenticity? How do you ensure that your original creative intention stays relevant, that it carries the message that you want it to carry, and it touches the people that you want it to touch, it reaches your audience the way you want it to reach, without sacrificing authenticity and your personal brand?
Okay, so before I create any piece of content out there, I already know the people that I'm speaking to, right? I already know the category of people I'm speaking to. And before I put out any piece of content out there, it has to do something for me. Like the end goal of the content has to do something for me. So I think that's where my authenticity stays or lies. My personal brand is reflected in every single aspect of my content. It does not stay behind me. It does not go in front of me. It's with me in every single aspect of my content. So yes, my personal brand moves along with me. But how do I pass my information across with the same authenticity? Here's the thing. When you're creating content, right, or being an influencer, people don't just follow you for following you sake. Let me put it that way. People don't just follow you because you are you. People follow you because of the impact you give to them. When you constantly give value or constantly dish out impact in your most authentic form, because there are different types of people, different influencers out there, and your authenticity is what will identify you or what will separate you from the other people. So I believe the only thing I do is I just come out as it is for me while still maintaining my brand. There is nothing really different, right? There's nothing really different that I do. I just come out as it is while still maintaining my brand. I speak in my brand's voice, my brand's tone. I look my brand and I come out as me while passing the information across. And then while also understanding the people that I'm passing the information across to, the category of people that I'm speaking to, because if you're speaking to everybody, you're not speaking to anybody, right? So if I understand the people that I want to speak to and I know the value I want to give there or the impact I want to put out there, I just put it out there as me while speaking in my brand's tone, my brand's voice, and looking my brand. That's all I do.
Thank you for that, Mercy. I mean, I already believe that by the time this panel starts and you start to hear the responses from three totally different people in different fields, who are not staying in the same house and they're not staying on the same street, but you definitely see like some level of alignment, right? I remember that Victor started off by telling us by mentioning identity. Victory talked about knowing who you are, right? And that would help define every other thing. And then Mercy is now saying that you also need to know what your brand is, right? Your personal brand. So that way it just comes to you naturally to always represent the identity that you have built for your brand. Thank you so much for that. And then knowing your target audience is also another thing, because you may think that, you're putting out.
It's even the most important thing. When it comes to personal branding, you're not speaking to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're not speaking to everybody. You have to understand the category of people that you want to speak to. Like me, I'm not speaking to older category of people. My content is not for them. They can't consume it. My content is mainly for younger category of people because those are the people that I speak to. That's my target audience, right? So every single content I'm putting out there has to resonate with this category of people.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Even if you're building your personal brand, you need to understand the people that your personal brand is going to impact, or the people that you want to speak to with your personal brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like when you know them, you know how to communicate with them, you know how to talk to them, you know the things to say, you know the lingo to use and what not to say so you do not provoke them. You are sensitive.
Exactly. And you know where they are too.
Okay, so knowing where they are too, not just knowing who you are, who they are, you also need to know where they are. All right. Thank you so much for that, Mercy. Right. So I mean it has been amazing listening to three of you because I can see that we brought powerhouses.
And if you already know the brand.
Okay, can everybody still hear me? I think there's something wrong with the network right now.
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
Wrong with mine too. It's glitching.
Yeah, there's a glitch. Thank you so much. Right. So I was saying that I can now see that when iSPEAK was creating all of these panels and selecting the speakers for these panels, it was very intentional because I've listened to the three of you speak to this topic and people have done great justice to the topic. All of the creatives in the house. Now, I said at the beginning that it's not just the name, right? There is the work and there's a lot of things attached to it. I mean, I believe that you have been able to pick one or two things related to your journey as a creative. Now, so before we go, I would love for, again, this is a question across board for three of you, right? To share one thing that you want everybody listening to you here today. I mean, as Mercy has said, knowing your target audience, your now is the iSPEAK community. What is one thing you want the iSPEAK community to go home with from related to your topic and from everything you have said? So again, we'll go back to the top and start with Victory. What is one thing you want everybody listening to you here to hold on to and then to help inform their journey from now, right, as they continue? So Victory, please.
Sorry, could you take that again? I think it was breaking my end.
Okay, so I said, what is one thing you want everybody in the iSPEAK community to hold on to related to your topic and everything you have shared? Just share in one sentence, something that you think they shouldn't miss and they should have, and it would help their journey from this particular moment.
Oh, okay. So for me, what I would like to say is for the blessing you're praying to God for, prepare so well for it and ensure you prepare so well. This will be very important when the spotlight is shone on you. So the blessing you're praying for, please prepare for it. Put in the work, the necessary work, so that it delivers the result. And yeah, shun out the fear of what people will say or think. When you shun out the fear of what people will say or think, you will be unstoppable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Victory. I mean, preparing for your blessing is really heavy because I'm one person that strongly believes that yes, there's something like luck, but luck is basically opportunity meeting preparation. If you're not prepared and the opportunity comes, it's not going to come. And then you think you're not lucky, but you're not just prepared. So be prepared for your blessing and shun out what everybody's going to be saying, right? I mean, as much as we've talked about how you know your target audience and all of those things, you should not allow negative criticisms get to you. I mean, accept the constructive ones, but do not allow what people say negatively to like bring you down. Shun it out and then do what you're doing. Thank you so much for that, Victory. Victor, okay, let's have your gems now. What's the one thing you want the community to hold on to and you don't want them to miss at all today?
All right, thank you so much. I would just say that start with what you have and start where you are. And don't forget to involve God in everything that you do. And lastly, you can't be broke and be shy. Just forget about what people will say and because people will not feed you. So forget about what they will say. Just start where you are and start where you are. Thank you very much.
Oh, start with what you have and start where you are. Cannot be overemphasized, especially for creatives, right? So it's like we talked about it earlier when we said, oh, the phone you are using, where you are staying. I mean, look, there are people that are using the worst camera quality, and you still see them put out stuff, and people still engage their stuff. And even if you are starting with 1 likes, 2 likes, and now it's small drops of water that make a mighty ocean, right? So start where you are, right? And then never take out the God factor, because we need God for direction, right? I would always say that it feels very good to have one person that you know that will never let you down, that his only sole purpose in your life is to ensure that you do not fail. So if he's there, you would not feel like anything you are doing is going to be is going to fail at some point. Just always have the God factor. And then Victor has said you cannot be broke and be shy. That's what me I'm gonna be holding on to today, because you cannot be saying you don't have money and you're sitting down in your house. You cannot be saying you don't have money and you're seeing net worth and net worth in front of you, and you say, oh my God, I don't want to go and say hello. You will say hello because you don't have money, you're broke. So you can't be broke and be shy. Thank you so much for that, Victor. Okay, so Mercy, we're ready for you now. Give it to us, hotspot.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so one thing I would say is for those persons that want to come to the content creation space, one of the major things that you will hear people say is, oh, you need a niche, you need to, as you come, look for a niche, identify under a niche. You don't need a niche. You don't need a niche, you are the niche. Until you switch your mind from, oh, I need a niche, to you are the niche. So sit yourself down and say, oh, I am the niche. Whatever I bring to the table is what I want to pass across to my audience. And whatever you bring to the table is monetizable, right? Sit down and say, since I am the niche, what are those category of things that I like? Those becomes your content pillars. Right? Then you create content revolving around those things that you like, that you're comfortable sharing online. Right? And then when it comes to now monetization, every single thing you know can be monetized. You just need to know how to package it properly to monetize it. Any single thing that you know can be monetized. You just need to know how to package it properly and monetize it. There are different forms to package. And another thing, you don't just start with you don't start by thinking of what to sell. You start by delivering value and impact, because that is the foundation to whatever you want to convert. Right? It's like saying in my community now, I deliver value back to back to back, right? So once I want to come and sell something to them, they're like, oh, we've been learning from you back to back since, meaning what you want to sell to us now has a lot of impact or more information in it. So first of all, understand that you are the niche. Sit down and ask yourself, what are those things that I like? Put them as your content pillars. For me, I love fragrance, I love perfume, fashion, I love to educate people about their mindsets, I love to teach people, and basically those are the things I like. So they became my content pillars, and I create content revolving around that, right? And then once you now understand the things that you like, create content revolving around that, mostly growth content, because there are 3 types of content. There is growth content, conversion content, and community building content. So you create more of growth content, followed by community building content, and then conversion content, right? It's the 70-30-20 rule. Growth content 70%, community building content 30%, and conversion content 20%. Right? Growth content is where you give value, is your educational content, your tips, your hacks. Those are growth content, right? Then community building content are your behind the scenes, anything that can make you relatable to the next person. Your behind the scenes, your vlogs, your testimonials, your reviews, whatnot. Those are community building content. And then conversion content are content that you used to sell. But it's 70-30-20. 70% growth content, 30% community building content, 20% conversion content. Right? So once you now understand this, you create content like this. I mean, the starter pack of content creation is 6 contents per week, right? So you dish out 3 educational content, 2 let's say 2 behind the scenes, or 1 behind the scene, 1 vlog, making it 2 community building content and 1 review, 1 conversion content. With that, your content for the week is set. And with that, you can also monetize it when the time comes. So the last thing I'm going to leave you people with is, know that there is money everywhere, but it's not inside your room. There is money everywhere, but the money is not inside your room and it is not on top of your bed. Simple and short. Thank you.
I don't know if that's stable shaking, because me, I honestly could have sworn that the money was in my room. I don't like to leave my room. Right? I mean, that's something we all need to know. And then if there's nothing that you heard from everything Mercy has said, you are the niche. That's like we're clocking it like mad, right? You are the niche, right? Thank you so much, Victory. Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you so much, Mercy. It has been insightful. It has been amazing. It has been powerful. It has been packed. Like this now, I listen to you guys as the moderator. I'm going back to listen to you as a creative in the audience. I'm going to watch the YouTube live streaming again and like digest everything you people have said, because you people have dished out a lot and shared a lot. And for everybody that's listening to you, they know that they very packed value. And one thing I want to assure you of is iSPEAK community, they will not fall your hand. Next year, you see them tagging you on posts and saying, oh, last year, Mercy said this. Last year, Victor said this. Last year, that's how you know that you cooked and you burnt the kitchen, because we have learned and we have soaked in everything you have said. Thank you so much. It has been amazing. The panel session, like I said, insightful, right? And we are so glad that we got to do this with you guys. I will hand over back to Hadassah now to continue the iSPEAK journey and taking us through. And till then, I still remain Erumu, and bye, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ero. Thank you so much for moderating this very important conversation. Trust me, this panel session was power-packed. A very big thank you to our panelists for accepting to be on board for iSPEAK Conference 2025. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I must say that so far it has been an amazing event. From Oliver Muddy to Barry White to Emanuela to Victor to Victory, Sean B, Tolu Thompson, Babajide Guerrero, everybody delivered as they should. And at the beginning of the event, when I mentioned that iSPEAK Conference 2025 this year, it's different from the regular virtual experience that you will have. Thank you very much to all of our speakers and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're moving closer to the end of the event, we'd like to take questions from the audience so that our panelists can quickly answer as we move towards the end of iSPEAK Conference 2025. So do we have anybody who has questions to ask our panelists? Victory, Victor, Mercy. You don't find these people in every kind of event and everywhere. So this is the time we have to ask them questions. So we'd like to take a few questions before we move on to the last thing on the agenda. So if you have questions, kindly type it in the chat box very quickly so that our panelists can move on to their other engagements for the day. If we have no questions, then it would be that our panelists truly delivered and cleared every doubt and provided clarity as it should be. All right, earlier today I mentioned that we all should post our Get Ready With Me video, after which 3 creative videos would be selected by the judges and the planning team. After which 3 people get to walk away with 50,000 naira each as winners of that challenge. So, but before we close the event, we'd like to play some of the entries, and I would like you to please go to the iSPEAK platform to vote for your favorite entry. Please vote for your favorite entry. The media team would play some of the entries now so that we could watch them and see what to truly vote in for. After which, we would have the convener herself close the event in a very grand way. But of course, thank you to all of our speakers, our panelists, and to you, the very important person in the room, the attendees who have waited for the past 5 hours. I couldn't even tell that I've been doing this for 5 hours. And thank you very much for showing up. We hope that next year we'll have you at the fiscal edition, again, the 8th edition of iSPEAK Conference. And we'll be waiting for the media teams, please just play the videos now so we could watch them while you go to IG to vote for your favorite entries before the winners can be selected. after which we would close the event in a grand way. But thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for cooperating. Thank you for keeping a calm and composed atmosphere. Nobody unmuted their microphone when they shouldn't. Nobody made noise. This was such a coordinated event, and it was such an honor comparing this event from beginning to the end. We're still waiting for the media team to please display the videos.
Hey, it's iSPEAK conference morning. Finally, the day is upon us. Get ready with me for the 7th edition of iSPEAK conference. Come on. So this is the outfit of the day. I have a white shirt, black trouser, a jacket, and this cute tie. Remember that we have prizes for the top 3 Get Ready With Me. Of course, I know it's the virtual edition, but we are still showing up and showing out, so go get ready. So I have my shirt, pant, and now I'm gonna wear my jacket. I'm sorry? I'm not sure what wig I want on this look, but let's see how it goes. I hope that you're awake and you're getting ready for iSPEAK 2025. So this is my tie. I'll be right back. Ta-da! So this is my look for iSPEAK Conference 2025. Rate my look in the comments. Go get ready and let's get started with the impact.
Shout your name, oh. We give you praise, oh. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Ibeka, oh, lifting high, oh. Hallelujah, hallelujah. We shout your name, oh. We give you praise, oh. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Ibeka, oh, lifting high, oh.
I carry big things for head. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for iSPEAK conference? Right, today is the day, so let's have fun, let's grow, let's learn with Dr. Moyo. iSPEAK, here I come. This is not my name, them they mention. My name, them they mention.
Recharge.
Don't want a talker. Don't need a party. Don't need a future. I just like to forget tomorrow. My feet.
There are moments when everything feels unclear, not because nothing is happening, but because nothing makes sense anymore. The spark fades, the excitement disappears, and showing up starts to feel heavy, just silence and the feeling of being stuck. Then something catches attention, not loud, not forced, just timely. a reminder that the spark doesn't disappear, it only needs direction. That sometimes confusion end, it's the signal to pause, reset, and recharge, because clarity comes with intention, passion returns with alignment, and showing up feels lighter when the mind is ready, recharged, refocused.
And look at those very, very beautiful videos. I believe that we've projected all of the videos. I've watched some of them and I must say that those are indeed creative. Came my very simple kimono and black pants. I didn't do too much because I know that I cannot contend with content creators. All I know how to do is host events, speak, and leave the room. But then creative entries, and I'm very sure that the judging team would do justice to it as I would expect the results after the event. Just look out. Then also you can vote for your favorite videos. Rush to iSPEAK Nigeria stage. Vote for your favorite videos, and that could even help them stand a better chance. All right, esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor steering the conversations, hosting this event for the past 5 hours. And trust me, it didn't feel like kids because we've learned, we've relearned, we've enjoyed ourselves, we've tapped from the speakers. The speakers and panelists have poured into us, and we couldn't have it any better. The virtual experience is literally the best virtual event that I have attended. Thank you very much for joining in our attendees. Thank you to our speakers and panelists for obliging and accepting our invitation. We'll surely have you next year. Before I hand over to the right person to actually close this event, I want to introduce that the right way that I should, because just me, this is the woman who has done all of this behind the scenes, and she's been doing it for the past 7 years. And I think that she doesn't deserve to just, doesn't deserve to just come on board like that. We need to introduce her. Before I introduce her, I need us to welcome the convener of iSPEAK conference first, with our favorite emojis in the comment box as she closes the event in a brand way. And I'll be reading something very short about her. We need to know what she is doing. We don't want to get over familiar with the grace. We don't want to get over familiar and say, oh, she's the convener, and we truly do not need to introduce her. So thank you very much. We need all the energy, everything, all the energy in that chat box. This is your favorite emoji. Yes, please. This is your favorite emoji. This is your favorite emoji. It's really, really important. All right, thank you very much. I have the distinct pleasure of bringing up stage the convener of iSPEAK conference, the 7th edition, to close the event with a very powerful closing remark. She's been on transit for the past few years, and she has still been with us, right in spirit, in soul, and in mind, contributing to the conversation and ensuring that everything goes on smoothly. Our convener is an award-winning media personality, brand and communications manager, event host, and filmmaker. She's passionate about using her voice and platform to tell meaningful stories. She holds degrees in history and international studies, law, and in film production certifications and Ebony Life Creative Academy. And she recently received an honorary doctorate in communications and creative arts from iSPEAK Global University. Ladies and gentlemen, there's another degree that they recently added, but don't worry, I'll wait till the final announcement before I tell you that. She has about a decade experience in radio and TV presenting, and she has worked with media outreach across Nigeria as a PR and brand communications executive, making impact in the real estate industry. She also happens to be the author of Behind the Veil, The Journey of Becoming, and the founder of iSPEAK Nigeria, the most influential gathering of MCs, public communicators, and young people in media. And this is a platform that empowers media enthusiasts. She's a multi-dimensional person. She's a true multi-potentialite, and she's continuing to inspire young creatives to explore our gifts and break boundaries. Additionally, I want to say she's also a very, very colorful woman. If you get to our page, you'll see that she lives life in colors. She's never afraid to live life in colors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of bringing upstage a convener for iSPEAK Conference 2025, as always for the past 7 years. Dr. Moyo Soroluwa Elesho or Sekia. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for you. Can use the chat box. Please put your hands together for our convener as she give us our closing remarks. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name remains Ogunkola Ifiluaisa. You call me Adasa the compare with that comparison. It has been an honor sharing the conversations with High Speak Conference. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Adasa, where are you running to? Guys, can you please help me celebrate Adasa in the comment section? This has been such a great, 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 great event. Thank you for handling this so professionally. And thank you to the team members behind the scene as well. I've been on transit, I've been moving, and knowing that everything worked so beautifully without, having to worry so much. It's just beautiful. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining. And I was just telling one of the community managers that iSpeak does what iSpeak does. For us at iSpeak, we've never really been about the noise or all of those things. We just come together, learn the best way that we can, and keep it moving. And we always see the results. It's been many years been here, and I can tell you that we always see the results. So thank you to each and every one of you. You can see that the conference this year was never about me or anyone else. It's just about you guys soaking in the moment with all of our fantastic speakers, and I'm so glad that they give us their time, they give us their knowledge, their expertise in the conference today. So now I'm sure you're probably wondering, why did we go the virtual route today? I know that a lot of people had anticipated a banging, you know, turnout, a banging look for their conference, coming out for the conference and all of that. But yeah, I think it was sometime in October when the planning started, and trust me, I was ready to go all out for everyone as well. I wanted this ISP conference to be the best. We gather in one of the biggest hall, we go all the way, we bring on people. But then, ISPEAK has never been about me. That's just putting it out there. And when God told me, no, this year we're going a different route, I just had to breathe and let all that ginger calm down. So yes, if you're wondering why this is a virtual conference this year, it's because iSpeak has never been about me. I always ensure that I get the right instruction for every annual conference, and this was the route to go this year. This was the command. This was the instruction on what we should do this year, and that's why we have gone this way. So if you feel any form of anger or disappointment, please take it off. But I'm sure that you shouldn't even feel any of those, because again, iSpeak has done what iSpeak knows how to do best, and that's the fact that we always get the best people to share with us. It's been such an impactful day. Personally, I've been learning so much, even if I've had to struggle with network a couple of times. I've had to listen carefully to all the speakers. I've learned so much, and I know it's the same thing for you. And if I'm correct, can you also let me know in the comment section? It's been great. It's been amazing. And one thing we always do is to ensure that we put these things out for you to enjoy for the whole year. You can always play back. We put it on places where you have access to them. So if at any point in time today you felt disconnected, I think this is a speak conference I can beat my chest to say, ensure you go back to it, ensure you go back. Recharge was not just about putting words together or just finding a buzzword. It is intentional. 2026 is going to be long. 2026, a lot of people will get weary. And I'm hoping that you can use this particular experience you just had at this conference as a way to power up in the level that you can in the new year. Again, you know that this is one of the things that charges us up into the new year. So every time you feel down in 2026, every time you feel like you're tired, you can't get continue, always remember recharge. Always go back to the platforms where we have these recordings and play back and listen to these people. These are not just words for them for the moment. They're not supposed to excite you for the moment. They're supposed to help you, prepare you for what is ahead. 2026, like I said, is going to be long. If you're not careful, you may get tired, you may get weary. But when you remember encounters like this, experiences like this, and words that have gone ahead of you, I hope that you find the strength that you need to pull up. So once again, thank you for being here. And I hope that it's been impactful. If it was, please ensure you connect with us on social media using the hashtag iSpeakConference2025. You can write us, your feedbacks, some of the things you've learned, some of the things that stood out for you, and we will definitely be glad to engage with them and, of course, repost them. And for the Get Ready With Me challenge, we are currently looking into all of the entries properly. There are some entries that we've not been able to collaborate with. So please feel free to collaborate with us if you add your entry up so you are not at a disadvantage. And then we will announce the winners on the page so that we can carefully look at it. All the team members have been busy all along, so we don't want to just rush into announcing a winner. We would carefully look at it and then would announce a winner online. But again, thank you for being a part of this. If you're new to the platform, especially for those on YouTube as well, I've seen so many people send me some feedbacks and all of that. If you're new to us and you want to join the community, we have a WhatsApp group where you can follow some of the activities all through the year, and then we just remind you of some of the things that you do to keep it moving and get to the place where you want to be. So yeah, again, thank you to everyone. An email will go out for those who registered again, and you would get all the things that you need to get as a post-event mail, and some of the things that would remind you of what we've learned today. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we can just take one or two feedbacks. If you want to unmute to share your feedback and what you are taking away from this year's conference, please feel free to do so. And then we can wrap it up and allow everybody to go to rest. It's been a long day actually for me, but I'm just really grateful that we're able to pull this up together. Thank you so much. And behind the scene, I think I'm especially recognize Eru, Shukra, and my Dora, like I would usually call you. Thank you so much, guys, for holding it down for the community. And again, Adasa, God bless you. Thank you. You were amazing. I mean, you were amazing. Thank you, and God bless you. So, guys, if you want to share your feedback, we can just take one or two so that we can wrap up in no time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. A round of applause for our convener. Thank you so much for the opportunity to do this. Last year I was at iSPEAK 2024 as the panel moderator, and this year I'm back at the conference. Thank you so much for the opportunity to do this. This is the most professional gathering of your community. This is what I'm using it for because you're in the midst of people who are better than you are or who are doing better. And it's just so honoring to be leading this conversation. So everybody in this room is very, very important. All right, I'd like to take one feedback. Please, I want to encourage us. Document, post about this event on social media. I would like to see all of the feedback, the reviews. Do want to tag everyone. We'd love to read from you. We'd love to take the feedback so that next year we know what to do better, how to do better, the next set of people to you're ready for. I think conference 2023. But thank you so much for joining me. If you'd like to say anything, you'd like to give the feedback, we'd just like to, take one person if that's possible before we all. And I'd like us to take a selfie. So if you can turn on your camera, can you please turn on your camera now? Just turn on your front camera. If you have 15 of us, so you can do that. Turn on your camera if you can. I just turned on mine. So I'm trying to see. Okay, we have Peculiar, Eru, Adebology. Nice to see your face. Fair. Mr. Deron Fair. You're very beautiful by the name. Trying to see the Eru. I turned on your camera. Okay, I can see you. All right, this is your lip gloss. Look very good. Smile. Now I want to take a selfie. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah, thank you. Turn my camera so it doesn't look anybody. All right. Hey, this will block your screen. Okay, thank you. All right, can we all say cheers? Okay, now can we do the peace sign? Yes, thank you. I know it was good. Fine women. I'm here at the men now, and I took a men in this meeting earlier. Thank you very much for joining in. It was such a pleasure to have you at iSpeak 2025. Okay, since we do not have feedback, and what I want to do is that from now to next week, we're starting your post, the feedback, the LinkedIn, the Instagram post, the Twitter post. Thank you for joining in. Next year, iSpeak 2026. I want to see your faces. Now that we are recharged, next year we're coming back as better communication. I myself have learned listening to the speakers and thank you to all of us for this journey. I want to believe that we're all network and also network in the chat box. So drop your Instagram handle so that people can see, follow each other. You have no idea what you need for next collaboration or next partner. So please drop your Instagram handle, the social media platform in the chat box so that we can all follow each other and network from there. Thank you Adebola. Thank you very much for accompanying. It was such a beautiful event, I agree. Okay, so Lapelani, that's a high. You can just take a screenshot. You can't follow everybody at once. You want to have 5 or 6 people. Please underscore the identify. Thank you. Adebola, thank you very much. Please. Adero, careful. And Adero was very participated so much. I could still remember some names. Joanne, Julia, so almost everybody. That's on that. Thank you. Drop your Instagram handle so that will help us connect. We'll do that in the next 20 minutes. We finally wrap up. I think conference 25 by 3:55. Have an expectantly good. I love that energy. I love the energy. And I hope that we have an amazing day. I wish you journey message to our very destination. Thank you so much. And I would love to meet everybody, connect with all of us. Thank you so much for your energy. You gave the energy of the and thank you so much, Dr. Moyo Sorolu. I left your attention for this very big event. You really is back to the and very strong. And next year will be much more better, bigger, and more grand. All right, thank you everybody. I believe that the rest of the lesson will happen in the ICT group. Thank you to everybody who joined in. Thank you, planning committee. Thank you, Earl. Thank you, Shukra, for moderating the very big announcement. Thank you, Dara. Thank you, everybody. I don't want to mention this, but I know they mentioned it. But thank you. I'll see you next year, and I will see you excited now. Also, this event. Bye, everybody, and let's look out for the results. Bye.
Recording stopped.